The Project Gutenberg ebook of Beowulf, an Anglo-Saxon epic poem. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Beowulf, an Anglo-Saxon epic poem. Translator: J. Leslie Hall. Release date: July 19, 2005. Ebook number 16328. Most recently updated, February 13, 2021. Language: English. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook Beowulf, an Anglo-Saxon epic poem. Beowulf, an Anglo-Saxon epic poem. Translated from the Hainsosen text by J.N.O. Leslie Hall, Ph.D., JHU. Professor of English and History in the College of William and Mary. D.C. Heath & Co., Publishers. Boston, New York, Chicago. Entered according to Act of Congress, in the year 1892, by J.N.O. Leslie Hall. In the Office of the Librarian of Congress, at Washington. 2. My Wife. Contents. Page. Preface 7. Bibliography of Translations 11. Glossary of Proper Names 13. List of words and phrases not in general use 18. The Life and Death of Scyld, I, 1. Scyld's Successors, 2, 3. Hrothgar's Great Mead Hall. Grendel, the Murderer, 3, 5. Beowulf goes to Hrothgar's assistance, 4, 8. The Geats reach Heorot, v. 10. Beowulf introduces himself at the palace, 6, 12. Hrothgar and Beowulf, 7, 14. Hrothgar and Beowulf, continued, 8, 17. Unferth taunts Beowulf, 9, 19. Beowulf silences Unferth, x, 21. Glee is high. All sleep save one, 11, 24. Grendel and Beowulf, 12, 26. Grendel is vanquished, 13, 28. Rejoicing of the Danes, 14, 30. Hrothgar's gratitude, 15, 33. Hrothgar lavishes gifts upon his deliverer, 16, 35. Banquet, continued, 17, 37. The Scop's Song of Finn and Hnev. The Finn episode, continued, 18, 39. The banquet continues. Beowulf receives further honor, 19, 41. The mother of Grendel, XX, 44. Hrothgar's account of the monsters, XXI, 46. Beowulf seeks Grendel's mother, XXII, 48. Beowulf's fight with Grendel's mother, XXIII, 51. Beowulf is double conqueror, XXIV, 53. Beowulf brings his trophies, XXV, 57. Hrothgar's gratitude. Hrothgar moralizes, XXVI, 60. Rest after labor. Sorrow at parting, XXVII, 62. The homeward journey, XXVII, 64. The Two Queens. Beowulf and Hygelac, XXIX, 67. Beowulf narrates his adventures to Hygelac, XXX, 69. Gift giving is mutual, XXXI, 73. The Horde and the Dragon, XXXII, 75. Brave though aged, XXXII, 78. Reminiscences. Beowulf seeks the dragon, Thursiv, 81. Beowulf's Reminiscences. Reminiscences, continued, XXXV, 83. Beowulf's Last Battle. Wiglaf the Trusty, 30, 88. Beowulf is deserted by friends and by sword. The Fatal Struggle, XXXVII, 91. Beowulf's Last Moments. Wiglaf plunders the dragon's den, 38, 93. Beowulf's Death. The Dead Foes, 36, 95. Wiglaf's Bitter Taunts. The Messenger of Death, XL, 97. The Messenger's Retrospect, XLI, 99. Wiglaf's Sad Story, XLII, 103. The Horde Carried Off. The Burning of Beowulf, Slyin, 106. Addenda 109. Preface. The present work is a modest effort to reproduce approximately, in modern measures, the venerable epic, Beowulf. Approximately, I repeat, for a very close reproduction of Anglo-Saxon verse would, to a large extent, be prose to a modern ear. The Hainsosen text and glossary have been closely followed. Occasionally, a deviation has been made, but always for what seemed good and sufficient reason. The translator does not aim to be an editor. Once in a while, however, he has added a conjecture of his own to the emendations quoted from the criticisms of other students of the poem. This work is addressed to two classes of readers. From both of these alike, the translator begs sympathy and cooperation. The Anglo-Saxon scholar he hopes to please by adhering faithfully to the original. The student of English literature he aims to interest by giving him, in modern garb, the most ancient epic of our race. This is a bold and venturesome undertaking, and yet there must be some students of the Teutonic past willing to follow even a daring guide, if they may read in modern phrases of the sorrows of Hrothgar, of the prowess of Beowulf, and of the feelings that stirred the hearts of our forefathers in their primeval homes. In order to please the larger class of readers, a regular cadence has been used, a measure which, while retaining the essential characteristics of the original, permits the reader to see ahead of him in reading. Perhaps every Anglo-Saxon scholar has his own theory as to how Beowulf should be translated. Some have given us prose versions of what we believe to be a great poem. Is it any reflection on our honored Kemble and Arnold to say that their translations fail to show a layman that Beowulf is justly called our first epic? Of those translators who have used verse, several have written from what would seem a mistaken point of view. Is it proper, for instance, that the grave and solemn speeches of Beowulf and Hrothgar be put in ballad measures, tripping lightly and airily along? Or, again, is it fitting that the rough martial music of Anglo-Saxon verse be interpreted to us in the smooth measures of modern blank verse? Do we hear what has been beautifully called the clanging tread of a warrior in mail? Of all English translations of Beowulf, that of Professor Garnett alone gives any adequate idea of the chief characteristics of this great Teutonic epic. The measure used in the present translation is believed to be as near a reproduction of the original as modern English affords. The cadences closely resemble those used by Browning in some of his most striking poems. The four stresses of the Anglo-Saxon verse are retained, and as much thesis and anacrusis is allowed as is consistent with the regular cadence. Alliteration has been used to a large extent, but it was thought that modern ears would hardly tolerate it on every line. End rhyme has been used occasionally, internal rhyme, sporadically. Both have some warrant in Anglo-Saxon poetry. 4. End rhyme, c. 153, 154, for internal rhyme, 221, 640. What Gummier one calls the rhyme giver has been studiously kept, viz., the First accented syllable in the second half verse always carries the alliteration. And the last accented syllable alliterates only sporadically. Alternate alliteration is occasionally used as in the original. C 761, 85. No two accented syllables have been brought together, except occasionally. After a cessural pause. C 219 and 12:1. Or, scientifically speaking, C verses. C type has been avoided as not consonant with the plan of translation. Several of his types, however, constantly occur, e.g. A and a variant. /x/x, /xx/x. B and a variant, x/x/xx/x/, a variant of D, /x/xx. E/xx/. Anacrusis gives further variety to the types used in the translation. The parallelisms of the original have been faithfully preserved. E.g., 116 and 117, Lord and Wielder of Glory, 130, 131, 132, 212 and 213. 227 and 228, 35 and 36. Occasionally, some loss has been sustained, but, on the other hand, a gain has here and there been made. The effort has been made to give a decided flavor of archaism to the translation. All words not in keeping with the spirit of the poem have been avoided. Again, though many archaic words have been used, there are none, it is believed, which are not found in standard modern poetry. With these preliminary remarks, it will not be amiss to give an outline of the story of the poem. The story. Hrothgar, king of the Danes, or Scyldings, builds a great mead hall, or palace, in which he hopes to feast his liegemen and to give them presents. The joy of king and retainers is, however, of short duration. Grendel, the monster, is seized with hateful jealousy. He cannot brook the sounds of joyance that reach him down in his fen dwelling near the hall. Oft and anon he goes to the joyous building, bent on direful mischief. Thane after thane is ruthlessly carried off and devoured, while no one is found strong enough and bold enough to cope with the monster. For 12 years he persecutes Hrothgar and his vassals. Over sea, a day's voyage off, Beowulf, of the Geats, nephew of Hygelac, king of the Geats, hears of Grendel's doings and of Hrothgar's misery. He resolves to crush the fell monster and relieve the aged king. With 14 chosen companions, he sets sail for Daneland. Reaching that country, he soon persuades Hrothgar of his ability to help him. The hours that elapse before night are spent in beer drinking and conversation. When Hrothgar's bedtime comes, he leaves the hall in charge of Beowulf, telling him that never before has he given to another the absolute wardship of his palace. All retire to rest. Beowulf, as it were, sleeping upon his arms. Grendel comes, the great march-stepper, bearing God's anger. He seizes and kills one of the sleeping warriors. Then he advances towards Beowulf. A fierce and desperate hand-to-hand struggle ensues. No arms are used, both combatants trusting to strength and hand grip. Beowulf tears Grendel's shoulder from its socket, and the monster retreats to his den, howling and yelling with agony and fury. The wound is fatal. The next morning, at early dawn, warriors in numbers flock to the hall. Heorot, to hear the news. Joy is boundless. Glee runs high. Hrothgar and his retainers are lavish of gratitude and of gifts. Grendel's mother, however, comes the next night to avenge his death. She is furious and raging, while Beowulf is sleeping in a room somewhat apart from the quarters of the other warriors. She seizes one of Hrothgar's favorite counselors, and carries him off and devours him. Beowulf is called determined. To leave Heorot entirely purified, he arms himself, and goes down to look for the female monster. After traveling through the waters many hours, he meets her near the sea bottom. She drags him to her den. There he sees Grendel lying dead. After a desperate and almost fatal struggle with the woman, he slays her, and swims upward in triumph, taking with him Grendel's head. Joy is renewed at Heorot. Congratulations crowd upon the victor. Hrothgar literally pours treasures into the lap of Beowulf, and it is agreed among the vassals of the king that Beowulf will be their next liege lord. Beowulf leaves Daneland. Hrothgar weeps and laments at his departure. When the hero arrives in his own land, Hygelac treats him as a distinguished guest. He is the hero of the hour. Beowulf subsequently becomes king of his own people, the Geats. After he has been ruling for 50 years, his own neighborhood is woefully harried by a fire-spewing dragon. Beowulf determines to kill him. In the ensuing struggle, both Beowulf and the dragon are slain. The grief of the Geats is inexpressible. They determine, however, to leave nothing undone to honor the memory of their lord. A great funeral pyre is built, and his body is burnt. Then a memorial barrow is made, visible from a great distance, that sailors afar may be constantly reminded of the prowess of the national hero of Geatland. The poem closes with a glowing tribute to his bravery, his gentleness, his goodness of heart, and his generosity. It is the devout desire of this translator to hasten the day when the story of Beowulf shall be as familiar to English-speaking peoples as that of the Iliad. Beowulf is our first great epic. It is an epitomized history of the life of the Teutonic races. It brings vividly before us our forefathers of pre-Alfredian eras, in their love of war, of sea, and of adventure. My special thanks are due to Professors Francis A. March and James A. Harrison, for advice, sympathy, and assistance. J. L. Hall. One Handbook of Poetics, page 175, first edition. Abbreviations used in the notes. B equals Bugga. C equals Cosegen. GR equals Grain. GRDVTG equals Grundvig. H equals Hain. H and S equals Harrison and Sharp. H so equals Hain-Sosin. K equals Kemble. KL equals Kluge. M equals Mullenhoff. R equals Rieger. S equals Sievers. SW equals Swede. TB equals Ten Brink. TH equals Thorpe. W equals Woolker. Bibliography of translations. Arnold, Thomas Beowulf. A heroic poem of the 8th century. London, 1876. With English translation. Prose. Butkind, L. Beowulf. Epopee Anglo-Saxon. Haver, 1877. First French translation. Passages occasionally omitted. Conybeare, J. J. Illustrations of Anglo-Saxon Poetry. London, 1826. Full Latin. Translation, and some passages translated into English blank verse. Et Muller, L. Beowulf, Stabramendubersetzt. Zurich, 1840. Garnett, J. M. Beowulf, An Anglo-Saxon Poem, and the Fight at Finnsburg. Boston. 1882. An accurate line-for-line translation, using alliteration occasionally, and sometimes assuming a metrical cadence. Grain, C.W. M. Dichtung der Angel Sachsen, Stabramendubersetzt. 2 BDE. Göttingen, 1857-59. Grian, Justo Beowulf, Poma Epico Anglo-Sassoni del 7. Sekala, Trattato e Illustrato. Lucca, 1883. First Italian translation. Grundtvig, N.F.S. Beowulf Strape. Copenhagen, 1820. Heine, Emma translation in iambic measures. Paderborn, 1863. Kemble, J.M. The Anglo-Saxon Poems of Beowulf, The Traveller's Song, and the Battle of Finnsburg. London, 1833. The second edition contains a prose translation of Beowulf. Leo, H. Huber Beowulf. Halle, 1839. Translations of extracts. Lumsden, H. W. Beowulf, translated into modern rhymes. London, 1881. Ballad. Measures. Passages occasionally omitted. Sandras, G. S. De Carmenibus Cadmoni Adjudicatus. Paris, 1859. An extract from Beowulf, with Latin translation. Schaldmos, F. Beowulf og Skopswidseth, to Angel Saxus Digti. Copenhagen. 1847. Simrock, K. Beowulf. Übersetzt und erläutert. Stuttgart und Augsburg, 1859. Alliterative measures. Thorkelin, G. J. De Danorum Rebus Gestis Secel. 3 et 4. Pomodanicum Dialecto. Anglo-Saxonica. Havnii, 1815. Latin translation. Thorpe, B. The Anglo-Saxon Poems of Beowulf, The Scop, or Gleeman's Tale, and The Fight at Finnsburg. Oxford, 1855. English translation in short lines, generally containing 2 stresses. Wackerbarth, A. D. Beowulf, translated into English verse. London, 1849. Wickberg, R. Beowulf, and Fornangelskjultedikt, a Versad. Westervik. First Swedish. Translation. Von Wols Ogen, H. Beowulf, in alliterative measures. Leipzig. Zinser, G. Der Kampf Beowulfs mit Grendel. Jahresbericht of the Real Schule at Verbach, 1881. Glossary of proper names. The figures refer to the divisions of the poem in which the respective names occur. The large figures refer to fits, the small, to lines in the fits. Ilfhir. A kinsman of Wiglaf 36-3. Asher. Confidential friend of King Hrothgar. Elder brother of Yermenlov. Killed by Grendel 21-3, 3089. Beanstan father of Brecca 926. Beowulf son of Scyld, the founder of the dynasty of Sildings. Father of Heafden. And grandfather of Hrothgar 118, 2-1. Beowulf the hero of the poem. Sprung from the stock of Geats, son of Icthea. Brought up by his maternal grandfather Hrethel, and figuring in manhood as a devoted legiman of his uncle Hygelac. A hero from his youth. Has the strength of 30 men. Engages in a swimming match with Brecca. Goes to the help of Hrothgar against the monster Grendel. Vanquishes Grendel and his mother. Afterwards becomes king of the Geats. Late in life attempts to kill a fire-spewing dragon, and is slain. Is buried with great honors. His memorial mound 626. 72, 79, 93, 98, 1228, 1243, 23-1, etc. Brecca Beowulf's opponent in the famous swimming match 9-8, 9-19, 9-21, 9-22. Brondings a people ruled by Brecca 9-23. Brothers Inga many a famous collar once owned by the Brosings 19-7. Cain progenitor of Grendel and other monsters 256, 2011. Daegrivna warrior of the Hugs, killed by Beowulf 3540. Danes subjects of Scyld and his descendants, and hence often called Scyldings. Other names for them are Victory Scyldings, Honor Scyldings, Armor Danes, Bright Danes, East Danes, West Danes, North Danes, South Danes, Ingwins, Hreathmen 11. 21, 32, 514, 71, etc. Ecglof father of Unferth, who taunts Beowulf 9-1. Ictheo father of Beowulf, the hero of the poem. A widely known Waegmunding warrior. Marries Hrethel's daughter. After slaying Heatholov, a Wulfing, he flees his country 7-3, 5-6, 8-4. Ecgwila a king of the Danes before Scyld 2560. Ela sister of Hrothgar, and probably wife of Ongentheow, king of the Swedes 210. Eagle Cape a promontory in Geatland, under which took place Beowulf's last encounter 4187. Eadgil son of Othir and brother of Eanmund 34-2. Eanmund son of Othir and brother of Eadgils. The reference to these brothers is vague, and variously understood. Hain supposes as follows, raising a revolt against their father, they are obliged to leave Sweden. They go to the land of the Geats, with what intention, is not known, but probably to conquer and plunder. The Geatish king, here dread, is slain by one of the brothers, probably Eanmund 3610, 3154-3160, 3366-346. Eofor a Geatish hero who slays Ongentheow in war, and is rewarded by Hygelac with the hand of his only daughter 4118, 4148. Eormenric a Gothic king, from whom Hama took away the famous brothers Ingameni 19-9. Eomer son of Offa and Thritho, king and queen of the Angles 2869. Finn king of the North Frisians and the Jutes. Marries Hildeberg. At his court takes place the horrible slaughter in which the Danish general, Hnuf, fell. Later on, Finn himself is slain by Danish warriors 1718, 1730, 1744, 1804, 1823. Finland the country to which Beowulf was driven by the currents in his swimming match 1022. Fitela son and nephew of King Sigemund, whose praises are sung in 1442, 1453. Falkwalda father of Finn 1738. Franks introduced occasionally in referring to the death of Hygelac 1919, 4021. 4024. Frisians a part of them are ruled by Finn. Some of them were engaged in the struggle, in which Hygelac was slain 1720, 1742, 1752, 4021. Freya daughter of King Hrothgar. Married to Ingeld, a Heathobard prince 2960, 3032. Froda king of the Heathobards, and father of Ingeld 2962. Garmund father of Offa 2871. Geats, Geatmen the race to which the hero of the poem belongs. Also called Wedder Geats, or Wedders, War Geats, Sea Geats. They are ruled by Hrethel, Haethcyn, Hygelac, and Beowulf 47, 74, 1045, 11:8, 27:14, 28:8. Gepids named in connection with the Danes and Swedes 35-34. Grendel a monster of the race of Cain. Dwells in the fens and moors. Is furiously envious when he hears sounds of joy in Hrothgar's palace. Causes the king untold agony for years. Is finally conquered by Beowulf, and dies of his wound. His hand and arm are hung up in Hrothgar's hall he wrote. His head is cut off by Beowulf. When he goes down to fight with Grendel's mother 250, 3:1, 3:13, 8:19, 11:17. 12:2, 13:27, 15:3. Guthlaf a Dane of Hnuf's party 1824. Half-Danes branch of the Danes to which Hnaf belonged 1719. Helga surnamed the Good. Younger brother of Hrothgar 29. Hama takes the brothers Inga many from Eormenric 19:7. Harith father of Hygelacs queen, Hygd 2839, 2918. Haethcyn son of Hrethel and brother of Hygelac. Kills his brother Beowulf accidentally. Is slain at Ravenswood, fighting against Ongentheow 3443, 3523. 4032. Helmings the race to which Queen Wilhtheo belonged 1063. Hemming a kinsman of Garmund, perhaps nephew 2854, 2870. Hungest a Danish leader. Takes command on the fall of Hnaf 1733, 1741. Here Beald eldest son of Hrethel, the Geatish king, and brother of Hygelac. Killed by his younger brother Haethcyn 3443, 3447. Hiramad, a Danish king of a dynasty before the Scylding line. Was a source of great sorrow to his people 1464, 2559. Hereric referred to as uncle of Heardred, but otherwise unknown 3160. Hetwars another name for the Franks 3351. Heefden grandson of Scyld and father of Hrothgar. Ruled the Danes long and well 2541, 814. Heardred son of Hygelac and Hygd, king and queen of the Geats. Succeeds his father. With Beowulf as regent. Is slain by the sons of Othir 3156, 3363, 3375. Heathobard's race of Lombards, of which Froda is king. After Froda falls in battle with the Danes, Ingeld, his son, marries Hrothgar's daughter, Freaware, in order to heal the feud 31, 36. Heath Olaf, a wolfing warrior slain by Beowulf's father 85. Heath Orams, the people on whose shores Brecca is cast by the waves during his contest with Beowulf 921. Heorogar, elder brother of Hrothgar, and surnamed Wearodoriswe, prince of the troopers 29, 812. Hereward, son of the above 3117. Heord, Heorot, the great mead hall which King Hrothgar builds. It is invaded by Grendel for 12 years. Finally cleansed by Beowulf, the Geat. It is called Heord on account of the heart antlers which decorated 225, 332, 352. Hildeberg, wife of Finn, daughter of Hos, and related to Hnaf, probably his sister 1721. 1834. Hnaf, leader of a branch of the Danes called Half-Danes. Killed in the struggle at Finn's Castle 1719, 1761. Hansio, one of Beowulf's companions. Killed by Grendel just before Beowulf grappled with that monster 3043. Hos, father of Hildeberg and probably of Hnaf 1726. Hrethel, king of the Geats, father of Hygelac, and grandfather of Beowulf 74, 3439. Hrethla, once used for Hrethel 782. Hrethman, another name for the Danes 773. Hrethric, son of Hrothgar 1865, 2719. Hriosnaby or Ha promontory in Geatland, near which Othir's sons made plundering raids 3518. Hrothgar, the Danish king who built the hall Heord, but was long unable to enjoy it on account of Grendel's persecutions. Marries Wilhtheo, a Helming lady. Has 2 sons and a daughter. Is a typical Teutonic king, lavish of gifts. A devoted liege lord, as his lamentations over slain liegemen prove. Also very appreciative of kindness, as is shown by his loving gratitude to Beowulf 29, 212, 41, 810. 15:1, etc., etc. Hrothmund, son of Hrothgar 1865. Hrothulf, probably a son of Helga, younger brother of Hrothgar. Certainly on terms of close intimacy in Hrothgar's palace 1626, 1857. Hrunting Unferthus sword, lent to Beowulf 2271, 25-9. Hugs a race in alliance with the Franks and Frisians at the time of Hygelac's fall 3541. Hun, a Frisian warrior, probably general of the Het Wars. Gives Hengist a beautiful sword 1819. Hunferth sometimes used for Unferth. Hygelac king of the Geats, uncle and liege lord of Beowulf, the hero of the poem. His second wife is the lovely Hygd, daughter of Hareth. The son of their union is here dread. Is slain in a war with the Hugs, Franks, and Frisians combined. Beowulf is regent, and afterwards king of the Geats 46, 54, 2834, 29-9. 2921, 3156. Hygd, wife of Hygelac, and daughter of Hareth. There are some indications that she married Beowulf after she became a widow 2837. Ingeld, son of the Heathoberd king, Froda, marries Hrothgar's daughter, Freya. In order to reconcile the two peoples 2962, 3032. Ingwin's another name for the Danes 1652, 2069. Jute's name sometimes applied to Finn's people 1722, 1738, 1817. Leifing, name of a famous sword presented to Hengist by Hun 1819. Meerwing, a Frankish king, probably engaged in the war in which Hygelac was slain 4029. Negling, Beowulf's sword 3676. Offa, king of the Angles, and son of Garmund. Marries the terrible Thritho, who is so strongly contrasted with Hygd 2859, 2866. Othir, son of Ongentheow, king of the Swedes. He is father of Eanmund and Eadgils 4035, 4039. Wunala, brother of Othir 3615, 4039. Ongentheow, king of Sweden, of the Sulfing dynasty. Married, perhaps, Ella, daughter of Heafden 3526, 4116. Oslaf, a Dane of Hnuf's party 1824. Ravenswood, the forest near which Haethcyn was slain 4031, 4041. Sefing, applied, 1-4, to Scyld, and meaning son of Sef. Scyld, founder of the dynasty to which Hrothgar, his father and grandfather, belonged. He dies, and his body is put on a vessel, and set adrift. He goes from Daneland, just as he had come to it, in a bark 1-4, 119, 127. Scyldings, the descendants of Scyld. They are also called Honorscyldings, Victory Scyldings, Warscyldings, etc., see Danes, above. 2-1, 7-1, 8-1. Sulfings, a Swedish royal line to which Wiglaf belonged 36-2. Sigemund, son of Waels, and uncle and father of Fitela. His struggle with the dragon is related in connection with Beowulf's deeds of prowess 1438, 1447. Swerding, grandfather of Hygelac, and father of Hrethel 1911. Swedes, people of Sweden, ruled by the Sulfings 3513. Thritho, wife of Offa, king of the Angles. Known for her fierce and unwomanly disposition. She is introduced as a contrast to the gentle Hygd, queen of Hygelac 2842. 2856. Unferth, son of Ecglaf, and seemingly a confidential courtier of Hrothgar. Taunts Beowulf for having taken part in the swimming match. Lends Beowulf his sword when he goes to look for Grendel's mother. In the Ms, sometimes written Hunferth. 9-1. 1841. Wael's father of Sigemund 1460. Wegmunding, a name occasionally applied to Wiglaf and Beowulf, and perhaps derived from a common ancestor, Wegmund 36-6, 3861. Weders, another name for Geats or Waderjaws. Wayland, a fabulous myth mentioned in this poem and in other Old Teutonic literature 783. Wendels, the people of Wulfgar, Hrothgar's messenger and retainer. Perhaps equals Vandals. 630. Wilhtheo, wife of Hrothgar. Her queenly courtesy is well shown in the poem 1055. Weohstan, or Wistan a Wegmunding, and father of Wiglaf 36-1. Wales Ness, a prominent promontory, on which Beowulf's mound was built 3852. 4276. Wiglaf, son of Wistan, and related to Beowulf. He remains faithful to Beowulf in the fatal struggle with the fire drake. Would rather die than leave his lord in his dire emergency. 36-1, 36-3, 36-28. Wonred, father of Wulf and Eofor 4120, 4126. Wulf, son of Wonred. Engaged in the battle between Hygelac and Ongentheo's forces, and had a hand-to-hand fight with Ongentheo himself. Ongentheo disables him, and is thereupon slain by Eofor 4119, 4129. Wulfgar, lord of the Wendels, and retainer of Hrothgar 618, 630. Wulfings, a people to whom belonged Heath-Olaf, who was slain by Ictheo 86, 816. Yermenlaf, younger brother of Esher, the hero whose death grieved Hrothgar so deeply. 21-4. List of words and phrases not in general use. Atheling, prince, nobleman. Bairn, son, child. Barrow mound, rounded hill, funeral mound. Battle sark, armor. Beaker, cup, drinking vessel. Begear, prepare. Bite bay, see. Bill, sword. Boss, ornamental projection. Bracteate, a round ornament on a necklace. Brand, sword. Burn, stream. Byrnie, armor. Carl, man, hero. Earl, nobleman, any brave man. Eke, also. Emprise, enterprise, undertaking. Erst, formerly. Erst, worthy, worthy for a long time past. Fain, glad. Fairy, bear, carry. Fay, fated, doomed. Float, vessel, ship. Foin, to lunge, shacks. Glory of king's god. Gruesome, cruel, fierce. Heft, handle, hilt, used by synecdoche for sword. Helm, helmet, protector. Henchman, retainer, vassal. Height, am, was, named. Whole motion, curved surface of the sea. Him, seemed, it, seemed to him. Leaf, dear, valued. Mere sea, in compounds, mere ways, mere currents, etc. Mickle, much. Nathless, nevertheless. Naze, etch, nose. Ness, etch. Knicker, sea beast. Quit, quite, requite. Wrath, quickly. Bereave, deprive. Sail, road, sea. Settle, seat, bench. Skinker, one who powers. Soothly, truly. Swinge, stroke, blow. Targe, target, shield. Thoroughly, thoroughly. Told, counted. Uncanny, ill-featured, grisly. Unneth, difficult. War, speed, success in war. Web, tapestry, that which is woven. Weeded, clad, cf. widow's weeds. Ween, suppose, imagine. Weird, fate, providence. Whilom, at times, formerly, often. Wielder, ruler. Often used of God, also in compounds, as wielder of glory, wielder of worship. White creature. Wold plain, extended surface. What knows? Younger youth. Beowulf. The life and death of Scyld. The famous race of Speardanes. Lo. The Speardanes glory through splendid achievements. The folk king's former fame we have heard of. How princes displayed then their prowess in battle. Scyld, their mighty king, in honor of whom they are often called Scyldings. He is the great-grandfather of Hrothgar, so prominent in the poem. Oft Scyld the suffing from scatters in numbers. 5. From many a people their mead benches tore. Since first he found him friendless and wretched. The earl had had terror, comfort he got for it. Waxed neath the welkin, world honour gained. Till all his neighbours o'er sea were compelled to 10. Bow to his bidding and bring him their tribute. An excellent atheling. After was born him. A son is born to him, who receives the name of Beowulf, a name afterwards made so famous by the hero of the poem. A son and heir, young in his dwelling, whom God Father sent to solace the people. He had marked the misery malice had caused them. 15. One that reaved of their rulers they wretched had erstwhile too long been afflicted. The Lord, in requital, wielder of glory, with world honour blessed him. Famed was Beowulf, far spread the glory of Scyld's great son in the lands of the Danemen. The ideal Teutonic king lavishes gifts on his vassals. 20. So the carle that is young, by kindnesses rendered the friends of his father, with fees in abundance, must be able to earn that when age approacheth. Eager companions aid him requitingly. When war assaults him serve him as liegemen. 25. By praiseworthy actions must honor be got 'mong all of the races. At the hour that was fated, Scyld dies at the hour appointed by fate. Scyld then departed to the All-Father's keeping. Warlike to wend him, away then they bear him to the flood of the current, his fond-loving comrades. 30. As himself he had bidden, while the friend of the Scyldings word sway wielded, and the well-loved land prince long did rule them. 3. The ring-stemmed vessel, bark of the atheling, lay there at anchor, icy in glimmer and eager for sailing. By his own request, his body is laid on a vessel, and wafted seaward. 35. The beloved leader laid they down there, giver of rings, on the breast of the vessel, the famed by the mainmast, a many of jewels, of fretted embossings, from far lands brought over, was placed near at hand then, and heard I not ever. 40. That a folk ever furnished afloat more superbly, with weapons of warfare, weeds for the battle, bills and burnies, on his bosom sparkled. Many a jewel that with him must travel on the flush of the flood afar on the current. 45. And favors no fewer they furnished him soothly, excellent folk gems, than others had given him. He leaves Daneland on the breast of a bark, who when first he was born outward did send him lone on the main, the merest of infants, and a gold-fashioned standard they stretched under heaven. 50. High o'er his head, let the whole currents bear him. Seaward consigned him, sad was their spirit, their mood very mournful. Men are not able, no one knows, whither the boat drifted. Soothly to tell us, they in halls who reside for heroes under heaven, to what haven he hied. 1. For the T of verse 15, Sievers suggests a with acute, equals which. If this be accepted, the sentence he had, afflicted will read, he, i.e. God, had perceived the malice caused sorrow which they, lordless, had formerly long endured. 2. For Alderlease, 15, gr suggested Alderseer, he perceived their distress, that they formerly had suffered life sorrow a long while. 3. A very difficult passage. At 31, has no object. H supplies yield. From the context, and our translation is based upon this assumption, though it is far from satisfactory. KL suggests Landagas for Lang, and the beloved land prince enjoyed, had, his transitory days, i.e. lived. B suggests a dislocation, but this is a dangerous doctrine, pushed rather far by that eminent scholar For the reading of the HSO text has been quite closely followed, but some eminent scholars read seal redden for seal reddendy. If that be adopted, the passage will read, men cannot tell us, indeed, the order of fate, etc. Seal reddendy has two things to support it: 1. V 1347, 2. It affords a parallel to men in V 50. 2. Scyld's successors Hrothgar's Great Mead Hall. Beowulf succeeds his father Scyld in the boroughs, then Beowulf, bairn of the Scyldings, beloved land prince, for long-lasting season, was famed mid the folk. His father departed the prince from his dwelling, till afterward sprang 5. Great-minded Healfdene, the Danes in his lifetime. He graciously governed, grim-mood, aged. Healfdene's birth. 4 bairns of his body born in succession. Woke in the world, war troopers leader. Heorogar, Hrothgar, and Helga the Good. 10. Heard I that Ella was Ongentheo's consort. He has 3 sons, one of them Hrothgar, and a daughter named Ella. Hrothgar becomes a mighty king, the well-beloved bedmate of the war-solfing leader. Then glory in battle to Hrothgar was given, waxing of war fame, that willingly kinsman obeyed his bidding, till the boys grew to manhood. 15. A numerous band. It burned in his spirit to urge his folk to found a great building, a mead hall grander than men of the era. He is eager to build a great hall, in which he may feast his retainers, ever had heard of, and in it to share with young and old all of the blessings. 20. The Lord had allowed him, save life and retainers. Then the work I find afar was assigned to many races in Middle Earth's regions, to adorn the great folk hall. In due time it happened, early 'mong men, that 'twas finished entirely. 25. The greatest of hall buildings, Heorot he named it. The hall is completed, and is called Heort, or Heorot. Who wide-reaching word sway wielded 'mong earlmen. His promise he brake not, rings he lavished. Treasure at banquet. Towered the hall up, high and horn-crested, huge between antlers. 30. It battle waves bided, the blasting fire demon. Ere long then from hottest hatred must sword wrath arise for a woman's husband and father. Then the mighty war spirit one endured for a season. The monster Grendel is madly envious of the Danemen's joy. Bore it bitterly, he who bided in darkness. 35. That light-hearted laughter loud in the building greeted him daily. There was dulcet harp music, clear song of the singer. He said that was able. The course of the story is interrupted by a short reference to some old account of the creation, to tell from of old earthman's beginnings, that Father Almighty earth had created. 40. The winsome wold that the water encircleth, set exultingly the sun's and the moon's beams, to lavish their luster on land folk and races. And earth he embellished in all her regions, with limbs and leaves, life he bestowed too. 45. On all the kindreds that live under heaven, the glee of the warriors is overcast by a horrible dread. So blessed with abundance, brimming with joyance, the warriors abided, till a certain one 'gan to dog them with deeds of dire fullest malice. A foe in the hall building, this horrible stranger too. 50. Was Grendel entitled, the march stepper famous, who 3 dwelt in the moor fens, the marsh, and the fastness. The Wanmood being abode for a season in the land of the giants, when the Lord and Creator had banned him and branded for that bitter murder. 55. The killing of Abel, all-ruling father Cain is referred to as a progenitor of Grendel, and of monsters in general. The kindred of Cain crushed with his vengeance. In the feud he rejoiced not, but far away drove him from kindred and kind, that crime to atone for. Meter of justice. Thence ill-favored creatures. 60. Elves and giants, monsters of ocean, came into being, and the giants that long time grappled with God, he gave them requital. 1 R and TB prefer Elogiast to Elengiast, 86 Then the stranger from afar endured, etc. 2 Some authorities would translate demon instead of stranger. 3 Some authorities arrange differently, and render, who dwelt in the moor fens, the marsh and the fastness, the land of the giant race. 3. Grendel the murderer. Grendel attacks the sleeping heroes. When the sun was sunken, he set out to visit the lofty hall building, how the Ringdanes had used it for beds and benches when the banquet was over. Then he found there reposing many a noble. 5. Asleep after supper, sorrow the heroes won. Misery knew not. The monster of evil, greedy and cruel, tarried but little. He drags off 30 of them, and devours them. Fell and frantic, and forced from their slumbers 30 of Thani men, thence he departed. 10. Leaping and laughing, his lair to return to, with surfeit of slaughter sallying homeward. In the dusk of the dawning, as the day was just breaking, was Grendel's prowess revealed to the warriors. A cry of agony goes up, when Grendel's horrible deed is fully realized. Then, his meal taking finished, a moan was uplifted. 15. Morning cry mighty. The man ruler famous. The long-worthy atheling, sat very woeful. Suffered great sorrow, sighed for his liegemen. When they had seen the track of the hateful pursuer, the spirit accursed, too crushing that sorrow, the monster returns. The next night. 20. Too loathsome and lasting. Not longer he tarried, but one night after continued his slaughter. Shameless and shocking, shrinking but little from malice and murder, they mastered him fully. He was easy to find than who otherwhere looked for. 25. A pleasanter place of repose in the lodges, a bed in the bowers, then was brought to his notice. Told him truly by token apparent, the hall thane's hatred, he held himself after. Further and faster who the foeman did baffle. 30. 2 So ruled he and strongly strove against justice, lone against all men, till empty uptowered King Hrothgar's agony and suspense. Last 12 years. The choicest of houses. Long was the season. 12 winters time torture suffered. The friend of the Scyldings, every affliction. 35. Endless agony, hence it after 3 became certainly known to the children of men. Sadly in measures, that long against Hrothgar Grendel struggled, his grudges he cherished. Murderous malice, many a winter. 40. Strife unremitting, and peacefully wished he for life woe to lift from no legiman at all of the men of the Dane folk, for money to settle. No counselor needed count for a moment on handsome amends at the hands of the murderer. Grendel is unremitting in his persecutions. 45. The monster of evil fiercely did harass the ill-planning death shade, both elder and younger, trapping and tricking them. He trod every night then the mist-covered moor fens, men do not know where. Witches and wizards wander and ramble. 50. So the foe of mankind many of evils, grievous injuries, often accomplished. Horrible hermit, he frequented. Gem-bedecked palace, when nightshades had fallen. God is against the monster. Since God did oppose him, not the throne could he touch. 55. The light flashing jewel, love of him knew not. 'Twas a fearful affliction to the friend of the Scyldings. The king and his council deliberate. In vain. Soul-crushing sorrow. Not seldom in private. Sat the king in his council, conference held they. What the braves should determine gainst terrors unlooked for. They invoked the aid of their gods. 60. At the shrines of their idols often they promised gifts and offerings, earnestly prayed they. The devil from hell would help them to lighten their people's oppression. Such practice they used then. Hope of the heathen, hell they remembered. 65. In innermost spirit, God they knew not. The true God they do not know. Judge of their actions, all-wielding ruler. No praise could they give the guardian of heaven. The wielder of glory. Woe will be his who through furious hatred his spirit shall drive to. 70. The clutch of the fire, no comfort shall look for. Wax no wiser, well for the man who, living his life days, his Lord may face, and find defense in his Father's embrace. 1. The translation is based on whereas, adopted by H. So K and Th. Read where and, arranging differently, render 119, 2-120, they knew not. Sorrow, the wretchedness of man, aught of misfortune for unhello, 120. R suggests unfaello, the uncanny creature, greedy and cruel, etc. 2s rearranges and translates, so he ruled and struggled unjustly, one against all, till the noblest of buildings stood useless, it was a long while, 12 years. Time, the friend of the Scyldings suffered distress, every woe, great sorrows, etc. 3 Forcian, B suggests sarquidem, hence in mournful words it became well known, etc. Various other words beginning with s have been conjectured. For the H. So. Glossary is very inconsistent in referring to this passage sub 154, which H. So. regards as an instrument, B takes as accuse, object of wold at. Putting a comma after denigot, he renders, he did not desire peace with any of the Danes, nor did he wish to remove their life woe, nor to settle for money. 5 Of this difficult passage the following interpretations among others are given. 1. Though Grendel has frequented Heorot as a demon, he could not become ruler of the Danes, on account of his hostility to God. 2. Hrothgar was much grieved that Grendel had not appeared before his throne to receive presents. 3. He was not permitted to devastate the hall, on account of the Creator, i.e. God wished to make his visit fatal to him. Ne. Wissa, 169. W renders, nor had he any desire to do so, his being object general equals denac. 4. Beowulf goes to Hrothgar's assistance. Hrothgar sees no way of escape from the persecutions of Grendel. So Healfdene's kinsman constantly mused on his long-lasting sorrow, the battle thane clever was not anywise able evils to scape from. 2. Crushing the sorrow that came to the people. 5. Loathsome and lasting the life-grinding torture. Beowulf, the Gede hero of the poem, hears of Hrothgar's sorrow, and resolves to go to his assistance. Greatest of night woes. So Hygelac Legeman, good amid Geatmen, of Grendel's achievements. Heard in his home one of heroes then living. He was stoutest and strongest, sturdy and noble. 10. He bade them prepare him a bark that was trusty. He said he the war king would seek o'er the ocean. The folk leader noble, since he needed retainers. For the perilous project prudent companions. Chided him little, though loving him dearly. 15. they egged the brave atheling, augured him glory. With 14 carefully chosen companions, he sets out for Daneland. The excellent knight from the folk of the Geatmen had liegemen selected, likest to prove them trustworthy warriors, with 14 companions. The vessel he looked for, a liegeman then showed them. 20. A sea-crafty man, the bounds of the country. Fast the days fleeted, the float was a water. The craft by the cliff clomb to the prow then. Well-equipped warriors, the wave currents twisted. The sea on the sand, soldiers then carried. 25. On the breast of the vessel bright shining jewels. Handsome war armor, heroes outshove then. War men the wood ship, on its wished for adventure. The vessel sails like a bird. The foamy-necked floater fanned by the breeze. Likest a bird, glided the waters. In 24 hours they reach the shores of Hrothgar's dominions. 30. Till 24 hours thereafter, the twist-stemmed vessel had travelled such distance that the sailing men saw the sloping embankments, the sea cliffs gleaming, precipitous mountains. Nesses enormous, they were nearing the limits. 35. At the end of the ocean point two up thence quickly. The men of the Weders clomb to the mainland. Fastened their vessel, battle weeds rattled. War burnies clattered, the wielder they thanked. That the ways o'er the waters had waxen so gentle. They are hailed by the Danish coast guard. 40. Then well from the cliff edge the guard of the Scyldings, who the sea cliffs should see to, saw o'er the gangway brave ones bearing beauteous targets. Armor already, anxiously thought he, musing and wondering what men were approaching. 45. High on his horse then Hrothgar's retainer turned him to coastward, mightily brandished his lance in his hands, questioned with boldness his challenge. Who are ye men here, mail-covered warriors? Clad in your corslets, come thus a-driving. 50. A high-riding ship o'er the shoals of the waters. 3 and hither 'neath helmets have hied o'er the ocean? I have been strand guard, standing as warden, lest enemies ever anywise ravage Danish dominions with army of warships. 55. More boldly never have warriors ventured hither to come, of kinsmen's approval. Word leave of warriors, I ween that yes surely. He is struck by Beowulf's appearance. Nothing have known, never a greater one. Of earls o'er the earth have I had a sight of. 60. Then is one of your number, a hero in armor. No low-ranking fellow foreadorned with his weapons, but launching them little, unless looks are deceiving, and striking appearance. Ere ye pass on your journey, as treacherous spies to the land of the Scyldings. 65. And farther fare, I fully must know now, what race ye belong to. Ye far-away dwellers, seafaring sailors, my simple opinion. Hear ye and hearken, haste is most fitting. Plainly to tell me what place ye are come from. One from Ham, 194, is much disputed. One rendering is, Beowulf, being away from home, heard of Hrothgar's troubles, etc. Another, that adopted by S and endorsed in the H. Notes, is, be heard from his neighborhood, neighbors, i.e. in his home, etc. A third is, being at home, heard this as occurring away from home. The H. Glossary and notes conflict. 2 Eolites, 224, is marked with a, by H. Are rendering simply. Follows his conjecture. Other conjectures as to Eolite are, 1. Voyage, 2. Toil, labor, 3. Hasty journey. 3. The lacuna of the MS at this point has been supplied by various conjectures. The reading adopted by H. So has been rendered in the above translation. W, like H. So, makes I see the beginning of a new sentence, but, for Helmas Baron, he reads Hringd Stefnan. This has the advantage of giving a parallel to Brontnisiel instead of a kenning for go. B puts the after Holmes, and begins a new sentence at the middle of the line. Translate. What warriors are yet, clad in armor, who have thus come bringing the foaming vessel over the waterway, hither over the seas? For some time on the wall I have been coast guard, etc. S endorses most of what B says, but leaves out on the wall in the last sentence. If W.S. Hringd Stefnan be accepted, change line 51 above to, a ring-stemmed vessel hither o'er sea. For Seldguma, 249, is variously rendered, 1. Housecarl, 2. Homestayer. 3. Common man. Dr. H. Wood suggests a man-at-arms in another's house. V. The Geats reach Heorot. Beowulf courteously replies. The chief of the strangers rendered him answer. War troopers leader, and word treasure opened. We are Geats. We are sprung from the lineage of the people of Geatland. And Hygelac's hearth friends. To heroes unnumbered. My father Ictheo was well known in his day. 5. My father was known, a noble head warrior. Ictheo titled, many a winter. He lived with the people, ere he passed on his journey. Old from his dwelling, each of the councillors. Widely mid-world folk well remembers him. Our intentions towards King Hrothgar are of the kindest. 10. We, kindly of spirit, the lord of thy people, the son of King Heafden, have come here to visit. Folk troops defender, be free in thy counsels. To the noble one bear we a weighty commission. The helm of the Daneman, we shall hide, I ween. Is it true that a monster is slaying Danish heroes? 15. Naught of our message. Thou knowest if it happen. As we soothly heard say, that some savage despoiler, some hidden pursuer, on nights that are murky, by deeds very direful mid the Danemen exhibits hatred unheard of, horrid destruction. 20. And the falling of dead. From feelings least selfish. I can help your king to free himself from this horrible creature. I am able to render counsel to Hrothgar. How he, wise and worthy, may worst the destroyer. If the anguish of sorrow should ever be lessened one, comfort come to him, and care waves grow cooler. 25. Or ever hereafter he agony suffer, and true blues distress, while towereth upward the handsomest of houses high on the summit. The coast guard reminds Beowulf that it is easier to say than to do. Best riding his stallion, the strand watchman answered. The doughty retainer, the difference surely. 30. Twixt words and works, the warlike shield bearer, who judgeth wisely well shall determine. This band, I hear, beareth no malice. I am satisfied of your good intentions, and shall lead you to the palace, to the prince of the Scyldings. Pass ye then onward, with weapons and armor. I shall lead you in person. 35. To my war-trusty vassals command I shall issue, to keep from all injury your excellent vessel. Your boat shall be well cared for during your stay here. Your fresh-tarred craft, gainst every opposer, close by the seashore, till the curved-necked bark shall waft back again the well-beloved hero. 40. O'er the way of the water to wetter dominions. He again compliments Beowulf. To warrior so great 'twill be granted sure, in the storm of strife to stand secure. Onward they fared then, the vessel lay quiet. The broad-bosomed bark was bound by its cable. 45. Firmly at anchor, the bore signs glistened too. Bright on the visors vivid with gilding. Blaze hardened, brilliant, the bore acted warden. The heroes hastened, hurried the liegemen. The land is perhaps rolling. Descended together, till they saw the great palace. 50. The well-fashioned wassail hall wondrous and gleaming. Hero flashes on their view. Mid-world folk and kindreds that was widest reputed. Of halls under heaven which the hero abode in. Its luster enlightened lands without number. Then the battle-brave hero showed them the glittering. 55. Court of the bold ones, that they easily thither might fare on their journey, the aforementioned warrior. Turning his courser, quoth as he left them. The coast guard, having discharged his duty, bids them Godspeed. 'Tis time I were faring, Father Almighty grant you his grace, and give you to journey. 60. Safe on your mission. To the sea I will get me. Gainst hostile warriors as warden to stand. 1 Edwendon, 280, B takes to be the subs. Edwendon, cf 1775, and Bazigo he takes as general saying, limiting Edwendon, if reparation for sorrows is ever to come. This is supported by TB. 2 Combining the emendations of B and TB, we may read, the bore images glistened, brilliant, protected the life of the war-mood man. They read Furhwerd, 305, and Mgum man, 306. 6. Beowulf introduces himself at the palace. The highway glistened with many-hued pebble. A bypath led the liegemen together. One firm and hand-locked the war-byrnie glistened. The ring-sword radiant rang mid the armor. 5. As the party was approaching the palace together, they set their arms and armor against the wall, in warlike equipments. Gainst the wall of the building, their wide-fashioned war shields they weary did set then. Battle shields sturdy, bench ward they turned then. Their battle sarks rattled, the gear of the heroes. 10. The lances stood up then, all in a cluster. The arms of the seamen, ashen shafts mounted. With edges of iron, the armor-clad troopers. A Danish hero asks them whence and why they are come. Were decked with weapons. Then a proud-mooded hero asked of the champions questions of lineage. 15. From what borders bear ye your battle shields plated, gilded and gleaming, your grey-colored byrnies? Helmets with visors and heap of war lances. To Hrothgar the king I am servant and liegeman. Mong folk from far lands found I have never. He expresses no little admiration for the strangers. 20. Men so many of mien more courageous. I ween that from valor, no wise as outlaws. But from greatness of soul ye sought for King Hrothgar. Beowulf replies. Then the strength-famous earlman answer rendered. The proud-mooded Wedder chief replied to his question. We are Hygelacs, table companions, and bear an important commission to your prince. 25. Hardy neath helmet, Hygelacs mates are we. Beowulf hight I. To the Bairn of Heafton, the famous folk leader, I freely will tell. To thy prince my commission, if pleasantly hearing. He'll grant we may greet him so gracious to all men. 30. Wulfgar replied then, he was prince of the Wendels. His boldness of spirit was known unto many. His prowess and prudence the prince of the Scyldings. Wulfgar, the Thane, says that he will go and ask Hrothgar whether he will see the strangers. The friend lord of Danemen, I will ask of thy journey. The giver of rings, as thou urgest me do it. 35. The folk chief famous, and inform thee early. What answer the good one mindeth to render me? He turned then hurriedly where Hrothgar was sitting. Too old and hoary, his earlmen attending him. The strength famous went till he stood at the shoulder. 40. Of the lord of the Danemen, of courteous Thani men. The custom he minded. Wulfgar addressed then his friendly liege lord, folk of the Geatmen. He thereupon urges his liege lord to receive the visitors courteously. O'er the way of the waters are wafted hither, faring from far lands, the foremost in rank. 45. The battle champions Beowulf title. They make this petition, with thee, O my chieftain, to be granted a conference, O gracious King Hrothgar. Friendly answer refuse not to give them. Hrothgar, too, is struck with Beowulf's appearance. In war trappings weeded worthy they seem. 50. Of earls to be honored, sure the atheling is doughty. Who headed the heroes hitherward coming? One instead of the punctuation given by H. So, S proposed to insert a comma. After Sir, 322, and to take ring iron as meaning ring mail and as parallel with G. Burn. The passage would then read, the firm and hand-locked war burnie shown, bright ring mail, rang mid the armor, etc. 2 Gr and others translate unhar by bald, old and bald. 7. Hrothgar and Beowulf. Hrothgar remembers Beowulf as a youth, and also remembers his father. Hrothgar answered, Helm of the Scyldings. I remember this man as the merest of striplings. His father long dead now was Ictheo titled. Him Hrethel the Geatman granted at home his 5. One only daughter, his battle-brave son. Is come but now, sought a trustworthy friend. Seafaring sailors asserted it then. Beowulf is reported to have the strength of 30 men. Who valuable gift gems of the Geatman one carried as peace offering thither, that he 30 men's grapple 10 has in his hand, the hero in battle. God hath sent him to our rescue. The holy Creator Usward sent him to Westdane warriors, I ween, for to render gainst Grendel's grimness gracious assistance. I shall give to the good one gift gems for courage. 15. Hasten to bid them hither to speed them to see assembled this circle of kinsmen. Tell them expressly their welcome in sooth to the men of the Danes. To the door of the building Wulfgar invites the strangers in. Wulfgar went then, this word message shouted. 20. My victorious liege lord bade me to tell you, the East Danes atheling, that your origin knows he. And o'er wave billows wafted ye welcome are hither. Valiant of spirit. Ye straightway may enter. Clad in corslets, cased in your helmets. 25. To see King Hrothgar. Here let your battle boards, wood spears and war shafts, await your conferring. The mighty one rose then, with many a legiman. An excellent Thane group, some there did await them. And as bid of the brave one the battle gear guarded. 30. Together they hide them, while the hero did guide them. Neath Heorot's roof, the high-minded went then. Sturdy neath helmet till he stood in the building. Beowulf spake, his byrnie did glisten. His armor seemed over by the art of the craftsman. Beowulf salutes Hrothgar, and then proceeds to boast of his youthful achievements. 35. Hail thou, Hrothgar! I am Hygelac's kinsman and vassal forsooth, many a wonder I dared as a stripling. The doings of Grendel in far-off fatherland I fully did know of. Seafarers tell us, this hall building standeth 40. Excellent edifice, empty and useless. To all the earlmen after even lights glimmer. 'Neath heaven's bright hues hath hidden its glory? This my earls then urged me, the most excellent of them. Carl's very clever, to come and assist thee. 45. Folk leader Hrothgar, fully they knew of his fight with the knickers. The strength of my body. Themselves they beheld me. When I came from the contest, when covered with gore. Foes I escaped from, where 5-3 I had bound. The giant race wasted, in the waters destroying. 50. The knickers by night, bore numberless sorrows. The Weders avenged, woes had they suffered. Enemies ravaged, alone now with Grendel. He intends to fight. Grendel unaided. I shall manage the matter, with the monster of evil. The giant, decided. Thee I would therefore. 55. Beg of thy bounty, bright Danish chieftain. Lord of the Scyldings, this single petition. Not to refuse me, defender of warriors. Friend lord of folks, so far have I sought thee. That I may unaided, my earlmen assisting me. 60. This brave mood war band, purify he wrote. I have heard on inquiry, the horrible creature. Since the monster uses no weapons. From veriest rashness recks not for weapons. I this do scorn then, so be Hygelac gracious. My liege lord beloved, lenient of spirit. 65. To bear a blade or a broad-fashioned target. A shield to the onset, only with hand grip. I, too, shall disdain to use any. The foe I must grapple, fight for my life then. Foeman with foeman, he fain must rely on. The doom of the Lord whom death layeth hold of. Should he crush me, he will eat my companions as he has eaten thy thanes. 70. I ween he will wish, if he win in the struggle, to eat in the war hall earls of the Geat folk. Boldly to swallow for them, as of yore he did often. The best of the Hreathmen. Thou needest not trouble. A head watch to give me, 5 he will have me dripping. In case of my defeat, thou wilt not have the trouble of burying me. 75. And dreary with gore, if death overtake me 6. Will bear me off bleeding, biting, and mouthing me. The hermit will eat me, heedless of pity. Marking the moor fens, no more wilt thou need then. Should I fall, send my armor to my lord, King Hygelac. Find me my food. 7 If I fall in the battle. 80. Send to Hygelac the armor that serveth to shield my bosom, the best of equipments. Richest of ring mails, 'tis the relic of Hreathla. Weird is supreme. The work of Wayland goes weird as she must go. One some render gypsiatas by tribute. Gita b and th amended to Geatum. If this be accepted, change of the Geatman to the Geatman. 2 If t.b's emendation of verses 386, 387 be accepted, the 2 lines, hasten. Kinsmen will read, hasten thou, bid the throng of kinsmen go into the hall together. 3 for 420, b, and 421, a, b suggests, ric, on, Fifeljbon d. Iatina cyn equals where I in the ocean destroyed the Eoten race t.b accepts bs. Brilliant Fifeljbon, omits on, immense cyn to ham, arranging, ric. Fifeljbon d, Iatina ham equals where I desolate the ocean, the home of the Eotens. This would be better but for changing cyn to ham. I suggest. Ric Fifeljband, cfnhd. Band, d, Iatina cyn equals where I conquered the monster band, the race of the Eotens. This makes no change except to read. Fifel 45. 4 unforhed, 444, is much disputed h so wavers between adjective and adv. Gr and B take it as an adverb modifying Aten, will eat the Geats fearlessly KL. Considers this reading absurd, and proposes an forth equals timid understanding. Unforth as an adjective has this advantage, viz. That it gives a parallel to Geatonaliad, but to take it as an adverb is more natural. Furthermore, to call the Geats brave might, at this point, seem like an implied thrust at the Danes, so long helpless, while to call his own men timid would be befouling his own nest. 5 for Headwatch, CFH so. Notes and CFV 2910th translates, Thou wilt not need my head to hide, i.e., thou wilt have no occasion to bury me, as Grendel will devour me whole. Simrock imagines a kind of dead watch. Dr. H. Wood suggests, thou wilt not have to bury so much as my head, for Grendel will be a thorough undertaker, grim humor. 6s proposes a colon afternym, L 447. This would make no essential change in the translation. 7 owing to the vagueness of Feorm, 451, this passage is variously translated. In our translation, H.S. glossary has been quite closely followed. This agrees substantially with B.'s translation, P and B 1287. R translates, Thou needst not take care longer as to the consumption of my dead body. Lick is also a crux here, as it may mean living body or dead body. 8. Hrothgar and Beowulf continued. Hrothgar responds. Hrothgar discoursed, helm of the Scyldings, to defend our folk and to furnish assistance. 1. Thou soughtest us hither, good friend Beowulf. Reminiscences of Beowulf's father. Ictheo. The fiercest of feuds thy father engaged in. 5. Heatholf killed he in hand-to-hand conflict. Mid Wilfingish warriors, then the Wedish people, for fear of a feud were forced to disown him. Thence flying he fled to the folk of the South Danes, the race of the Scyldings, o'er the roll of the waters. 10. I had lately begun then to govern the Danemen, the hoard seat of heroes held in my youth. Rich in its jewels, dead was Harigar. My kinsman and elder had earth joys forsaken. Heaften his bairn. He was better than I am. 15. That feud thereafter for a fee I compounded. O'er the weltering waters to the Wilfings I sent. Ornaments old, oaths did he swear me. Hrothgar recounts to Beowulf the horrors of Grendel's persecutions. It pains me in spirit to any to tell it. What grief in hero Grendel hath caused me. 20. What horror unlooked for, by hatred unceasing. Waned is my warband, wasted my hall troop. Weird hath offcast them to the clutches of Grendel. God can easily hinder the scather from deeds so direful. Oft drunken with beer, my thanes have made many boasts, but have not executed them. 25. O'er the ale vessel promised warriors in armor. They would willingly wait on the wassailing benches. A grapple with Grendel, with grimmest of edges. Then this mead hall at morning with murder was reeking. The building was bloody at breaking of daylight. 30. The bench deals all flooded, dripping, and bloodied. The folk hall was gory, I had fewer retainers. Dear beloved warriors, whom death had laid hold of, sit down to the feast, and give us comfort. Sit at the feast now, thy intents unto heroes too. Thy victor fame show, as thy spirit doth urge thee. A bench is made ready for Beowulf and his party. 35. For the men of the Geats then together assembled. In the beer hall blithesome a bench was made ready. There warlike in spirit they went to be seated. Proud and exultant. A legiman did service, who a beaker embellished bore with decorum. The gleeman sings. 40. And gleaming drink poured. The gleeman sang whilom The heroes all rejoice together. Hardy in Heorot, there was heroes rejoicing. A numerous warband of Weders and Danemen. 1b and s reject the reading given in H. So, and suggested by GRTVGB. Suggests for 457 to 458. Weary Rhythm, Weinman Beowulf. And for AR Staffa Music Sodist. This means, from the obligations of clientage, my friend Beowulf, and for assistance thou hast sought us. This gives coherence to Hrothgar's opening. Remarks in 8, and also introduces a new motive for Beowulf's coming to Hrothgar's aid. 2. Sit now at the feast, and disclose thy purposes to the victorious heroes, as thy spirit urges. KL reaches the above translation by erasing the comma after Miato and reading Sajaursicum. There are other and bolder emendations and suggestions. Of these the boldest is to regard Miato as a verb, imperative, and read on Sa'el, think upon gaiety, etc. All the renderings are unsatisfactory, the one given in our translation involving is Yugma. 9. Unferth taunts Beowulf. Unferth, a thane of Hrothgar, is jealous of Beowulf, and undertakes to twit him. Unferth spoke up, Ecglaf his son, who sat at the feet of the Lord of the Scyldings. Open the jesting, the journey one of Beowulf. Seafarer Doughty, gave sorrow to Unferth. 5. And greatest chagrin, 2, for granted he never that any man else on earth should attain to gain under heaven more glory than he. Did you take part in a swimming match with Breca? Art thou that Beowulf with Breca did struggle on the wide sea currents at swimming contended? 10. Where to humor your pride the ocean yet tried. 'Twas mere folly that actuated you both to risk your lives on the ocean. From vainest vaunting adventured your bodies in care of the waters, and no one was able, nor lief nor loath one, in the least to dissuade you. Your difficult voyage, then ye ventured a swimming. 15. Where your arms outstretching the streams ye did cover. The mere ways measured, mixing, and stirring them. Glided the ocean, angry the waves were. With the weltering of winter in the water's possession. Yet toiled for a 7 night, he at swimming outdid thee. 20. In strength excelled thee. Then early at morning, on the Hetherm's shore the holm currents tossed him. Sought he thenceward the home of his fathers. Beloved of his liegemen, the land of the Brondings. The peace castle pleasant, where a people he wielded. 25. Had borough and jewels. The pledge that he made thee. Breca outdid you entirely. The son of Beanstan hath soothly accomplished. Then I ween thou wilt find thee less fortunate issue. Much more will Grendel outdo you, if you vie with him in prowess, though ever triumphant in onset of battle. A grim grappling, if Grendel thou darest. 30. For the space of a night nearby to wait for. Beowulf retaliates. Beowulf answered, offspring of Icthea. My good friend Unferth, sure freely and wildly. O friend Unferth, you are fuddled with beer, and cannot talk coherently. Thou fuddled with beer of Breca hast spoken. Hast told of his journey. A fact I allege it. 35. That greater strength in the waters I had then. Ills in the ocean, than any man else had. We made agreement as the merest of striplings. Promised each other, both of us then were. We simply kept an engagement made in early life. Younkers in years, that we yet would adventure. 40. Out on the ocean, it all we accomplished. While swimming the sea floods, sword blade unscabbarded. Boldly we brandished, our bodies expected to shield from the sharks. He sure was unable. He could not excel me, and I would not excel him. To swim on the waters further than I could. 45. More swift on the waves, nor would I from him go. Then we two companions stayed in the ocean. After 5 days the currents separated us. 5 nights together, till the currents did part us. The weltering waters, weather's the bleakest. And nethermost night, and the north wind whistled. 50. Fierce in our faces, fell were the billows. The mere fish's mood was mightily ruffled. And there against foemen my firm knotted corselet, hand-jointed, hardy, help did afford me. My battle sark braided, brilliantly gilded. A horrible sea beast attacked me. But I slew him. 55. Lay on my bosom. To the bottom then dragged me. A hateful fiend scather, seized me and held me. Grim in his grapple, 'twas granted me, nathless, to pierce the monster with the point of my weapon. My obedient blade, battle off carried. 60. The mighty mere creature by means of my hand blow. 1. It has been plausibly suggested that S, in 501 and in 353, means arrival. If so, translate the bracket, the arrival of Beowulf, the brave seafarer, was a source of great chagrin to Unferth, etc. X. Beowulf silences Unferth glee is high. So ill-meaning enemies often did cause me sorrow the sorest. I served them, in quittance. My dear sword always served me faithfully. With my dear loved sword, as in sooth it was fitting. They missed the pleasure of feasting abundantly. 5. Ill-doers evil, of eating my body. Of surrounding the banquet deep in the ocean. But wounded with edges early at morning. They were stretched high on the strand of the ocean. I put a stop to the outrages of the sea monsters. Put to sleep with the sword, that sea-going travelers. 10. No longer thereafter were hindered from sailing. The foam-dashing currents came alight from the east. God's beautiful beacon, the billows subsided. That well I could see the Nessus projecting. Fortune helps the brave earl. The blustering crags. Weird often saveth. 15. The undoomed hero if doughty his valor. But me did it fortune one to fell with my weapon. 9. Of the knickers. Of night struggle harder. Neath dome of the heaven heard I but rarely. Nor of white more woeful in the waves of the ocean. 20. Yet I scaped with my life the grip of the monsters. After that escape I drifted to Finland, weary from travel. Then the waters bear me to the land of the Finns, the flood with the current. I have never heard of your doing any such bold deeds. The weltering waves? Not a word hath been told me of deeds so daring done by thee, Unferth. 25. And of sword terror none, never hath Breca. At the play of the battle, nor either of you two. Feat so fearless performed with weapons glinting and gleaming. I utter no boasting. You are a slayer of brothers, and will suffer damnation, wise as you may be. 30. Though with cold-blooded cruelty thou killedst thy brothers, thy nearest of kin, thou needs must in hell get direful damnation, though doughty thy wisdom. I tell thee in earnest, offspring of Ecglaf, never had Grendel such numberless horrors. 35. The direful demon, done to thy liege lord, harrying in Heorot, if thy heart were as sturdy, had your axe been as brave as your words, Grendel had not ravaged your land so long. Thy mood as ferocious as thou dost describe them. He hath found out fully that the fierce burning hatred, the edge battle eager, of all of your kindred. 40. Of the victory Sildings, need little dismay him. Oaths he exacteth, not any he spares. The monster is not afraid of the Danes, of the folk of the Danemen, but fighteth with pleasure. Killeth and feasteth, no contest expecteth. But he will soon learn to dread the Geats from spear Danish people. But the prowess and valor 45 of the earls of the Geatmen early shall venture to give him a grapple. He shall go who is able bravely to banquet, when the bright light of morning. On the second day, any warrior may go unmolested to the mead banquet, which the second day bringeth, the sun in its ether robes. O'er children of men shines from the southward. 50. Then the grey-haired, war-famed giver of treasure, Hrothgar's spirits are revived. Was blithesome and joyous, the bright Danish ruler. Expected assistance, the people's protector. The old king trusts Beowulf. The heroes are joyful. Heard from Beowulf his bold resolution. There was laughter of heroes, loud was the clatter. 55. The words were winsome. Wilhthio advanced then. Queen Wilhthio plays the hostess, consort of Hrothgar, of courtesy mindful. Gold deck saluted the men in the building. And the freeborn woman the beaker presented. She offers the cup to her husband. First, to the lord of the kingdom, first of the East Danes. 60. Bade him be blithesome when beer was a-flowing. Leave to his liegeman, he lustily tasted. Of banquet and beaker, battle-famed ruler. The Helmingish lady then graciously circled. Mid all the liegemen lesser and greater. She gives presents to the heroes. 65. Treasure cups tendered, till time was afforded. That the decorous mood, diademed folk queen. Then she offers the cup to Beowulf. Thanking God that aid has come. Might bear to Beowulf the bumper o'er running. She greeted the Geat prince, God she did thank. Most wise in her words, that her wish was accomplished. 70. That in any of earlmen she ever should look for solace in sorrow. He accepted the beaker. Battle-bold warrior, at Wilhthio's giving. Beowulf states to the queen the object of his visit. Then equipped for combat quoth he in measures. Beowulf spake, offspring of Icthio. 75. I purposed in spirit when I mounted the ocean. I determined to do or die. When I boarded my boat with a band of my liegemen, I would work to the fullest the will of your people. Or in foes' clutches fastened fall in the battle. Deeds I shall do of daring and prowess. 80. Or the last of my life days live in this mead hall. These words to the lady were welcome and pleasing. The boast of the Geatman, with gold trappings broidered. Went the freeborn folk queen her fond lord to sit by. Glee is high. Then again as of yore was heard in the building. 85. Courtly discussion, conquerors shouting. Heroes were happy, till Heafton's son would go to his slumber to seek for refreshing. For the horrid hell monster in the hall building knew he a fight was determined to since the light of the sun they 90. No longer could see, and lowering darkness o'er all had descended, and dark under heaven. Shadowy shapes came shying around them. Hrothgar retires, leaving Beowulf in charge of the hall. The liegemen all rose then. One saluted the other. Hrothgar Beowulf, in rhythmical measures. 95. Wishing him well, and, the wassail hall giving to his care and keeping, quoth he departing. Not to any one else have I ever entrusted, but thee and thee only, the hall of the Danemen. Since high I could heave my hand and my buckler. 100. Take thou in charge now the noblest of houses. Be mindful of honor, exhibiting prowess. Watch gainst the foeman. Thou shalt want no enjoyments. Survive thou safely adventure so glorious. 1. The repetition of were, 574 and 578, is regarded by some scholars as a defect. B suggests swar for the first, so there it befell me, etc. Another suggestion is to change the second were into swar, so there I escaped with my life, etc. 2kl suggests a period after determined. This would give the passage as follows: since they no longer could see the light of the sun, and lowering darkness was down over all, dire under the heavens shadowy beings came going around them. 11. All sleep save one. Hrothgar retires. Then Hrothgar departed, his earl throng attending him. Folklord of Sildings, forth from the building. The war chieftain wished then Wilhtheo to look for the queen for a bedmate, to keep away Grendel. God has provided a watch for the hall. 5. The glory of kings had given a hall watch. As men heard recounted, for the king of the Danemen. He did special service, gave the giant a watcher. And the prince of the Geatmen implicitly trusted. Beowulf is self-confident. His warlike strength and the wielder's protection. He prepares for rest. 10. His armor of iron off him he did then. His helmet from his head, to his henchmen committed. His chaste-handled chain sword, choicest of weapons. And bade him bide with his battle equipments. The good one then uttered words of defiance. 15. Beowulf Geatman, ere his bed he upmounted. Beowulf boasts of his ability to cope with Grendel. I hold me no meaner in matters of prowess, in warlike achievements, than Grendel does himself. Hence I seek not with sword edge to soothe him to slumber, of life to bereave him, though well I am able. We will fight with nature's weapons only. 20. No battle skill one has he, that blows he should strike me, to shatter my shield, though sure he is mighty in strife and destruction, but struggling by night we shall do without edges, dare he to look for weaponless warfare, and wise mood father. 25. The glory apportion, God ever holy. God may decide who shall conquer, on which hand soever to him seemeth proper. Then the brave moved hero bent to his slumber. The pillow received the cheek of the noble. The Geatish warriors lie down, and many a martial mere thane attending. 30. Sank to his slumber. Seemed it unlikely? They thought it very unlikely that they should ever see their homes again, that ever thereafter any should hope to be happy at home, hero friends visit, or the lordly troop castle where he lived from his childhood. They had heard how slaughter had snatched from the wine hall. 35. Had recently ravished, of the race of the Sildings. But God raised up a deliverer. Too many by far. But the Lord to them granted the weaving of war speed, to Weddish heroes. Aid and comfort, that every opponent by one man's war might they worst and vanquished. God rules the world. 40. By the might of himself, the truth is established, that God Almighty hath governed for ages, kindreds and nations. A night very lurid. Grendel comes to Heorot. The traveller at twilight came tramping and striding. The warriors were sleeping who should watch the horn building. Only one warrior is awake. 45. One only excepted. Mid-earthman 'twas stablished. Implacable foeman was powerless to hurl them to the land of shadows, if the Lord were unwilling. But serving as warder, in terror to foemen, he angrily bided the issue of battle. 2. 1 Gr understood Godra as meaning advantages in battle. This rendering H so rejects. The latter takes the passage as meaning that Grendel, though mighty and formidable, has no skill in the art of war. 2b in his masterly articles on Beowulf, P and B12, rejects the division usually made at this point, A with acute dot. 711, usually rendered then, he translates when, and connects its clause with the foregoing sentence. These changes he makes to reduce the number of coms as principal verbs. Cf 703, 711. 721, with all deference to this acute scholar, I must say that it seems to me that the poet is exhausting his resources to bring out clearly the supreme event on which the whole subsequent action turns. First, he, Grendel, came in the one night. Second, he came from the moor. Third, he came to the hall. Time, place from which, place to which, are all given. 12. Grendel and Beowulf. Grendel comes from the fens. Neath the cloudy cliffs came from the moor then. Grendel going, God's anger bare he. The monster intended some one of earthmen. In the hall building grand to entrap and make way with. He goes towards the joyous building. 5. He went under welkin where well he knew of the wine joyous building, brilliant with plating. Gold hall of earthmen. Not the earliest occasion. This was not his first visit there. He the home and manor of Hrothgar had sought. Ne'er found he in life days later nor earlier. 10. Hardier hero, Hall Thanes one more sturdy. Then came to the building the warrior marching. His horrid fingers tear the door open. Bereft of his joyance, the door quickly opened. On fire hinges fastened, when his fingers had touched it. The fell one had flung then his fury so bitter. 15. Open the entrance. Early thereafter, the foeman trod the shining hall pavement. He strides furiously into the hall. Strode he angrily, from the eyes of him glimmered a lustre unlovely likest to fire. He beheld in the hall the heroes in numbers 20. A circle of kinsmen sleeping together. He exults over his supposed prey. A throng of Thani men, then his thoughts were exultant. He minded to sunder from each of the Thani men the life from his body, horrible demon. Ere morning came, since fate had allowed him, fate has decreed that he shall devour no more heroes. Beowulf suffers from suspense. 25. The prospect of plenty. Providence willed not to permit him any more of men under heaven to eat in the night time. Hygelac kinsman. Great sorrow endured how the dire-mood creature in unlooked-for assaults were likely to bear him. 30. No thought had the monster of deferring the matter. Grendel immediately seizes a sleeping warrior and devours him. But on earliest occasion he quickly laid hold of a soldier asleep, suddenly tore him, bit his bone prison, the blood drank in currents. Swallowed in mouthfuls, he soon had the dead man's 35. Feet and hands, too, eaten entirely. Nearer he strode then, the stout-hearted warrior. Beowulf and Grendel grapple. Snatched as he slumbered, seizing with hand grip. Forward the foeman foined with his hand. Caught he quickly the cunning deviser. 40. On his elbow he rested. This early discovered the master of malice, that in Middle-earth's regions, neath the whole of the heavens, no hand grapple greater. The monster is amazed at Beowulf's strength. In any man else had he ever encountered. Fearful in spirit, faint mood waxed he. 45. Not off could betake him, death he was pondering. He is anxious to flee. Would fly to his covert, seek the devil's assembly. His calling no more was the same he had followed long in his lifetime. The liege kinsman worthy Beowulf recalls his boast of the evening, and determines to fulfill it. Of Hygelac minded his speech of the evening. 50. Stood he up straight and stoutly did seize him. His fingers crackled, the giant was outward. The earl stepped farther. The famous one minded to flee away farther, if he found an occasion. And off and away, avoiding delay. 55. To fly to the fen moors, he fully was ware of the strength of his grapple in the grip of the foeman. 'Twas a luckless day for Grendel. 'Twas an ill-taken journey that the injury bringing harrying harmer to he road wandered. The hall groans. The palace re-echoed, to all of the Danemen. 60. Dwellers in castles, to each of the bold ones. Earlman, was terror. Angry they both were. Archwarders raging point to rattled the building. 'Twas a marvellous wonder that the wine hall withstood then. The bold in battle, bent not to earth ward. 65. Excellent earth hall, but within and without it was fastened so firmly in fetters of iron by the art of the armourer. Off from the sill there bent mead benches many, as men have informed me, adorned with gold work, where the grim ones did struggle. 70. The Scylding wise men weened ne'er before that by might and main strength a man under heaven might break it in pieces, bone-decked, resplendent. Crush it by cunning, unless clutch of the fire in smoke should consume it. The sound mounted upward. Grendel's cries terrify the Danes. 75. Novel enough, on the North Danes fastened a terror of anguish, on all of the men there, who heard from the wall the weeping and plaining, the song of defeat from the foeman of heaven, heard him hymns of horror howl, and his sorrow. 80. Hellbound bewailing. He held him too firmly. Who was strongest of main strength of men of that era? 1b and tb immense so as to make lines 9 and 10 read, never in his life. Earlier or later, had he, the Hell Thane, found a braver hero they argue. That Beowulf's companions had done nothing to merit such encomiums as the usual readings allow them. 2-4 Re-Renwerdash, 771, TB suggests Renherd. Translate. They were both angry, raging and mighty. 13. Grendel is vanquished. Beowulf has no idea of letting Grendel live. For no cause whatever would the earlman's defender leave in life joys the loathsome newcomer. He deemed his existence utterly useless to men under heaven. Many a noble 5. Of Beowulf brandished his battle sword old, would guard the life of his lord and protector, the far famous chieftain, if able to do so. While waging the warfare, this wist they but little. Brave battle thanes, while his body intending no weapon would harm Grendel, he bore a charmed life. 10. To slit into slivers, and seeking his spirit, that the relentless foeman nor finest of weapons of all on the earth, nor any of war bills was willing to injure, but weapons of victory, swords and such like he had sworn to dispense with. 15. His death at that time must prove to be wretched, and the far-away spirit widely should journey into enemy's power. This plainly he saw then, who with mirth one of mood malice no little had wrought in the past on the race of the earthmen. 20. To God he was hostile, that his body would fail him. But Hygelac's hardy henchman and kinsman held him by the hand, hateful to other. Grendel is sorely wounded. Was each one if living a body wound suffered? The direful demon, damage incurable. His body bursts. 25. Was seen on his shoulder, his sinews were shivered. His body did burst. To Beowulf was given glory in battle. Grendel from thenceforward must flee and hide him in the fen cliffs and marshes. Sick unto death, his dwelling must look for. 30. Unwinsome and woeful, he wist the more fully. The monster flees away to hide in the moors. The end of his earthly existence was nearing. His life days' limits. At last for the Danemen. When the slaughter was over, their wish was accomplished. The comer from far land had cleansed then of evil. 35. Wise and valiant, the war hall of Hrothgar saved it from violence. He joyed in the night work. In repute for prowess, the prince of the Geatmen. For the East Danish people his boast had accomplished. Bettered their burdensome bale sorrows fully. 40. The craft begot evil they erstwhile had suffered, and were forced to endure from crushing oppression. Their manifold misery 'twas a manifest token. Beowulf suspends Grendel's hand and arm in hero. When the hero in battle the hand suspended, the arm and the shoulder, there was all of the claw. 45. Of Grendel together, neath great stretching hall roof. One it has been proposed to translate Miri by with sorrow, but there seems no authority for such a rendering. To the present translator, the phrase modes Miri seems a mere padding for gladly, i.e., he who gladly harassed mankind. 14. Rejoicing of the Danes. At early dawn, warriors from far and near come together to hear of the knight's adventures. In the mist of the morning many a warrior stood round the gift hall, as the story is told me. Folk princes fared then from far and from near, through long stretching journeys to look at the wonder. 5. The footprints of the foemen. Few of the warriors. Few warriors lamented Grendel's destruction, who gazed on the foot tracks of the inglorious creature. His parting from life pained very deeply. How, weary in spirit, off from those regions, in combats conquered he carried his traces. 10. Faded and flying, to the flood of the Knickers. Grendel's blood dyes the waters. There in bloody billows bubbled the currents. The angry eddy was everywhere mingled, and seething with gore, welling with sword blood. 1. He death-doomed had hid him, when reaved of his joyance. 15. He laid down his life in the lair he had fled to. His heathenish spirit, where hell did receive him. Thence the friends from of old backward turned them, and many a younker from merry adventure, striding their stallions, stout from the seaward. 20. Heroes on horses. There were heard very often. Beowulf is the hero of the hour. Beowulf's praises, many often asserted, that neither south nor north, in the circuit of waters, he is regarded as a probable successor to Hrothgar. O'er outstretching earth plain, none other was better. Mid bearers of war shields, more worthy to govern. 25. Neath the arch of the ether. Not any, however, gainst the friend Lord muttered, mocking words uttered. But no word is uttered to derogate from the old king of Hrothgar the gracious, a good king he. Oft the famed ones permitted their fallow-skinned horses to run in rivalry, racing and chasing. 30. Where the field ways appeared to them fair and inviting, known for their excellence, oft a thane of the folk lord too. The gleeman sings the deeds of heroes. 3. A man of celebrity, mindful of rhythms, who ancient traditions treasured in memory. New word groups found properly bound. 35. The bard after gan then Beowulf's venture. He sings in alliterative measures of Beowulf's prowess, wisely to tell of, and words that were clever to utter skillfully, earnestly speaking. Everything told he that he heard as to Sigmund's. Also of Sigemund, who has slain a great fire dragon. Mighty achievements, many things hidden. 40. The strife of the Wylsing, the wide-going ventures. The children of men knew of but little. The feud and the fury, but Fitela with him. When such like matters he minded to speak of. Uncle to nephew, as in every contention. 45. Each to other was ever devoted. A numerous host of the race of the Scathers. They had slain with the sword edge. To Sigmund accrued then no little of glory, when his life days were over. Since he sturdy in struggle had destroyed the great dragon. 50. The hoard treasures keeper, neath the hoar greyish stone he, the son of the Atheling, unaided adventured. The perilous project, not present was Fitela. Yet the fortune befell him of forcing his weapon through the marvellous dragon, that it stood in the wall. 55. Well-honored weapon, the worm was slaughtered. The great one had gained then by his glorious achievement to reap from the ring hoard richest enjoyment. As best it did please him, his vessel he loaded. Shining ornaments on the ship's bosom carried. 60. Kinsman of Wales, the drake in heat melted. Sigemund was widely famed. He was farthest famed of fugitive pilgrims. Mid wide scattered world folk, for works of great prowess. War troopers shelter, hence waxed he in honor. 4. Heremod, an unfortunate Danish king, is introduced. By way of contrast. Afterward Heremod's hero strength failed him. 65. His vigor and valor. Mid venomous haters. To the hands of foemen he was foully delivered. Oft driven early. Agony billows. Unlike Sigemund and Beowulf, Heremod was a burden to his people. Oppressed him too long, to his people he became then. To all the Athelings, an ever great burden. 70. And the daring one's journey in days of yore. Many wise men were wont to deplore. Such as hoped he would bring them help in their sorrow. That the son of their ruler should rise into power. Holding the headship held by his fathers. 75. Should govern the people, the gold hoard, and burrow. The kingdom of heroes, the realm of the Scyldings. Beowulf is an honor to his race. He to all men became then far more beloved. Hygelac's kinsman, to kindreds and races. To his friends much dearer, him malice assaulted. The story is resumed. 80. Oft running and racing on roadsters they measured the dun-colored highways. Then the light of the morning was hurried and hastened. Went henchmen in numbers to the beautiful building, bold ones in spirit. To look at the wonder, the liege lord himself then. 85. From his wife bower wending, warden of treasures. Glorious trod with troopers unnumbered. Famed for his virtues, and with him the queen wife. Measured the mead ways, with maidens attending. One s immense, suggesting diop for diag, and removing semicolon after. Well. The two half-lines welling, hid him would then read, the bloody deep welled with sword gore. B accepts diop for diag, but reads. Defa edges, the deep boiled with the sword gore of the death-doomed one. To another and quite different rendering of this passage is as follows, oft. A legateman of the king, a fame-covered man mindful of songs, who very many ancient traditions remembered, he found other word groups accurately bound together, began afterward to tell of Beowulf's adventure, skillfully to narrate it, etc. 3 might guma gilp-laden mean a man laden with boasts of the deeds of others. 4 tb accepts bs he s aaron a with acute h as given by h so, but puts a comma after a with acute h, and takes cyan as introducing a dependent clause, he throve in honor since Heremod's strength had decreased. 15. Hrothgar's gratitude. Hrothgar discoursed, to the hall building went he. He stood by the pillar, one saw the steep rising hall roof, gleaming with gold gems, and Grendel his hand there. Hrothgar gives thanks for the overthrow of the monster. For the sight we behold now, thanks to the wielder. 5. Early be offered. Much evil I bided. Snaring from Grendel to God can compelish. Wonder on wonder, wielder of glory. I had given up all hope, when this brave legiman came to our aid. But lately I reckoned ne'er under heaven comfort to gain me for any of sorrows. 10. While the handsomest of houses horrid with blood stain, gory uptowered, grief had oft frightened 3. Each of the wise ones who weened not that ever the folk troops' defences gainst foes they should strengthen, gainst sprites and monsters, through the might of the wielder. 15. A doughty retainer hath a deed now accomplished, which erstwhile we all with our excellent wisdom, if his mother yet liveth, well may she thank God for this son, failed to perform, may affirm very truly, what woman soever in all of the nations gave birth to the child, if yet she surviveth. 20. That the long-ruling Lord was lavish to Hereward in the birth of the bairn. Now, Beowulf dear, hereafter, Beowulf, thou shalt be my son. Most excellent hero, I'll love thee in spirit. As bairn of my body, bear well henceforward the relationship new. No lack shall befall thee. 25. Of earth joys any I ever can give thee, full often for lesser service I've given. Hero less hardy hoard treasure precious. Thou hast won immortal distinction to a weaker in war strife. By works of distinction thou hast gained for thyself now that thy glory shall flourish. 30. Forever and ever the all-ruler quite thee, with good from his hand as he hitherto did thee. Beowulf replies, I was most happy to render thee this service. Beowulf answered, Icthio's offspring, that labor of glory most gladly achieved we. The combat accomplished, unquailing we ventured. 35. The enemy's grapple, I would grant it much rather. Thou wert able to look at the creature in person. Faint unto falling, the foe in his trappings. On murder bed quickly I minded to bind him with firm holding fetters, that forced by my grapple. 40. Lo, he should lie in life and death struggle. Less his body escape, I was wholly unable. I could not keep the monster from escaping, as God did not will that I should. Since God did not will it, to keep him from going. Not held him that firmly, hated opposer. Too swift was the foeman, yet safety regarding. 45. He suffered his hand behind him to linger, his arm and shoulder, to act as watcher. He left his hand and arm behind. No shadow of solace the woe-begone creature found him there nathless, the hated destroyer liveth no longer, lashed for his evils. 50. But sorrow hath seized him, in snare meshes hath him close in its clutches, keepeth him writhing in baleful bonds, there banished for evil. The man shall wait for the mighty tribunal. God will give him his deserts. How the God of glory shall give him his earnings. 55. Then the soldier kept silent, son of old Ecglaf. Unferth has nothing more to say. For Beowulf's actions speak louder than words, from boasting and bragging of battle achievements. Since the princes beheld there the hand that depended 'neath the lofty hall timbers by the might of the nobleman, each one before him, the enemy's fingers. 60. Each fingernail strong steel most resembled. The heathen one's hand spur, the hero in battles. Claw most uncanny, quoth they agreeing. No sword will harm the monster. That not any excellent edges of brave ones was willing to touch him, the terrible creatures. 65. Battle hand bloody to bear away from him. 1b and tb read stall, and translate stood on the floor. 2-4 snaring from Grendel, sorrows at Grendel's hands has been suggested. This gives a parallel to let. Grina may well be general pl of gyrn, by a scribal slip. 3 The h so punctuation has been followed, but b has been followed in. Understanding gewilkni as object of widskofen, heaved, dot. Gr construes. We as nam abs. 16. Hrothgar lavishes gifts upon his deliverer. Heorot is adorned with hands. Then straight was ordered that Heorot inside one with hands be embellished, a host of them gathered. Of men and women, who the wassailing building. The guest hall be geared. Gold flashing sparkled. 5. Webs on the walls then, of wonders a many. To each of the heroes that look on such objects. The hall is defaced. However, the beautiful building was broken to pieces. Which all within with irons was fastened. Its hinges torn off, only the roof was 10. Whole and uninjured when the horrible creature, outlawed for evil off had betaken him. Hopeless of living. 'Tis hard to avoid it. A vague passage. Of 5 verses. Whoever will do it, but he doubtless must come to 2. The place awaiting, as Wyrd hath appointed. 15. Soul bearers, earth dwellers, earls under heaven. Where bound on its bed his body shall slumber. Hrothgar goes to the banquet. When feasting is finished. Full was the time then, that the son of Healfdene went to the building. The excellent Atheling would eat of the banquet. 20. Ne'er heard I that people with hero band larger. Bear them better towards their bracelet bestower. The laden with glory stooped to the bench then. Their kinsmen companions in plenty were joyful. Many a cupful quaffing complacently. 25. Doughty of spirit in the high-towering palace. Hrothgar's nephew, Hrodulf, is present. Hrothgar and Hrodulf. Heorot then inside. Was filled with friendly ones, falsehood and treachery. The folksholdings now nowise did practice. Hrothgar lavishes gifts upon Beowulf. Then the offspring of Healfdene offered to Beowulf 30. A golden standard, as reward for the victory. A banner embossed, byrnie and helmet. Many men saw then a song-famous weapon. Born for the hero. Beowulf drank of the cup in the building, that treasure bestowing. 35. He needed not blush for in battle men's presence. For handsomer gifts were never presented. Ne'er heard I that many men on the ale bench in friendlier fashion to their fellows presented. 4 bright jewels with gold work embellished. Round the roof of the helmet a head garter outside. 40. Braided with wires, with bosses was furnished. That swords for the battle fight hardened might fail boldly to harm him, when the hero proceeded. Hrothgar commands that 8. Finely caparisoned steeds be brought to Beowulf. 4th against foemen. The defender of earls then commanded that 8 steeds with bridles. 45. Gold-plated, gleaming, be guided to hallward. Inside the building, on one of them stood then an art-broidered saddle embellished with jewels. 'Twas the sovereign's seat, when the son of King Healfdene was pleased to take part in the play of the edges. 50. The famous one's valor ne'er failed at the front when slain ones were bowing, and to Beowulf granted the prince of the Ingwins, power over both. O'er war steeds and weapons, bade him well to enjoy them. In so manly a manner the mighty famed chieftain. 55. Horde of heroes, with horses, and jewels. War storms requited, that none e'er condemneth. Who willeth to tell truth with full justice? 1 KL suggests Roden for Hayton, and renders, then quickly was. Hierode adorned within, with hands bedecked B suggests Gafrit one instead. Of Gafrit wad, and renders, then was it commanded to adorn Hierode. Within quickly with hands the former has the advantage of affording a parallel to Gafrit wad, both have the disadvantage of altering the text. 2. The passage 1005 to 1009 seems to be hopeless. One difficult point is to find a subject for Gasakin. Some say he, others supply each, i.e., every soul bearer, must gain the inevitable place. The genitives in this case are partitive if he be subj, the genitives are dependent on gear we, equals prepared, the he itself is disputed, some referring it to Grendel, but b takes it as involved in the parenthesis. 17. Banquet, continued, the SCOP song of Finn and Hnev. Each of Beowulf's companions receives a costly gift, and the atheling of Earlman to each of the heroes, who the ways of the waters went with Beowulf. A costly gift token gave on the mead bench, offered an heirloom, and ordered that that man, the warrior killed by Grendel, is to be paid for in gold. 5. With gold should be paid for, whom Grendel had erstwhile wickedly slaughtered, as he more of them had done. Had far-seeing God and the mood of the hero. The fate not averted, the father then governed all of the earth-dwellers, as he ever is doing. 10. Hence insight for all men is everywhere fittest. Forethought of spirit. Much he shall suffer. Of lief and of loathsome who long in this present used the world in this woeful existence. There was music and merriment mingling together. Hrothgar's scop recalls events in the reign of his lord's father. 15. Touching Heafden's leader, the joywood was fingered. Measures recited, when the singer of Hrothgar on mead bench should mention the merry hall joyance of the kinsmen of Finn, when onset surprised them. Hnev, the Danish general, is treacherously attacked while staying at Finn's castle. The half-Danish hero, Hnev of the Scyldings. 20. On the field of the Frisians was fated to perish. Sure Hildeberg needed not mention approving the faith of the Judemen, though blameless entirely. Queen Hildeberg is not only wife of Finn, but a kinswoman of the murdered Hnev. When shields were shivered she was shorn of her darlings. Of bairns and brothers, they bent to their fate. 25. With war spear wounded, woe was that woman. Not causeless lamented the daughter of Hos. The decree of the wielder when morning light came and she was able neath heaven to behold the destruction of brothers and bairns, where the brightest of earth joys. Finn's force is almost exterminated. 30. She had hitherto had all the henchmen of Finn. War had oft taken, save a handful remaining. That he nowise was able to offer resistance. 1. Hengist succeeds Hnev as Danish general to the onset of Hengist in the parley of battle, nor the wretched remnant to rescue in war from. 35. The Earl of the Atheling, but they offered conditions. Compact between the Frisians and the Danes. Another great building to fully make ready. A hall and a high seat, that half they might rule with the sons of the Judemen, and that Falkwalda's son would day after day the Danemen honor. 40. When gifts were giving, and grant of his ring store, to Hengist's earl troop ever so freely, of his gold-plated jewels, as he encouraged the Frisians. Equality of gifts. Agreed on the bench of the beer hall. On both sides they swore then. A fast-binding compact, Finn unto Hengest. 45. With no thought of revoking thou then most solemnly the woebegone remnant well to take charge of. His Witan advising, the agreement should no one by words or works weaken and shatter, by artifice ever injure its value. 50. Though reaved of their ruler their ring-giver's slayer, they followed as vassals, fate so requiring. No one shall refer to old grudges. Then if one of the Frisians the quarrel should speak of, in tones that were taunting, terrible edges should cut in requital. Accomplished the oath was. 55. And treasure of gold from the hoard was uplifted. Danish warriors are burned on a funeral pyre. The best of the Scylding braves was then fully prepared for the pile. At the pyre was seen clearly the blood-gory Birnie, the boar with his gilding, the iron-hard swine, athelings many. 60. Fatally wounded, no few had been slaughtered. Hildeburg bade then, at the burning of Hnev. Queen Hildeburg has her son burnt, along with Hnev, the bairn of her bosom to bear to the fire, that his body be burned and borne to the pyre. The woe-stricken woman wept on his shoulder too. 65. In measures lamented, up mounted the hero. 3. The greatest of dead fires curled to the welkin. On the hill's front crackled, heads were a-melting. Wound doors bursting, while the blood was a-coursing. From body bite fierce. The fire devoured them. 70. Greediest of spirits, whom war had off-carried. From both of the peoples, their bravest were fallen. 1 for 1084, R suggests wid hung este wigefaten. K suggests why. Hung este wigefaten. Neither emendation would make any essential change in the translation. 2. The separation of adjective and noun by a phrase, cfv 1118, being very unusual, some scholars have put irm on eixil with the foregoing lines, inserting a semicolon after eixil. In this case on ex, i.e., on the ashes. Cinders, is sometimes read, and this affords a parallel to on bale. Let us hope that a satisfactory rendering shall yet be reached without resorting to any tampering with the text, such as Lichtenheld proposed, irmides on eixil nor node. 3 for Jiren, Jirek, battle smoke, has been suggested. 18. The Finn episode, continued, the banquet continues. The survivors go to Friesland, the home of Finn. Then the warriors departed to go to their dwellings. Reaved of their friends, Friesland to visit their homes and high city. Hengest continued. Hengest remains there all winter, unable to get away, biding with Finn the blood-tainted winter. 5. Wholly unsundered, one of fatherland thought he, though unable to drive the ring-stemmed vessel o'er the ways of the waters, the wave-deeps were tossing. Fought with the wind, winter in ice bonds, closed up the currents, till there came to the dwelling. 10. A year in its course, as yet it revolveth. If season propitious one alway regardeth world-cheering weathers. Then winter was gone. Earth's bosom was lovely, the exile would get him. He devises schemes of vengeance. The guest from the palace, on gruesomest vengeance. 15. He brooded more eager than on oversea journeys. Wher onset of anger he were able to compelish the bairns of the Judamen therein to remember. No wise refused he the duties of legiman, when Hun of the Frisians the battle sword lafing. 20. Fairest of falchions, friendly did give him. Its edges were famous in folk talk of Jutland, and savage sword fury seized in its clutches. Bold mood Finn where he bode in his palace. Guthlov and Oslov. Revengehnovs. Slaughter. When the gruesome grapple Guthlov and Oslov. 25. Had mournfully mentioned, the mere journey over. For sorrows half blamed him, the flickering spirit. Could not bide in his bosom. Then the building was covered too. Finn is slain. With corpses of foemen, and Finn too was slaughtered. The king with his comrades, and the queen made a prisoner. The jewels of Finn and his queen are carried away by the Danes. 30. The troops of the Scyldings bore to their vessels all that the land king had in his palace. Such trinkets and treasures they took as, on searching at Finn's they could find. They fared to Dane land. The excellent woman on oversea journey. The lay is concluded. And the main story is resumed. 35. Led her to their landfolk. The lay was concluded. The gleeman's recital. Shouts again rose then. Bench glee resounded, bearers then offered. Skinkers carry round the beaker wine from wonder vats. Wilhtheo advanced then, going neath gold crown, where the good ones were seated. Queen Wilhtheo greets Hrothgar, as he sits beside Hrothulf, his nephew. 40. Uncle and nephew, their peace was yet mutual. True each to the other. And Unferth the spokesman sat at the feet of the Lord of the Scyldings. Each trusted his spirit that his mood was courageous, though at fight he had failed in faith to his kinsman. 45. Said the queen of the Scyldings, my lord and protector, treasure bestower, take thou this beaker. Joyance attend thee, gold friend of heroes. Be generous to the Geats, and greet thou the Geatmen with gracious responses. So ought one to do. Be kind to the Geatmen. 50. In gifts not niggardly, anear and afar now. Peace thou enjoyest. Report hath informed me. Thou lt have for a bairn the battle-brave hero. Now is he road cleansed, ring palace gleaming. Have as much joy as possible in thy hall, once more purified. Give while thou mayest many rewards. 55. And bequeath to thy kinsman kingdom and people. On wending thy way to the Wielder's splendor. I know good Hrothulf, that the noble young troopers. I know that Hrothulf will prove faithful. If he survive thee, he'll care for and honor, Lord of the Scyldings. If earth joys thou endest earlier than he doth. 60. I reckon that recompense he'll render with kindness. Our offspring and issue, if that all he remember. What favors of yore, when he yet was an infant, we awarded to him for his worship and pleasure. Then she turned by the bench where her sons were carousing. 65. Hrethric and Hrothmund, and the hero's offspring. Beowulf is sitting by the two royal sons. The war youth together, there the good one was sitting. Twixt the brothers twain, Beowulf Geatman. 1 for 1130, 1, R and GR suggest Eln unflit me as 1098, 1, reads. The latter verse is undisputed, and, for the former, Eln would be as possible as Eol's, and unflit me is well supported. Accepting Eln unflit me for both, I would suggest very peaceably for both places, 1, Finn to hungest very peaceably vowed with oaths, etc., 2, hungest then still the slaughter stained. Winter remained there with Finn very peaceably. The two passages become thus correlatives, the second a sequel of the first. Eln, in the sense of very sweet, needs no argument, and unflit me, from flitan, can, it seems to me, be more plausibly rendered peaceful, peaceable, than contestable, or conquerable. Some scholars have proposed Roden, the line would then read, then The building was reddened, etc., instead of covered. The H may have been carried over from the three alliterating H's. 19. Beowulf receives further honor. More gifts are offered. Beowulf. A beaker was born him, and bidding to quaff it. Graciously given, and gold that was twisted. Pleasantly proffered, a pair of arm jewels. Rings and corslet, of collars the greatest. 5. I've heard of neath heaven. Of heroes not any. More splendid from jewels have I heard neath the welkin. A famous necklace is referred to, in comparison with the gems presented to Beowulf. Since Hama off bore the Brosingman's necklace, the bracteates and jewels, from the bright shining city won. Eormenric's cunning craftiness fled from. 10. Chose gain everlasting. Gedish Higelac, grandson of Swerding, last had this jewel. When tramping neath banner the treasure he guarded. The field spoil defended, fate off carried him. When for deeds of daring he endured tribulation. 15. Hate from the Frisians, the ornaments bare he. O'er the cup of the currents, costly gem treasures. Mighty folk leader, he fell neath his target. The 2 corps of the king then came into charge of the race of the Frankmen, the mail shirt and collar. 20. Warmen less noble plundered the fallen. When the fight was finished, the folk of the Geatmen the field of the dead held in possession. The choicest of mead halls with cheering resounded. Wilhtheo discoursed, the war troop addressed she. Queen Wilhtheo magnifies Beowulf's achievements. 25. This collar enjoy thou, Beowulf worthy young man, in safety, and use thou this armor. Gems of the people, and prosper thou fully. Show thyself sturdy and be to these liegemen mild with instruction. I'll mind thy requital. 30. Thou hast brought it to pass that far and near, forever and ever earthmen shall honor thee. Even so widely as ocean surroundeth the blustering bluffs. Be, while thou livest, a wealth-blessed atheling. I wish thee most truly. May gifts never fail thee. 35. Jewels and treasure. Be kind to my son, thou, living in joyance. Here each of the nobles is true unto other, gentle in spirit, loyal to leader. The liegemen are peaceful. The war troops ready, well drunken heroes 3. 40. Do as I bid yet. Then she went to the settle. There was choicest of banquets, wine drank the heroes. They little know of the sorrow in store for them. Weird they knew not, destiny cruel. As to many an earlman early it happened, when evening had come and Hrothgar had parted. 45. Off to his manor, the mighty to slumber. Warriors unnumbered warded the building. As erst they did often, the ale settle bared they. 'Twas covered all over with beds and pillows. A doomed thane is there with them, doomed unto death, down to his slumber. 50. Bowed then a beer thane. Their battle shields placed they, bright shining targets, up by their heads then. O'er the atheling on ale bench 'twas easy to see their battle high helmet, byrnie of ring mail. They were always ready for battle, and mighty war spear 'twas the wont of that people. 55. To constantly keep them equipped for the battle for at home or marching in either condition. At seasons just such as necessity ordered, as best for their ruler, that people was worthy. 1c suggests a semicolon after city, with he as supplied subject of fled and chose. 2 forfeit or has suggests feo, corpse in the translation would then be changed to possessions, belongings. This is a better reading than 1. Joining, in such intimates and tactical relations, things so unlike as corpse and jewels. 3s suggests wine joyous heroes, warriors elated with wine. 4 I believe this translation brings out the meaning of the poet, without departing seriously from the h so. Text. Oft frequently means constantly. Continually, not always often. Wyn, on, wig gear we should be. Written and wig gear we, equals ready for single combat, I cannot see. Gear we. Occurs quite frequently with on, CFB 1110, ready for the pyre, EL 222. Ready for the glad journey. Moreover, what has the idea of single combat to do with B 1247 FF? The poet is giving an inventory of the arms and armor which they lay aside on retiring, and he closes his narration by saying that they were always prepared for battle both at home and on the march. XX. The mother of Grendel. They sank then to slumber. With sorrow one paid for his evening repose, as often bidded them. While Grendel was holding one the gold-bedecked palace, ill deeds performing, till his end overtook him. 5. Death for his sins. 'Twas seen very clearly. Grendel's mother is known to be thirsting for revenge. Known unto earth folk, that still an avenger outlived the loathed one, long since the sorrow caused by the struggle, the mother of Grendel. Devil-shaped woman, her woe ever minded. 10. Who was held to inhabit the horrible waters. Grendel's progenitor, Cain, is again referred to. The cold flowing currents, after Cain had become a slayer with edges to his one only brother, the son of his sire, he set out then banished. Marked as a murderer, man joys avoiding. 15. Lived in the desert. Thence demons unnumbered. The poet again magnifies Beowulf's valor. Fate sent awoke, one of them Grendel. Sword cursed, hateful, who at Heorot met with a man that was watching, waiting the struggle, where a horrid one held him with hand grapple sturdy. 20. Nathless he minded the might of his body, the glorious gift God had allowed him, and folk ruling father's favor relied on his help and his comfort, so he conquered the foeman. The hell spirit humbled, he unhappy departed then. 25. Reaved of his joyance, journeying to death haunts. Foeman of man. His mother moreover, Grendel's mother, comes to avenge her son. Eager and gloomy was anxious to go on her mournful mission, mindful of vengeance for the death of her son. She came then to Heorot. 30. Where the Armordane earlmen all through the building were lying in slumber. Soon there became then return to the nobles, when the mother of Grendel entered the folk hall, the fear was less grievous by even so much as the vigor of maidens. 35. War strength of women, by warrior is reckoned. When well-carved weapon, worked with the hammer, blade very bloody, brave with its edges, strikes down the boar sign that stands on the helmet. Then the hard-edged weapon was heaved in the building 3. 40. The brand o'er the benches, broad lindens many, handfast were lifted, for helmet he recked not, for armor net broad, whom terror laid hold of. She went then hastily, outward would get her life for to save, when some one did spy her. She seizes a favorite liegeman of Hrothgar's. 45. Soon she had grappled one of the athelings, fast and firmly, when fenward she hied her. That one to Hrothgar was leafest of heroes, in rank of retainer where waters encircle, a mighty shield warrior, whom she murdered at slumber. 50. A broadly famed battle knight. Beowulf was absent. Beowulf was asleep in another part of the palace, but another apartment was erstwhile devoted To the glory-decked Geatman when gold was distributed. There was hubbub in Heorot. The hand that was famous. She grasped in its gore, for grief was renewed then. 55. In homes and houses, 'twas no happy arrangement. In both of the quarters to barter and purchase. With lives of their friends. Then the well-aged ruler, the grey-headed war thane, was woeful in spirit. When his long-trusted legueman lifeless he knew of. Beowulf is sent. 4. 60. His dearest one gone. Quick from a room was Beowulf broad, brave and triumphant. As day was dawning in the dusk of the morning. He comes at Hrothgar's summons. Went then that earlman, champion noble. Came with comrades, where the clever one bided. 65. Whether God all gracious would grant him a respite. After the woe he had suffered. The war-worthy hero. With a troop of retainers trod then the pavement. The hall building groaned, till he greeted the wise one. Beowulf inquires. How Hrothgar had enjoyed his night's rest. The Earl of the Ingwins, 5 asked if the knight had 70. Fully refreshed him, as fain he would have it. 1. Several eminent authorities either read or amend the mis so as to make this verse read, while Grendel was wasting the gold-bedecked palace. So 2015. Below, ravaged the desert. 2. For Sana, 1281, TB suggests Sarah, limiting Ethwerfeed. Read then. Return of sorrows to the nobles, etc. This emendation supplies the syntactical gap after Ethwerfeed. 3. Some authorities follow Grain's lexicon in treating herd ecg as an adjective. Limiting sweatword, h so renders it as a substitute, so v 1491. The sense of the translation would be the same. 4b suggests under Hrothgenum, v 1303. This emendation, as well as an emendation with, to v 739, he offers, because under baffles him in both passages. All we need is to take under in its secondary meaning of in, which, though not given by Grain, occurs in the literature. Cf. Cron. 876, Marches A.S. Gram. 355, and Oro. As I10, where under equals in the midst of. Cf. modern eng in such circumstances, which interchanges in good usage with under such circumstances. 5. For Neod Law, 1321, C suggests need lum, and translates, asked whether the night had been pleasant to him after crushing hostility. XXI. Hrothgar's account of the monsters. Hrothgar laments the death of Aesir, his shoulder companion. Hrothgar rejoined, helm of the Scyldings, ask not of joyance. Grief is renewed to the folk of the Danemen. Dead is Aesir, Yermenlef's brother, older than he. 5. My true-hearted counselor, trusty adviser, shoulder companion, when fighting in battle. Our heads we protected, when troopers were clashing. He was my ideal hero. And heroes were dashing, such an earl should be ever. An erst-worthy atheling, as Aesir proved him. 10. The flickering death spirit became in Heorot his hand-to-hand murderer, I can not tell whither. The cruel one turned in the carcass exulting. This horrible creature came to avenge Grendel's death. By cramming discovered point 1 the quarrel she wreaked then. That last night agone Grendel thou killedst. 15. In gruesomest manner, with grim holding clutches. Since too long he had lessened my liege troop and wasted my folk men so foully. He fell in the battle. With forfeit of life, and another has followed. A mighty crime worker, her kinsman avenging. 20. And henceforth hath stablished her hatred unyielding too. As it well may appear to many a legiman, who mourneth in spirit the treasure bestower. Her heavy heart sorrow, the hand is now lifeless. Which three availed you in every wish that you cherished? I have heard my vassals speak of these two uncanny monsters who lived in the moors. 25. Land people heard I, liegemen, this saying. Dwellers in halls, they had seen very often a pair of such mighty march-striding creatures, far-dwelling spirits, holding the moorlands. One of them wore, as well they might notice, 30. The image of woman, the other one wretched, in guise of a man wandered in exile. Except he was huger than any of earthmen. Earth-dwelling people entitled him Grendel. In days of yore, they know not their father. 35. Wher ill-going spirits any were born him. They inhabit the most desolate and horrible places. Ever before, they guard the wolf-coverts, lands inaccessible, wind-beaten nesses, fearfulest fen-deeps, where a flood from the mountains, neath mists of the nesses netherward rattles. 40. The stream under earth, not far is it henceward, measured by mile lengths that the mere water standeth, which forests hang over, with frost whiting covered for a firm-rooted forest, the floods overshadow. There ever at night one an ill-meaning portent. 45. A fire flood may see, mong children of men. None liveth so wise that what of the bottom, though harassed by hounds the heath stepper seek for. Even the hounded deer will not seek refuge in these uncanny regions. Fly to the forest, firm-antlered he deer. Spurred from afar, his spirit he yieldeth. 50. His life on the shore, ere in he will venture to cover his head. Uncanny the place is. Thence upward ascendeth the surging of waters. Wan to the welkin, when the wind is stirring. The weather's unpleasing, till the air groweth gloomy. To thee only can I look for assistance. 55. And the heavens lower. Now is help to be gotten from thee and thee only. The abode thou knowest not. The dangerous place where thou art able to meet with the sin-laden hero, seek if thou darest. For the feud I will fully fee thee with money. 60. With old-time treasure, as erstwhile I did thee. With well-twisted jewels, if away thou shalt get thee. 1 Forgafrignad, 1334, KNTB suggest Gafaegnad, rendering rejoicing in her fill. This gives a parallel to Isolin, 1333. To the line and, yielding, be renders, and she has performed a deed of blood vengeance whose effect is far-reaching. 3 SEE, 1345, is an instance of masculine rel with fem antecedent. So, v 1888, where SEE refers to Eildo. 4 Hrimj in the H so edition, gr, and others read Hrinda. Equals Hrinand, and translate, which rustling forests overhang. XXII. Beowulf seeks Grendel's mother. Beowulf answered, Icthio's son. Beowulf exhorts the old king to arouse himself for action. Grieve not, O wise one, for each it is better his friend to avenge than with vehemence wail him. Each of us must the end day abide of 5. His earthly existence, who is able accomplish glory ere death. To battle thane noble, lifeless lying, 'tis at last most fitting. Arise, O king, quick let us hasten to look at the footprint of the kinsman of Grendel. 10. I promise thee this now, to his place he'll escape not. To embrace of the earth, nor to mountainous forest, nor to depths of the ocean, wherever he wanders. Practice thou now patient endurance. of each of thy sorrows, as I hope for thee soothly. Hrothgar rouses himself. His horse is brought. 15. Then up sprang the old one, the all-wielder thanked he, ruler almighty, that the man had outspoken. Then for Hrothgar a war horse was decked with a bridle. Curly-maned courser. The clever folk leader. They start on the track of the female monster. Stately proceeded, stepped then an earl troop. 20. Of lindenwood bearers. Her footprints were seen then. Widely in wood paths, her way o'er the bottoms. Where she far away fared o'er fen country murky. Bore away breathless the best of retainers. Who pondered with Hrothgar the welfare of country. 25. The son of the Athelings then went o'er the stony, declivitous cliffs, the close-covered passes. Narrow passages, paths unfrequented. Nesses abrupt, nicker haunts many. One of a few of wise-mood heroes. 30. He onward advanced to view the surroundings. Till he found unawares woods of the mountain. O'er hoarstones hanging, holdwood unjoyful. The water stood under, welling and gory. 'Twas irksome in spirit to all of the Danemen. 35. Friends of the Scyldings, to many a legiman. The sight of Aesir's head causes them great sorrow. Sad to be suffered, a sorrow unlittle. To each of the earlmen, when to Aesir's head they came on the cliff. The current was seething with blood and with gore, the troopers gazed on it. 40. The horn anon sang the battle song ready. The troop were all seated, they saw long the water then. The water is filled with serpents and sea dragons. Many a serpent, mere dragons wondrous. Trying the waters, knickers a lying. On the cliffs of the Nesses, which at noonday full often. 45. Go on the sea deeps their sorrowful journey. Wild beasts and worm-kind, away then they hastened. One of them is killed by Beowulf. Hot-mood, hateful, they heard the great clamor. The war trumpet winding. One did the Geat prince sunder from earth joys, with arrow from bowstring. 50. From his sea struggle tore him, that the trusty war missile. The dead beast is a poor swimmer. Pierced to his vitals, he proved in the currents. Less doughty at swimming whom death had off-carried. Soon in the waters the wonderful swimmer was straitened most sorely with sword-pointed boar spears. 55. Pressed in the battle and pulled to the cliff edge. The liegeman then looked on the loath-fashioned stranger. Beowulf prepares for a struggle with the monster. Beowulf donned then his battle equipments. Cared little for life, inlaid and most ample. The hand-woven corslet which could cover his body. 60. Must the wave deeps explore, that war might be powerless to harm the great hero, and the hating ones grasp might not peril his safety. His head was protected by the light flashing helmet that should mix with the bottoms. Trying the eddies, treasure emblazoned. 65. Encircled with jewels, as in seasons long past. The weaponsmith worked it, wondrously made it. With swine bodies fashioned it, that thenceforward no longer brand might bite it, and battle sword hurt it. And that was not least of helpers in prowess. He has Unferth's sword in his hand. 70. That Hrothgar's spokesman had lent him when straitened. And the hilt-hand sword was Hrunting entitled. Old and most excellent mong all of the treasures. Its blade was of iron, blotted with poison. Hardened with gore, it failed not in battle. 75. Any hero under heaven in hand who it brandished. Who ventured to take the terrible journeys. The battlefield sought, not the earliest occasion. That deeds of daring 'twas destined to compellish. Unferth has little use for swords. Ecglof's kinsman minded not soothly. 80. Exulting in strength, what erst he had spoken. Drunken with wine, when the weapon he lent to a sword hero bolder, himself did not venture 'neath the strife of the currents his life to endanger. To fame deeds perform, there he forfeited glory. 85. Repute for his strength. Not so with the other. When he clad in his corslet had equipped him for battle. XXIII. Beowulf's fight with Grendel's mother. Beowulf makes a parting speech to Hrothgar. Beowulf spake, Icthio's son. Recall now, O, famous kinsman of Healfdene. Prince very prudent, now to part I am ready. Gold friend of Earlman, what erst we agreed on. If I fail, act as a kind liege lord to my thanes. 5. Should I lay down my life in lending thee assistance? When my earth joys were over, thou wouldst evermore serve me. Instead of a father, my faithful thane men. My trusty retainers, protect thou and care for. Fall I in battle, and, Hrothgar beloved, and send Hygelac the jewels thou hast given me. 10. Send unto Hygelac the high-valued jewels thou to me hast allotted. The lord of the Geatmen may perceive from the gold, the Hrethling may see it. I should like my king to know how generous a lord I found thee to be. When he looks on the jewels, that a gem giver found I good over measure, enjoyed him while able. 15. And the ancient heirloom unfurth permit thou the famed one to have, the heavy sword splendid one. The hard-edged weapon, with Hrunting to aid me. I shall gain me glory, or grim death shall take me. Beowulf is eager for the fray. The atheling of Geatmen uttered these words and 20. Heroic did hasten, not any rejoinder. Was willing to wait for, the wave current swallowed. He is a whole day reaching the bottom of the sea. The doughty in battle. Then a day's length elapsed ere he was able to see the sea at its bottom. Early she found then who 50 of winters. 25. The course of the currents kept in her fury. Grisly and greedy, that the grim one's dominion. Grendel's mother knows that some one has reached her domains. Some one of men from above was exploring. Forth did she grab them, grappled the warrior with horrible clutches, yet no sooner she injured. 30. His body unscathed, the byrnie outguarded. That she proved but powerless to pierce through the armor. The limb mail locked, with loath grabbing fingers. The sea wolf bear then, when bottomward came she. She grabs him, and bears him to her den. The ring prince homeward, that he after was powerless. 35. He had daring to do it, to deal with his weapons. But many a mere beast tormented him swimming. Sea monsters bite and strike him. Flood beasts no few with fierce biting tusks did break through his byrnie, the brave one pursued they. The earl then discovered he was down in some cavern. 40. Where no water whatever anywise harmed him. And the clutch of the current could come not near him. Since the roofed hall prevented, brightness a gleaming. Firelight he saw, flashing resplendent. The good one saw then the sea bottom's monster. Beowulf attacks the mother of Grendel. 45. The mighty mere woman, he made a great onset. With weapon of battle, his hand not desisted from striking, that war blade struck on her head then. A battle song greedy. The stranger perceived then. The sword will not bite. The sword would not bite, her life would not injure. 50. But the falchion failed the folk prince when straitened. Erst had it often onsets encountered. Oft cloven the helmet, the fated one's armor. 'Twas the first time that ever the excellent jewel had failed of its fame. Firm moved after. 55. Not heedless of valor, but mindful of glory. Was Hygelac kinsman, the hero chief angry. Cast then his carved sword covered with jewels. That it lay on the earth, hard and steel-pointed. The hero throws down all weapons. And again trusts to his hand grip. He hoped in his strength, his hand grapple sturdy. 60. So any must act whenever he thinketh to gain him in battle glory unending. And is reckless of living. The lord of the war Geats. He shrank not from battle, seized by the shoulder too. The mother of Grendel, then mighty in struggle. 65. Swung he his enemy, since his anger was kindled. That she fell to the floor. With furious grapple. Beowulf falls. She gave him requital 3 early thereafter. And stretched out to grab him, the strongest of warriors. Faint mood stumbled, till he fell in his traces. The monster sits on him with drawn sword. 70. Foot-going champion. Then she sat on the hall guest. And wielded her war knife wide blade, flashing. For her son would take vengeance, her one only bairn. His armor saves his life. His breast armor woven bowed on his shoulder. It guarded his life, the entrance defended. 75. Gainst sword point and edges. Icthio's son there had fatally journeyed, champion of Geatmen. In the arms of the ocean, had the armor not given close-woven corselet, comfort, and succor. God arranged for his escape. And had God most holy not awarded the victory. 80. All-knowing Lord, easily did heavens. Ruler most righteous arrange it with justice, for uprose he erect ready for battle. 1 kl immense yl sword. The half-line would then read, the battle sword. Splendid. For heard ECG in next half-verse, see note to 2039 above. 2 SW, R, and TB suggest feeks for EXL, 1538, and render, seized by the hair. 3 If hand lean be accepted, as the Ms has it, the line will read, she. Hand reward gave him early thereafter. 4 SW and S change H so S semicolon, V 1557, to a comma, and translate. The ruler of heaven arranged it in justice easily, after he arose. Again. XXIV. Beowulf is double conqueror. Beowulf grasps a giant sword. Then he saw mid the war gems a weapon of victory. An ancient giant sword, of edges a doughty. Glory of warriors, of weapons 'twas choicest. Only 'twas larger than any man else was. 5. Able to bear to the battle encounter the good and splendid work of the giants. He grasped then the sword hilt, knight of the Scyldings. Bold and battle grim, brandished his ring sword. Hopeless of living, hotly he smote her. 10. That the fiend woman's neck firmly it grappled. And fells the female monster. Broke through her bone joints, the bill fully pierced her fate-cursed body, she fell to the ground then. The hand sword was bloody, the hero exulted. The brand was brilliant, brightly it glimmered. 15. Just as from heaven gem-like shineth the torch of the firmament. He glanced long the building. And turned by the wall then, Hygelac's vassal. Raging and wrathful raised his battle sword. Strong by the handle. The edge was not useless. 20. To the hero in battle, but he speedily wished to give Grendel requital for the many assaults he had worked on the West Danes not once, but often. When he slew in slumber the subjects of Hrothgar. Swallowed down 15 sleeping retainers. 25. Of the folk of the Danemen, and fully as many. Carried away, a horrible prey. He gave him requital, grim raging champion. Beowulf sees the body of Grendel. and cuts off his head. When he saw on his rest place weary of conflict, Grendel lying, of life joys bereaved. 30. As the battle at Heorot erstwhile had scathed him, his body far bounded, a blow when he suffered, death having seized him, sword smiting heavy, and he cut off his head then. Early this noticed the clever carles who as comrades of Hrothgar, the waters are gory. 35. Gazed on the sea deeps, that the surging wave currents were mightily mingled, the mere flood was gory. Of the good one the grey-haired together held converse. Beowulf is given up for dead. The hoary of head, that they hoped not to see again. The atheling ever, that exulting in victory. 40. He'd return there to visit the distinguished folk ruler. Then many concluded the mere wolf had killed him. 1. The 9th hour came then. From the Ness edge departed the bold Moodsoldings, the gold friend of heroes. Homeward betook him. The strangers sat down then. 45. Soul sick, sorrowful, the sea waves regarding. They wished and yet weened not their well-loved friend Lord. The giant sword melts to see any more. The sword blade began then. The blood having touched it, contracting and shriveling. With battle icicles, 'twas a wonderful marvel. 50. That it melted entirely, likest to ice when the Father unbindeth the bond of the frost and unwindeth the wave bands, he who wieldeth dominion of times and of tides, a truth firm creator. Nor took he of jewels more in the dwelling. 55. Lord of the wedders, though they lay all around him, then the head and the handle handsome with jewels. The brand early melted, burnt was the weapon too. So hot was the blood, the strange spirit poisonous. The hero swims back to the realms of day, that in it did perish. He early swam off then. 60. Who had bided in combat the carnage of haters, went up through the ocean, the eddies were cleansed. The spacious expanses, when the spirit from farland his life put aside and this short-lived existence, the seaman's defender came swimming to land then. 65. Doughty of spirit, rejoiced in his sea gift, the bulky burden which he bore in his keeping. The excellent vassals advanced then to meet him. To God they were grateful, were glad in their chieftain, that to see him safe and sound was granted them. 70. From the high-minded hero, then, helmet and byrnie were speedily loosened, the ocean was putrid. The water 'neath welkin weltered with gore. Forth did they fare, then, their footsteps retracing. Merry and mirthful, measured the earthway. 75. The highway familiar, men very daring 3. Bear then the head from the sea cliff, burdening each of the earlmen, excellent valiant. It takes 4 men to carry Grendel's head on a spear. 4 of them had to carry with labor the head of Grendel to the high towering gold hall. 80. Up stuck on the spear, till 14 most valiant and battle-brave Geatmen came there going straight to the palace, the prince of the people measured the meadways, their mood-brave companion. The atheling of earlmen entered the building. 85. Deed valiant man, adorned with distinction, doughty shield warrior, to address King Hrothgar. Then hung by the hair, the head of Grendel was borne to the building, where beer thanes were drinking. Loth before earlmen and eke for the lady. 90. The warriors beheld then a wonderful sight. 1 Esmenijgeir, 1599, and Hafa Estjorden, 2027. In a paper published some years ago in one of the Johns Hopkins University circulars, I tried to throw upon these 2 long doubtful passages some light. Derived from a study of like passages in Alfred's prose, the impersonal verb guiren, with an accuse of the person, and a T clause is used several times with the meaning agree. See Orosius, Suites ed. 1787, 20434, 20828, 21015, 28020. In the two Beowulf passages, the T clause is anticipated by S, which is clearly a general of the thing agreed on. The first passage, v 1599, b. 1600, I translate literally, then many agreed upon this, namely, that the sea-wolf had killed him. The second passage, v 2025, b. 2027, she is promised, to this the friend of the Scyldings has agreed, etc. By amending is instead of ways. 2025, the tenses will be brought into perfect harmony. In v 1997 FF the same idiom occurs, and was noticed in B.S. Great article on Beowulf, which appeared about the time I published my reading of 1599 and 2027. Translate 1997 then, wouldst let the South Danes themselves decide about their struggle with Grendel. Here Esteen is accuse of person, and Ga is general of thing agreed on. With such collateral support as that afforded by B, P and B 1297, I have no hesitation in departing from H. So, my usual guide. The idiom above treated runs through AS, Old Saxon, and other Teutonic languages, and should be noticed in the lexicons. 2 Broden male is regarded by most scholars as meaning a Damaskeened sword. Translate, the Damaskeened sword burned up. Cf 2516 and note 3 signing Balda, 1635, is the much disputed reading of K and Th. 2. Render this, nobly bold, excellently bold, have been suggested. B. Wood. Read signing Holda, cf 290, and render, men well disposed towards the king carried the head, etc. Sign Bealda, says TB, endorsing Gr. XXV. Beowulf brings his trophies Hrothgar's gratitude. Beowulf relates his last exploit. Beowulf spake, offspring of Icthea. Lo, we blithely have brought thee, bairn of Heathden, prince of the Scyldings, these presents from ocean, which thine eye looked on, for an emblem of glory. 5. I came off alive from this, narrowly scaping. In war 'neath the water the work with great pains I performed, and the fight had been finished quite nearly. Had God not defended me, I failed in the battle. Ought to accomplish, aided by Hrunting. 10. Though that weapon was worthy, but the wielder of earth folk, God was fighting with me, gave me willingly to see on the wall a heavy old hand sword hanging in splendor. He guided most often the lorn and the friendless, that I swung as a weapon. The wards of the house then. 15. I killed in the conflict, when occasion was given me. Then the battle sword burned, the brand that was lifted won. As the blood current sprang, hottest of war sweats, seizing the hilt, from my foes I offbore it. I avenged as I ought to their acts of molly good nighty. 20. The murder of Daneman. I then make thee this promise. Hierode is freed from monsters. Thou lt be able in Hierode careless to slumber with thy throng of heroes and the thanes of thy people, every and each, of greater and lesser. And thou needest not fear for them from the self-same direction. 25. As thou formerly faredst, O, folk lord of Scyldings. End day for Earlman. To the age hoary man then. The famous sword is presented to Hrothgar, the grey-haired chieftain, the gold-fashioned sword hilt. Old work of giants, was thereupon given. Since the fall of the fiends, it fell to the keeping. 30. Of the wielder of Daneman, the wondersmith is labor. And the bad mood being abandoned this world then. Opponent of God, victim of murder. And also his mother, it went to the keeping. Of the best of the world kings, where waters encircle. 35. Who the Scot divided insulting dominion. Hrothgar looks closely at the old sword. Hrothgar discoursed, the hilt he regarded. The ancient heirloom where in old time contentions beginning was graven, the gurgling currents. The flood slow thereafter the race of the giants. 40. They had proved themselves daring, that people was loath to. It had belonged to a race hateful to God. The Lord everlasting, through lash of the billows. The Father gave them final requital. So in letters of rune on the clasp of the handle. Gleaming and golden, 'twas graven exactly. 45. Set forth and said, whom that sword had been made for. Finest of irons, who first it was wrought for. Wreathed at its handle and gleaming with serpents. The wise one then said, silent they all were. Hrothgar praises Beowulf, son of old Heafton, he may say unrefuted. 50. Who performs mid the folk men fairness and truth. The hoary old ruler remembers the past. That better by birth is the spairn of the nobles. Thy fame is extended through far-away countries. Good friend Beowulf, o'er all of the races. 55. Thou holdest all firmly, hero-like strength with prudence of spirit. I'll prove myself grateful. As before we agreed on, thou granted for long shalt become a great comfort to kinsmen and comrades. Hieromad's career is again contrasted with Beowulf's. A help unto heroes. Hieromad became not. 60. Such to the Scyldings, successors of Ecgwila. He grew not to please them, but grievous destruction and diresome death woes to Danemen attracted. He slew in anger his table companions, trustworthy counselors, till he turned off lonely. 65. From world joys away, wide famous ruler. Though high ruling heaven in hero strength raised him, in might exalted him, o'er men of all nations. Made him supreme, yet a murderous spirit grew in his bosom, he gave then no ring gems. A wretched failure of a king, to give no jewels to his retainers. 70. To the Danes after custom, endured he unjoyful, standing the straits from strife that was raging. Longsome folk sorrow. Learn then from this. Lay hold of virtue, though laden with winters. I have sung thee these measures. 'Tis a marvel to tell it. Hrothgar moralizes. 75. How all-ruling God from greatness of spirit giveth wisdom to children of men. Manor and earlship, all things he ruleth. He often permitteth the mood thought of man of the illustrious lineage to lean to possessions. 80. Allows him earthly delights at his manor. A high burg of heroes to hold in his keeping. Maketh portions of earth folk hear him. And a wide-reaching kingdom so that, wisdom failing him, he himself is unable to reckon its boundaries. 85. He liveth in luxury, little debars him. Nor sickness nor age, no treachery sorrow. Becloudeth his spirit, conflict nowhere. No sort hate, appeareth, but all of the world doth wend as he wish it, the worse he know it not. 90. Till errant arrogance inward pervading waxed and springeth, when the warder is sleeping. The guard of the soul, with sorrows encompassed. Too sound is his slumber, the slayer is near him. Who with bow and arrow aimeth in malice. One or rather, perhaps, the inlaid, or damaskeened weapon. Cf 2457 and Note. XXVI. Hrothgar moralizes rest after labor. A wounded spirit Then bruised in his bosom he with bitter-toothed missile is hurt 'neath his helmet, from harmful pollution. He is powerless to shield him by the wonderful mandates of the loath-cursed spirit, what too long he hath holden. 5. Him seemeth too small, savage he hoardeth, nor boastfully giveth gold-plated rings one. The fate of the future flouts and forgetteth, since God had erst given him greatness no little. Wielder of glory, his end day anear. 10. It afterward happens that the bodily dwelling, fleeting death, falls into ruins. Another lays hold who doleth the ornaments. The nobleman's jewels, nothing lamenting. He doth no terror. Oh, Beowulf dear. 15. Best of the heroes, from bale strife defend thee. And choose thee the better, counsels eternal. Be not over proud. Life is fleeting, and its strength soon wasteth away. Beware of arrogance, world-famous champion. But a little while lasts thy life vigor's fullness. 'Twill after hap early, that illness or sword edge 20. Shall part thee from strength, or the grasp of the fire, or the wave of the current, or clutch of the edges, or flight of the war spear, or age with its horrors. Or thine eyes bright flashing shall fade into darkness. 'Twill happen full early, excellent hero. Hrothgar Gibson. Account of his reign. 25. That death shall subdue thee. So the Danes a half-century I held under heaven, helped them in struggles 'gainst many a race in Middle Earth's regions. With ashwood and edges, that enemies none on earth molested me. Lo! Offsetting change, now. Sorrow after joy. 30. Came to my manor, grief after joyance. When Grendel became my constant visitor. Inveterate hater, I from that malice continually travailed with trouble no little. Thanks be to God that I gained in my lifetime. 35. To the Lord everlasting, to look on the gory head with mine eyes, after long-lasting sorrow. Go to the bench now, battle adorned. Joy in the feasting, of jewels in common. We'll meet with many when morning appeareth. 40. The Geatman was gladsome, ganged he immediately to go to the bench, as the clever one bade him. Then again as before were the famous for prowess hall inhabiters, handsomely banqueted, feasted anew. The night veil fell then. 45. Dark o'er the warriors. The courtiers rose then. The grey-haired was anxious to go to his slumbers. The hoary old Silding hankered the Geatman. Beowulf is fagged, and seeks rest. The champion doughty, greatly, to rest him. An earlman early outward did lead him. 50. Fagged from his faring, from far country springing. Who for etiquette's sake all of a liegeman's needs regarded, such as seamen at that time were bounden to feel. The big-hearted rested. The building uptowered, spacious and gilded. 55. The guest within slumbered, till the sable-clad raven blithely foreboded the beacon of heaven. Then the bright shining sun o'er the bottoms came going, too. The warriors hastened, the heads of the peoples were ready to go again to their peoples. The Geats prepare to leave Daneland. 60. The high-mood farer would far away thenceward look for his vessel. The valiant one bade then 3. Unferth asks Beowulf to accept his sword as a gift. Beowulf thanks him. Offspring of Ecglaf, off to bear Hrunting, to take his weapon, his well-beloved iron. He him thanked for the gift, saying good he accounted. 65. The war-friend and mighty, nor chid he with words then. The blade of the brand, 'twas a brave-mood hero. When the warriors were ready, arrayed in their trappings, the atheling dear to the Danemen advanced then. onto the dais, where the other was sitting. 70. Grim-mooded hero, greeted King Hrothgar. 1K says proudly giveth. GR says, and gives no gold-plated rings, in order to incite the recipient to boastfulness. B suggests GYLD for GYLP. And renders, and gives no beaten rings for reward. 2 If SS emendation be accepted, V57 will read, then came the light. Going bright after darkness, the warriors, etc. 3 As the passage stands in H so, Unferth presents Beowulf with the sword. Hrunting, and B thanks him for the gift. If, however, the suggestions of GRDTVG and M be accepted, the passage will read, then the brave one, i.e. Beowulf, commanded that Hrunting be born to the son of Ecglaf, Unferth, bade him take his sword, his dear weapon, he, B, thanked him, U, for the loan, etc. XXVII. Sorrow at parting. Beowulf's farewell. Beowulf spake, Icthio's offspring. We men of the water wish to declare now. Fared from far lands, we're firmly determined to seek King Hygelac. Here have we fitly 5. Been welcomed and feasted, as heart would desire it. Good was the greeting. If greater affection I am anywise able ever on earth to gain at thy hands, ruler of heroes, then yet I have done, I shall quickly be ready. I shall be ever ready to aid thee. 10. For combat and conflict. O'er the course of the waters. Learn I that neighbors alarm thee with terror. As haters did whilom, I hither will bring thee. For help unto heroes henchmen by thousands. My liege lord will encourage me in aiding thee. I know as to Hygelac, the lord of the Geatmen. 15. Though young in years, he yet will permit me, by words and by works, ward of the people, fully to furnish thee forces and bear thee my lance to relieve thee, if liegemen shall fail thee, and help of my hand's strength, if rhetoric be treating. 20. Bairn of the king, at the court of the Geatmen. He thereat may find him friends in abundance. Far away countries he were better to seek for, who trusts in himself. Hrothgar discoursed then, making rejoinder, these words thou hast uttered. 25. All-knowing God hath given thy spirit. O Beowulf, thou art wise beyond thy years. Ne'er heard I an earlman thus early in life. More clever in speaking, thou art cautious of spirit. Mighty of muscle, in mouth answers prudent. I count on the hope that, happen it ever. 30. That missile shall rob thee of Hrethel's descendant. Edge horrid battle and illness or weapon. Deprive thee of prince, of people's protector. Should Hygelac die, the Geats could find no better successor than thou wouldst make. And life thou yet holdest, the sea Geats will never find a more fitting folk lord to choose them. 35. Gem ward of heroes, then thou mightest prove thee, if the kingdom of kinsmen thou carest to govern. Thy mood spirit likes me the longer the better. Beowulf dear, thou hast brought it to pass that to both these peoples peace shall be common. Thou hast healed the ancient breach between our races. 40. To Geatfolk and Danemen, the strife be suspended. The secret assailings they suffered in your days. And also that jewels be shared while I govern the wide-stretching kingdom, and that many shall visit others o'er the ocean with excellent gift gems. 45. The ring-adorned bark shall bring o'er the currents presents and love gifts. This people I know. To'rd foeman and friend firmly established one. After ancient etiquette everywise blameless. Then the warden of earlmen gave him still farther parting gifts. 50. Kinsman of Heafton, a dozen of jewels. bade him safely seek with the presents his well-beloved people, early returning. Hrothgar kisses Beowulf, and weeps. Then the noble-born king kissed the distinguished, dear-loved Legiman, the Dane prince saluted him. 55. And clasped his neck, tears from him fell. From the grey-headed man, he two things expected. Aged and reverend, but rather the second. To that bold in council they'd meet thereafter. The man was so dear that he failed to suppress the 60 emotions that moved him, but in mood fetters fastened. The old king is deeply grieved to part with his benefactor. The long famous hero longeth in secret, deep in his spirit for the dear beloved man, though not a blood kinsman. Beowulf thence'ward, gold splendid warrior, walked o'er the meadows. 65. Exulting in treasure, the sea-going vessel, riding at anchor awaited its owner. As they pressed on their way then, the present of Hrothgar, giving liberally is the true proof of kingship, was frequently referred to, a folk king indeed that, every way blameless, till age did debar him. 70. The joys of his might, which hath many oft injured. One forgeword, the crux of this passage, B proposes jet, rendering. I know this people with firm thought every way blameless towards foe and friends. 2s and be immense so as to negative the verb meet. Why should Hrothgar weep if he expects to meet Beowulf again, both these scholars ask. But the weeping is mentioned before the expectations, the tears may have been due to many emotions, especially gratitude, struggling for expression. XXVIII. The homeward journey the two queens. Then the band of very valiant retainers came to the current, they were clad all in armor. The coast guard. Again. In link-woven byrnies. The land warder noticed the return of the earlmen, as he erstwhile had seen them. 5. Nowise with insult he greeted the strangers from the naze of the cliff, but rode on to meet them. Said the bright armored visitors one vessel-ward travelled. Welcome to Weders. The wide-bosomed craft then lay on the sand, laden with armor. 10. With horses and jewels, the ring-stemmed sailor. The mast uptowered o'er the treasure of Hrothgar. Beowulf gives the guard a handsome sword. To the boat-ward a gold-bound brand he presented. That he was afterwards honored on the ale-bench more highly as the heirloom's owner. 2 Set he out on his vessel. 15. To drive on the deep, Dane country left he. Along by the mast then a sea garment fluttered. A rope fastened sail. The sea boat resounded. The wind o'er the waters the wave floater nowise kept from its journey, the sea-goer travelled. 20. The foamy neck floated forth o'er the currents. The well-fashioned vessel o'er the ways of the ocean. The Geats see their own land again, till they came within sight of the cliffs of the Geatmen, the well-known headlands. The wave-goer hastened, driven by breezes, stood on the shore. The port warden is anxiously looking for them. 25. Prompt at the ocean, the port ward was ready. Who long in the past outlooked in the distance 3. At water's edge waiting well-loved heroes. He bound to the bank then the broad-bosomed vessel, fast in its fetters, lest the force of the waters 30. Should be able to injure the ocean-wood winsome. Bade he up then take the treasure of princes. Plate gold and fretwork, not far was it thence. To go off in search of the giver of jewels. Hrethel's son Hygelac at home there remaineth for 35. Himself with his comrades close to the sea coast. The building was splendid, the king heroic. Great in his hall, Hygd very young was. Hygd, the noble queen of Hygelac. Lavish of gifts. fine-mooded, clever, though few were the winters. That the daughter of Harith had dwelt in the borough. 40. But she nowise was cringing nor niggard of presents. Of ornaments rare, to the race of the Geatman. Office consort. Thritho, is contrasted with Hygd. Thritho nursed anger, excellent five-folk queen. Hot burning hatred, no hero whatever. Mong household companions, her husband excepted. She is a terror to all save her husband. 45. Dared to adventure to look at the woman. With eyes in the daytime, 6 But he knew that death chains hand-wreathed were wrought him, early thereafter. When the hand strife was over, edges were ready. That fierce raging sword point had to force a decision. 50. Murder bail show. Such no womanly custom. For a lady to practice, though lovely her person. That a weaver of peace, on pretence of anger, a beloved legiman of life should deprive. Soothly this hindered Hemming's kinsman. 55. Other ale-drinking earlmen asserted that fearful folk sorrows fewer she wrought them. Treacherous doings, since first she was given. Adorned with gold to the war hero youthful. For her origin honored, when off his great palace. 60. O'er the fallow flood by her father's instructions. She sought on her journey, where she afterwards fully famed for her virtue, her fate on the king's seat. Enjoyed in her lifetime, love did she hold with the ruler of heroes, the best, it is told me. 65. Of all of the earthmen that oceans encompass. Of earl kindreds endless, hence Offa was famous. Far and widely, by gifts and by battles. Spear valiant hero, the home of his fathers. He governed with wisdom, whence Eomer did issue. 70. For help unto heroes, Hemming's kinsman. Grandson of Garmund, great in encounters. 1 for Scawen, 1896, Scone has been proposed. Accepting this, we may render, he said the bright armored warriors were going to their vessel. Welcome, etc., cf 1804. 2R suggests, Jwad him on NACA, and renders, the vessel set out, to drive on the sea, the Dane country left. On bears the alliteration, cf on. Hafu, 2524. This has some advantages over the H-so. Reading, viz. 1. It adds nothing to the text, 2. It makes NACA the subject, and thus brings the passage into keeping with the context, where the poet has exhausted his vocabulary in detailing the actions of the vessel BS emendation. CFP and B1297, is violent. 3b translates, who for a long time, ready at the coast, had looked out into the distance eagerly for the dear men. This changes the syntax of Lifra. Mana. 4 for Vuna, v 1924, several eminent critics suggest Vunad, equals remained. This makes the passage much clearer. 5 Why should such a woman be described as an excellent queen? C. Suggests Freakno equals dangerous, bold. 6 For and edges various readings have been offered. If an edges be accepted, the sentence will read, no hero, dared look upon her, eye to eye. If and edges be adopted, translate, dared look upon her the whole day. XXIX. Beowulf and Hygelac. Then the brave one departed, his band along with him. Beowulf and his party seek Hygelac. Seeking the seashore, the sea marches treading the wide-stretching shores. The world candle glimmered. The sun from the southward, they proceeded then onward. 5. Early arriving where they heard that the troop lord Ongentheo's slayer, excellent, youthful folk prince and warrior was distributing jewels, clothes in his castle. The coming of Beowulf was announced in a message quickly to Hygelac. 10. That the folk troops defender forth to the palace. The linden companion alive was advancing, secure from the combat courtward a going. The building was early inward made ready for the foot-going guests as the good one had ordered. Beowulf sits by his liege lord. 15. He sat by the man then who had lived through the struggle. Kinsman by kinsman, when the king of the people had in lordly language saluted the dear one. Queen Hygd receives the heroes in words that were formal. The daughter of Harith coursed through the building, carrying mead cups 1. 20. She loved the retainers, tendered the beakers to the high-minded Geatman. Hygelac gan then. Hygelac is greatly interested in Beowulf's adventures, pleasantly plying his companion with questions. In the high-towering palace, a curious interest tormented his spirit, what meaning to see in 25. The Sea Geat's adventures, Beowulf worthy. Give an account of thy adventures. Beowulf dear. How throve your journeying, when thou thoughtest suddenly far o'er the salt streams to seek an encounter, a battle at Heorot? Hast bettered for Hrothgar, the famous folk leader, his far published sorrows. 30. Any at all? In agony billows. My suspense has been great. I mused upon torture, distrusted the journey of the beloved Legiman. I long time did pray thee, by no means to seek out the murderous spirit, to suffer the South Danes themselves to decide on 2. 35. Grappling with Grendel. To God I am thankful to be suffered to see thee safe from thy journey. Beowulf narrates his adventures. Beowulf answered, Bairn of old Icthea. 'Tis hidden by no means, Hygelac chieftain. From many of men, the meeting so famous. 40. What mournful moments of me and of Grendel were passed in the place where he pressing affliction on the victory Scyldings scat he fully brought. Anguish forever, that all I avenged. So that any under heaven of the kinsmen of Grendel's kindred, have no cause to boast. 45. Needeth not boast of that cry in the morning, who longest liveth of the loath-going kindred 3. Encompassed by moorland, I came in my journey to the royal ring hall, Hrothgar to greet there. Hrothgar received me very cordially. Soon did the famous scion of Heathden. 50. When he understood fully the spirit that led me, assign me a seat with the son of his bosom. The troop was in joyance, mead glee greater. Neath arch of the ether not ever beheld I. The queen also showed up no little honor mid hall building holders. The highly famed queen. 55. Peace tie of peoples, oft passed through the building. Cheered the young troopers, she oft tendered a hero a beautiful ring band, ere she went to her sitting. Hrothgar's lovely daughter. Oft the daughter of Hrothgar in view of the courtiers. To the earls at the end the ale vessel carried. 60. Whom Freya where I heard then hall sitter's title. When nail-adorned jewels she gave to the heroes. She is betrothed to Ingeld, in order to unite the Danes and Heath-obards. Gold bedecked, youthful, to the glad son of Froda. Her faith has been plighted, the friend of the Scyldings. The guard of the kingdom, hath given his sanction for 65. And counts it a vantage, for a part of the quarrels. A portion of hatred, to pay with the woman. 5. Somewhere not rarely, when the ruler has fallen, the life-taking lance relaxed its fury. For a brief breathing spell, though the bride be charming. 1 Medusincum, 1981, some would render with mead pourers. Translate. Then, the daughter of Harith went through the building accompanied by mead pourers. 2 C Mino to 1599, Supra, and B in P and B12. 97. 3 4 Fen, supplied by GRDTVG, B suggests Facni, cf July 350. Accepting this, translate, who longest lives of the hated race, steeped in treachery. 4 See note to V 1599 above. 5 This is perhaps the least understood sentence in the poem, almost every word being open to dispute. 1. The no of our text is an emendation, and is rejected by many scholars. 2. Seldom is by some taken as an adv. Equals seldom, and by others as a noun, equals page, companion. 3. Liadhrir. Some render fall of the people, others, fall of the prince. 4. Bge. Most scholars regard as the entrans. Verb meaning bend, rest, but one great scholar has translated it shall kill. 5. Water, very recently, has been attacked, weary being suggested. 6. As a corollary to the above, the same critic proposes to drop oft out of the text T.B suggests, oft. Selden weary after Leodrir, Lytle while Bonger Bge, Osseo bride dug. Equals often has a treaty been, thus, struck, after a prince had fallen, but only a short time is the spear, then, want to rest, however excellent the bride may be. X. Beowulf narrates his adventures to Hygelac. It well may discomfit the prince of the Heathobards, and each of the thany men of earls that attend him, when he goes to the building escorting the woman, that a noble-born daneman the knights should be feasting. 5. There gleam on his person the leavings of elders, hard and ring bright, Heathobards' treasure, while they wielded their arms, till they misled to the battle their own dear lives and beloved companions. He saith at the banquet who the collar beholdeth. 10. An ancient ash warrior who earlman's destruction clearly recalleth, cruel his spirit, sadly beginneth sounding the youthful Thane champion's spirit through the thoughts of his bosom. War grief to waken, and this word answer speaketh. Ingeld is stirred up to break the truce. 15. Art thou able, my friend, to know when thou seest it? The brand which thy father bare to the conflict, in his latest adventure, neath visor of helmet. The dearly loved iron, where Danemen did slay him, and brave Moodsoldings, on the fall of the heroes. 20. When vengeance was sleeping, the slaughter place wielded. E'en now some man of the murderer's progeny, exulting in ornaments enters the building, boasts of his bloodshedding, off beareth the jewel, which thou shouldst wholly hold in possession. 25. So he urgeth and mindeth on every occasion, with woe-bringing words, till waxed the season, when the woman's thane for the works of his father, the bill having bitten, blood-gory sleepeth, fated to perish, the other one thenceward. 30. Scapeth alive, the land knoweth thoroughly. 1. Then the oaths of the earlmen on each side are broken, when rancors unresting are raging in Ingeld, and his wife love waxed less warm after sorrow. So the Heathobards favor not faithful I reckon. 35. Their part in the treaty not true to the Danemen, their friendship not fast. I further shall tell thee. Having made these preliminary statements, I will now tell thee of Grendel, the monster. More about Grendel, that thou fully mayst hear. Ornament giver, what afterward came from the hand rush of heroes, when heaven's bright jewel. 40. O'er earth fields had glided, the stranger came raging, the horrible night fiend, us for to visit, where wholly unharmed the hall we were guarding. Honsio fell first. To Honsio happened a hopeless contention. Death to the doomed one, dead he fell foremost. 45. Girded war champion, to him Grendel became then. To the vassal distinguished, a tooth-weaponed murderer. The well-beloved henchman's body all swallowed. Not the earlier off empty of hand did. The bloody-toothed murderer, mindful of evils. 50. Wished to escape from the gold-giver's palace. But sturdy of strength he strove to outdo me. Hand ready grappled. A glove was suspended. Spacious and wondrous, in art fetters fastened. Which was fashioned entirely by touch of the craftsman. 55. From the dragon's skin by the devil's devices. He down in its depths would do me unsadly. One among many, deed-doer raging. Though sinless he saw me, not so could it happen. When I in my anger upright did stand. 60. 'Tis too long to recount how a requital I furnished. For every evil to the earlman's destroyer. I reflected honor upon my people. 'Twas there, my prince, that I proudly distinguished thy land with my labors. He left and retreated. He lived his life a little while longer. 65. Yet his right hand guarded his footstep in Heorot. And sad mood thence to the sea bottom fell he. Mournful in mind. For the might rush of battle. King Hrothgar lavished gifts upon me. The friend of the Scyldings, with gold that was plated. With ornaments many, much requited me. 70. When daylight had dawned, and down to the banquet we had sat us together. There was chanting and joyance. The age-stricken Scylding asked many questions. And of old times related, oft light-ringing harp strings. Joy-telling were touched by the brave one. 75. Now he uttered measures, mourning and truthful. Then the large-hearted land king a legend of wonder truthfully told us. Now troubled with years, the old king is sad over the loss of his youthful vigor. The age-hoary warrior afterward began to mourn for the might that marked him in youth days. 80. His breast within boiled, when burdened with winters. Much he remembered. From morning till night then. We joyed us therein as etiquette suffered. Till the second night season came unto earth folk. Then early thereafter, the mother of Grendel. Grendel's mother. 85. Was ready for vengeance, wretched she journeyed. Her son had death ravished, the wrath of the Geatman. The horrible woman avenged her offspring. And with mighty main strength murdered a hero. Aesir falls a prey to her vengeance. There the spirit of Aesir, aged adviser. 90. Was ready to vanish, nor when morn had lightened. Were they anywise suffered to consume him with fire. Folk of the Daneman, the death-weakened hero. Nor the beloved legiman to lay on the pyre. She suffered not his body to be burned, but ate it. She the corpse had off-carried in the clutch of the foeman too. 95. Neath mountain brook's flood. To Hrothgar 'twas saddest of pains that ever had preyed on the chieftain. By the life of thee the land prince then me three besought very sadly, in sea currents eddies. To display my prowess, to peril my safety. 100. Might deeds accomplish, much did he promise. I sought the creature in her den. I found then the famous flood current's cruel, horrible depth warder. A while unto us too. Hand was in common, the currents were seething. With gore that was clotted, and Grendel's fierce mothers. And hewed her head off. 105. Head I off-hocked in the hall at the bottom. With huge reaching sword edge, hardly I rested. My life from her clutches, not doomed was I then. Jewels were freely bestowed upon me. But the warden of Earlman afterward gave me jewels in quantity, kinsman of Heafton. 1 for Lafigend, 2063, a mere conjecture, Wigand has been suggested. The line would then read, escapeth by fighting, knows the land thoroughly. 2 Forf mum, grs conjecture, b proposes Fearunga. These 3 half verses would then read, she bore off the corpse of her foe suddenly under the mountain torrent. 3 The phrase any life, 2132, was long rendered with thy, presupposed permission. The verse would read, the land prince then sadly besought me. With thy, presupposed, permission, etc. XXXI. Gift giving is mutual. So the beloved land prince lived in decorum. I had missed no rewards, no meeds of my prowess. But he gave me jewels, regarding my wishes. Heaften his bairn, I'll bring them to thee, then. All my gifts I lay at thy feet. 5. Atheling of Earlman, offer them gladly. And still unto thee is all my affection won. But few of my folk kin find I surviving. But thee, dear Hygelac, bade he and then to carry to the boar image, banner, battle high helmet. 10. Iron grey armor, the excellent weapon. This armor I have belonged of yore to Hrothgar. In song measures said, this suit for the battle. Hrothgar presented me, bade me expressly. Wise moved Atheling, thereafter to tell thee 3. The whole of its history, said King Hrothgar owned it. 15. Dane prince for long, yet he wished not to give then the mail to his son, though dearly he loved him. Here ward the hardy. Hold all in joyance. I heard that there followed hard on the jewels 2 braces of stallions of striking resemblance. 20. Dappled and yellow, he granted him usance of horses and treasures. So a kinsman should bear him. No web of treachery weave for another. Nor by cunning craftiness cause the destruction. Hygelac loves his nephew Beowulf. Of trusty companion. Most precious to Hygelac. 25. The bold one in battle, was the bairn of his sister. And each unto other mindful of favors. Beowulf gives Hygd the necklace that Wilhthea had given him. I am told that to Hygd he proffered the necklace. Wonder gem rare that Wilhthea gave him. The troop leader's daughter, a trio of horses. 30. Slender and saddle bright, soon did the jewel embellish her bosom, when the beer feast was over. So Icthio's bairn brave did prove him. Beowulf is famous. War famous man, by deeds that were valiant. He lived in honor, beloved companions. 35. Slow not carousing, his mood was not cruel. But by hand strength hugest of heroes then living. The brave one retained the bountiful gift that the Lord had allowed him. Long was he wretched, so that sons of the Geatmen accounted him worthless. 40. And the lord of the liegemen loath was to do him mickle of honor, when mead cups were passing. They fully believed him idle and sluggish. He is requited for the slights suffered in earlier days. An indolent atheling, to the honor-blessed man there came requital for the cuts he had suffered. 45. The folk troops defender bade fetch to the building the heirloom of Hrethel, embellished with gold. Hygelac overwhelms the conqueror with gifts. So the brave one enjoined it, there was jewel no richer. In the form of a weapon mong Geats of that era. In Beowulf's keeping he placed it and gave him 50. 7 of thousands, manor, and lordship. Common to both was land mong the people. Estate and inherited rights and possessions. To the second one specially spacious dominions. To the one who was better. It afterward happened. 55. In days that followed, befell the battle thanes. After Herdred's death, Beowulf becomes king. After Hygelac's death, and when Heardred was murdered. With weapons of warfare neath well-covered targets. when valiant battlemen in victor bands sought him. Warsulfing heroes harassed the nephew. 60. Of Hereric in battle. To Beowulf's keeping. Turned there in time extensive dominions. He rules the Geats. 50 years. He fittingly ruled them a 50 of winters. He a man ruler wise was, manor ward old, till a certain one gan, on gloom darkening nights, the fire drake. 65. Dragon, to govern, who guarded a treasure. A high rising stone cliff, on heath that was greyish. A path neath it lay, unknown unto mortals. Some one of earthmen entered the mountain. The heathenish horde laid hold of with ardor. 70. Asterisk. 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 Asterisk asterisk. 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 1. This verse B renders, now serve I again thee alone as my gracious king. 2. For Ephor, 2153, KL suggests alder. Translate then, bade the prince then to bear in the banner, battle high helmet, etc. On the other hand, W takes E for Hephod sen as a compound, meaning helmet, he bade them bear in the helmet, battle high helm, grey armor, etc. 3. The H so. Rendering, arist equals history, origin, F for est, though liable to objection, is perhaps the best offered. That I should very early tell. The of his favor, kindness sounds well, but his is badly placed to limit. S. Perhaps, eft with verbs of saying may have the force of lat prefix. Re, and the h so. Reading mean, that I should its origin rehearse to thee. XXXII. The horde and the dragon. Asterisk. 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 Asterisk asterisk. He sought of himself who sorely did harm him. But, for need very pressing, the servant of one of the sons of the heroes hate blows evaded. 5. Seeking for shelter and the sin-driven warrior took refuge within there. He early looked in it. Asterisk. 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 Asterisk asterisk. 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 Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk 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 when the onset surprised him. The horde. 10. He a gem vessel saw there, many of such like ancient ornaments in the earth cave were lying. As in days of yore some one of men of illustrious lineage, as a legacy monstrous, there had secreted them, careful and thoughtful. 15. Dear valued jewels. Death had oft snatched them. In the days of the past, and the one man moreover, of the flower of the folk who fared there the longest, was fain to defer it, friend morning warder, a little longer to be left in enjoyment. 20. Of long-lasting treasure. 1. A barrow already stood on the plain, the stream currents nigh to, knew by the ness edge, on neth of approaching. The keeper of rings carried within a too ponderous deal of the treasure of nobles. 25. Of gold that was beaten, briefly he spake then. 3. The ring giver bewails the loss of retainers. Hold thou, O earth, now heroes no more may the earnings of earlmen. Lo, erst in thy bosom. Worthy men won them, war death hath ravished. Perilous life bale, all my warriors. 30. Liegemen beloved, who this life have forsaken. Who all pleasures saw. No sword bearer have I. And no one to burnish the gold-plated vessel. The high-valued beaker, my heroes are vanished. The hardy helmet behung with gilding. 35. Shall be reaved of its riches, the ring-cleanser's slumber. Who were charged to have ready visors for battle. And the byrnie that bided in battle encounter. O'er breaking of war shields the bite of the edges. Molds with the hero. The ring-twisted armor. 40. Its lord being lifeless, no longer may journey. Hanging by heroes, harp joy is vanished. The rapture of glee wood, no excellent falcon. Swoops through the building, no swift-footed charger. Grindeth the gravel. A grievous destruction. 45. No few of the world folk widely hath scattered. So, woeful of spirit one after all. Lamented mournfully, moaning in sadness. By day and by night, till death with its billows. The fire dragon. Dashed on his spirit. Then the ancient dusk scather. 50. Found the great treasure standing all open. He who flaming and fiery flies to the barrows. Naked war dragon, nightly escapeth. Encompassed with fire, men under heaven. Widely beheld him. 'Tis said that he looks for 55. The hoard in the earth, where old he is guarding. The heathenish treasure, he'll be nowise the better. The dragon meets his match. So 300 winters the waster of peoples. Held upon earth that excellent hoard hall. Till the forementioned earlman angered him bitterly. 60. The beat-plated beaker he bare to his chieftain. And fullest remission for all his remissness. Begged of his liege lord. Then the hoard 5 was discovered. The treasure was taken, his petition was granted. The hero plunders. The dragon's den. The lornmood liegeman. His lord regarded. 65. The old work of earth folk 'twas the earliest occasion. When the dragon awoke, the strife was renewed there. He snuffed long the stone then, stout-hearted found he. The footprint of foeman, too far had he gone. With cunning craftiness close to the head of 70. The fire-spewing dragon. So undoomed he may scape from anguish and exile with ease who posses saith. The favor of heaven. The hoard warden eagerly searched o'er the ground then, would meet with the person that caused him sorrow while in slumber reclining. 75. Gleaming and wild he oft went round the cavern. All of it outward, not any of earthmen was seen in that desert. 6 Yet he joyed in the battle. Rejoiced in the conflict, oft he turned to the barrow. Sought for the gem cup. 7 This he soon perceived then. The dragon perceives that some one has disturbed his treasure. 80. That some man or other had discovered the gold. The famous folk treasure. Not fain did the hoard ward wait until evening, then the ward of the barrow was angry in spirit. The loathed one wished to pay for the dear valued drink cup with fire. 85. Then the day was done as the dragon would have it. He no longer would wait on the wall, but departed. The dragon is infuriated. Fire impelled, flaming. Fearful the start was. To earls in the land, as it early thereafter. To their giver of gold was grievously ended. 1 For long gestriana, B suggests langestriana, and renders, of fleeting treasures. S accepts HS long gestriana, but renders, the treasure long in accumulating. 2 For hard ferdni, 2246, B first suggested hard findni, rendering a heap of treasures, so great that its equal would be hard to find. The same scholar suggests later hoard windale equals a deal of treasure joy. 3 Some read FEC word, 2247, and render, banning words uttered. 4 An earlier reading of HS gave the following meaning to this passage. He is said to inhabit a mound under the earth, where he, etc. The translation in the text is more authentic. 5 The repetition of hoard in this passage has led some scholars to suggest new readings to avoid the second hoard. This, however, is not under the main stress, and, it seems to me, might easily be accepted. 6 The reading of H. So is well defended in the notes to that volume. B. Amends and renders, nor was there any man in that desert who rejoiced in conflict, in battle work. That is, the horde ward could not find anyone who had disturbed his slumbers, for no warrior was there. T.b's emendation would give substantially the same translation. 7 Sinfa et. 2301 This word both here and in v 2232, TB renders treasure. XXXIII. Brave though aged reminiscences. The dragon spits fire. The stranger began then to vomit forth fire. To burn the great manor, the blaze then glimmered. For anguish to earlmen, not anything living. Was the hateful air-goer willing to leave there? 5. The war of the worm widely was noticed. The feud of the foemen afar and anear. How the enemy injured the earls of the Geatmen. Harried with hatred, back he hied to the treasure. To the well-hidden cavern ere the coming of daylight. 10. He had circled with fire the folk of those regions. With brand and burning, in the barrow he trusted. In the wall and his war might, the weaning deceived him. Beowulf hears of the havoc wrought by the dragon. Then straight was the horror to Beowulf published. Early forsooth, that his own native homestead won. 15. The best of buildings was burning and melting. Gift seat of Geatmen. 'Twas a grief to the spirit of the good-mood hero, the greatest of sorrows. He fears that heaven is punishing him for some crime. The wise one weened then that wielding his kingdom gainst the ancient commandments, he had bitterly angered. 20. The Lord everlasting, with lorn meditations. His bosom welled inward, as was nowise his custom. The fire-spewing dragon fully had wasted the fastness of warriors, the water land outward. The manor with fire. The folk-ruling hero. 25. Prince of the Weders, was planning to wreak him. The warmen's defender bade them to make him Earlman's atheling, an excellent war shield. He orders an iron shield to be made. From him, wood is useless. Wholly of iron, fully he knew then. That wood from the forest was helpless to aid him. 30. Shield against fire. The long-worthy ruler must live the last of his limited earth days. Of life in the world and the worm along with him. Though he long had been holding hoard wealth in plenty. He determines to fight alone. Then the ring prince disdained to seek with a war band. 35. With army extensive, the air-going ranger. He felt no fear of the foeman's assaults and he counted for little the might of the dragon. His power and prowess, for previously dared he. Beowulf's early triumphs referred to a heap of hostility, hazard dangers. 40. War Thane, when Hrothgar's palace he cleansed. Conquering combatant, clutched in the battle. The kinsman of Grendel, of kindred detested. Point 2. Hygelac's death. Recalled. 'Twas of hand fights not least where Hygelac was slaughtered. When the king of the Geatmen with clashings of battle. 45. Friend lord of folks in Frisian dominions. Offspring of Hrethril perished through sword drink. With battle swords beaten, thence Beowulf came then. On self-help relying, swam through the waters. he bare on his arm, lone going, 30. 50. Outfits of armor, when the ocean he mounted. The het wars by no means had need to be boastful of their fighting afoot, who forward to meet him carried their war shields, not many returned from the brave moved battle night back to their homesteads. 55. Ichthyos bare o'er the bite courses swam then. Lone goer lorn to his land folk returning, where Hygd to him tendered treasure and kingdom. Herdred's lack of capacity to rule rings and dominion, her son she not trusted to be able to keep the kingdom devised him. 60. Gainst alien races, on the death of King Hygelac. Beowulf's tact and delicacy recalled. Yet the sad one succeeded not in persuading the atheling in any way ever, to act as a suzerain, to hear dread, or promise to govern the kingdom. Yet with friendly counsel in the folk he sustained him. 65. Gracious, with honor, till he grew to be older. Reference is here made to a visit, which Beowulf receives from Eanmund and Eadgils. Why they come is not known. Wielded the Weders, wide fleeing outlaws. Othyr's sons, sought him o'er the waters. They had stirred a revolt gainst the helm of the Sylfings, the best of the sea kings, who in Swedish dominions. 70. Distributed treasure, distinguished folk leader. 'Twas the end of his earth days, injury fatal 3. By swing of the sword he received as a greeting. Offspring of Hygelac, Ongentheos bairn. Later departed to visit his homestead. 75. When Heardred was dead, let Beowulf rule them. Govern the Geatmen, good was that folk king. 1 Ham, 2326, the suggestion of B is accepted by TB and other scholars. 2 For Lansins, 2355, TB suggests Lansin, apposition to Magam. From syntactical and other considerations, this is a most excellent emendation. 3 Gr. Read on Fetorm, 2386, rendering, he there at the banquet a fatal wound received by blows of the sword. Thursiv. Beowulf seeks the dragon. Beowulf's reminiscences. He planned requital for the folk leader's ruin. In days thereafter, to Eadgils the wretched, becoming an enemy. Othyr's son then went with a war troop o'er the wide-stretching currents. 5. With warriors and weapons, with woe journeys cold he after avenged him, the king's life he took. Beowulf has been preserved through many perils. So he came off uninjured from all of his battles. Perilous fights, offspring of Ichthyos. From his deeds of daring, till that day most momentous. 10. When he fate-driven fared to fight with the dragon. With 11 comrades. He seeks the dragon. With 11 companions the prince of the Geatmen went lowering with fury to look at the fire drake. Inquiring he'd found how the feud had arisen. Hate to his heroes, the highly famed gem vessel. 15. Was brought to his keeping through the hand of Th informer. A guide leads the way, but that in the throng was 13th of heroes. That caused the beginning of conflict so bitter. Captive and wretched, must sad mood thenceforward very reluctantly point out the place, he passed then unwillingly. 20. To the spot where he knew of the notable cavern. The cave under earth, not far from the ocean. The anger of eddies, which inward was full of jewels and wires, a warden uncanny. Warrior weaponed, warded the treasure. 25. Old under earth, no easy possession for any of earth folk access to get to. Then the battle-brave atheling sat on the naze edge, while the gold friend of Geatman gracious saluted his fireside companions. Woe was his spirit. 30. Death boding, wavering, weird very near him. Who must seize the old hero, his sole treasure look for? Dragging aloof his life from his body. Not flesh hidden long was the folk leader's spirit. Beowulf spake, Icthio's son. Beowulf's retrospect. 35. I survived in my youth days many a conflict. Hours of onset, that all I remember. I was 7 winters old when the jewel prince took me. High lord of heroes, at the hands of my father. Hrethel the hero king had me in keeping. Hrethel took me when I was 7. 40. Gave me treasure and feasting, our kinship remembered. Not ever was I any less dear to him. He treated me as a son. Knight in the boroughs, than the bairns of his household. Herebald and Haethcyn and Hygelac mine. To the eldest unjustly by acts of a kinsman. 45. Was murder bed strewn, since him Haethcyn from Hornbow. One of the brothers accidentally kills another. His sheltering chieftain shot with an arrow. Erred in his aim and injured his kinsman. One brother the other, with blood-sprinkled spear. No fee could compound for such a calamity. 'Twas a fearless fight, finished in malice. 50. Sad to his spirit, the folk prince however had to part from existence with vengeance untaken. A parallel case is supposed. So to hoar-headed hero 'tis heavily crushing one. To live to see his son as he writhed young on the gallows, then measures he Shantaith. 55. A song of sorrow, when his son is hanging. For the raven's delight, and aged and hoary. He is unable to offer any assistance. Every morning his offspring's departure is constant recalled, he cares not to wait for. 60. The birth of an heir in his burrow enclosures. Since that one through death pain the deeds hath experienced. He heart grieved beholds in the house of his son the wine building wasted, the wind lodging places reaved of their roaring, the riders are sleeping. 65. The night's in the grave, there's no sound of the harp wood. Joy in the yards, as of yore were familiar. Juan Gamalum Sierla, 2445. H takes these words as referring to Hrethel. But the translator here departs from his editor by understanding the poet to refer to a hypothetical old man, introduced as an illustration of a father's sorrow. Hrethel had certainly never seen a son of his ride on the gallows to feed the crows. The passage beginning SWA by Geomerlich seems to be an effort to reach a full simile, as, so. As it is mournful for an old man, etc., so the defense of the Weders, 2463, bore heart sorrow, etc. The verses 2451 to 2463 1/2 would be parenthetical, the poet's feelings being so strong as to interrupt the simile. The punctuation of the 4th edition would be better a comma after Galgan, 2447. The translation may be indicated as follows. Just, as it is sad for an old man to see his son ride young on the gallows when he himself is uttering mournful measures, a sorrowful song, while his son hangs. For a comfort to the raven, and he, old and infirm, cannot render him any kelp, he is constantly reminded, etc., 2451 to 2463, so the defense of the Weders, etc. XXXV. Reminiscences, continued, Beowulf's last battle. He seeks then his chamber, singeth a woe song. One for the other, all too extensive. Seemed homesteads and plains. So the helm of the Weders? Hrethel grieves. For Herebald. Mindful of Herebald heart sorrow carried. 5. Stirred with emotion, nowise was able to wreak his ruin on the ruthless destroyer. He was unable to follow the warrior with hatred. With deeds that were direful, though dear he not held him. Then pressed by the pang this pain occasioned him. 10. He gave up glee, godlight elected. He left to his sons, as the man that is rich does, his land and fortress, when from life he departed. Strife between Swedes and Geats. Then was crime and hostility twixt Swedes and Geatmen. O'er wide-stretching water warring was mutual. 15. Burdensome hatred, when Hrethel had perished. And Ongentheo's offspring were active and valiant. Wished not to hold to peace over sea, but round Hriosnabe or Hofen accomplished cruelest massacre. This my kinsman avenged. 20. The feud and fury, as 'tis found on inquiry. Though one of them paid it with forfeit of life joys. Haethcyn's fall at Ravenswood. With price that was hard, the struggle became then fatal to Haethcyn, lord of the Geatmen. Then I heard that at morning one brother the other. 25. With edges of irons egged on to murder. Where Ongentheo maked onset on Eofor. The helmet crashed, the hoary-haired Sylfing. Sword-smitten fell, his hand then remembered. Feud hate sufficient, refused not the death blow. I requited him for the jewels he gave me. 30. The gems that he gave me, with jewel bright sword I quite in contest, as occasion was offered. Land he allowed me, life joy at homestead. Manor to live on. Little he needed. From Gepids or Danes or in Sweden to look for. 35. Trooper less true, with treasure to buy him. 'Mong foot soldiers ever in front I would hie me. Alone in the vanguard, and ever more gladly. Warfare shall wage, while this weapon endureth. That late and early often did serve me. Beowulf refers to his having slain Dagravn. 40. When I proved before heroes the slayer of Dagravn, knight of the Hugmen, he by no means was suffered. To the king of the Frisians to carry the jewels. The breast decoration, but the banner possessor. Bowed in the battle, brave moved Atheling. 45. No weapon was slayer, but war grapple broke then. The surge of his spirit, his body destroying. Now shall weapon's edge make war for the treasure. And hand and firm sword. Beowulf spake then. Boast words uttered the latest occasion. He boasts of his youthful prowess. And declares himself still fearless. 50. I braved in my youth days battles unnumbered. Still am I willing the struggle to look for. Fame deeds perform, folk warden prudent. If the hateful despoiler forth from his cavern seeked me out. Each of the heroes. 55. Helm bearers sturdy, he thereupon greeted. His last salutations. Beloved co-liegeman his last salutation. No brand would I bear, no blade for the dragon. Wist I away my word boast to compelish one. Else with the monster, as with Grendel I did it. 60. But fire in the battle hot I expect there. Furious flame burning, so I fixed on my body. Target and war mail. The ward of the barrow too. I'll not flee from a foot length, the foeman uncanny. At the wall 'twill befall us as fate decreeth. Let fate decide between us. 65. Each one's creator. I am eager in spirit. With the winged war hero to away with all boasting. Bide on the barrow with Bernice protected. Wait yet here till the battle is over. Earls in armor, which of us two may better bear his disaster, when the battle is over. 70. 'Tis no matter of yours, and man cannot do it. But me and me only, to measure his strength with. The monster of malice, might deeds to compelish. I with prowess shall gain the gold, or the battle. Direful death woe will drag off your ruler. 75. The mighty champion rose by his shield then. Brave under helmet, in battle mail went he. 'Neath steep rising stone cliffs, the strength he relied on. Of one man alone, no work for a coward. Then he saw by the wall who a great many battles 80 had lived through, most worthy, when foot troops collided. The place of strife is described. Stone arches standing, stout-hearted champion. Saw a brook from the barrow bubbling out thenceward. The flood of the fountain was fuming with war flame. Not nigh to the horde, for season the briefest. 85. Could he brave, without burning, the abyss that was yawning? The drake was so fiery. The prince of the Weders caused then that words came from his bosom. So fierce was his fury, the firm-hearted shouted. His battle-clear voice came in resounding. 90. 'Neath the grey-coloured stone, stirred was his hatred. Beowulf calls out. Under the stone arches, the horde-ward distinguished the speech of a man. Time was no longer to look out for friendship. The breath of the monster issued forth first. Vapory war sweat, out of the stone cave. The terrible encounter. 95. The earth re-echoed. The earl neath the barrow lifted his shield, lord of the Geatmen. Toardi the terrible stranger, the ring-twisted creatures. Heart was then ready to seek for a struggle. Beowulf brandishes his sword. The excellent battle king first brandished his weapon. 100. The ancient heirloom, of edges unblunted 3. To the death planners twain was terror from other. And stands against his shield. The lord of the troopers intrepidly stood then. Gainst his high-rising shield, when the dragon coiled him. The dragon coils himself. Quickly together, in corslet he bided. 105. He went then in blazes, bended and striding. Hasting him forward. His life and body. The targe well protected, for time period shorter than wish demanded for the well-renowned leader. Where he then for the first day was forced to be victor. 110. Famous in battle, as fate had not willed it. The lord of the Geatmen uplifted his hand then, smiting the fire drake with sword that was precious. That bright on the bone the blade edge did weaken. Bit more feebly than his folk leader needed. 115. Burdened with bale griefs. Then the barrow protector. The dragon rages. When the sword blow had fallen, was fierce in his spirit. Flinging his fires, flamings of battle. Gleamed then afar, the gold friend of Weders. Beowulf's sword fails him. Boasted no conquests, his battle sword failed him. 120. Naked in conflict, as by no means it ought to. Long trusty weapon. 'Twas no slight undertaking. That Ichthyo's famous offspring would leave the Drake cavern's bottom, he must live in some region other than this, by the will of the dragon. 125. As each one of earthman existence must forfeit. 'Twas early thereafter the excellent warriors. The combat is renewed. Met with each other anew and afresh. The horde-ward took heart, gasps heaved then his bosom. The great hero is reduced to extremities. Sorrow he suffered encircled with fire. 130. Who the people erst governed. His companions by no means were banded about him, bairns of the princes. His comrades flee with valorous spirit, but they sped to the forest, seeking for safety. The soul deeps of one were. Blood is thicker than water. Ruffled by care, kin love can never. 135. Ought in him waver who well doth consider. 1 The clause 2520, 2-2522, 1, rendered by wist I, monster, gr. Followed by s, translates substantially as follows, if I knew how else I might. combat the boastful defiance of the monster the translation turns upon. Wigrapan, a word not understood. To be immense and translates, I will not flee the space of a foot from the guard of the barrow, but there shall be to us a fight at the wall, as fate decrees, each one's creator. 3. The translation of this passage is based on Unslaw, 2565, accepted by H. So, in lieu of the long-standing Ungalav. The former is taken as an adjective limiting sweatword, the latter as an adjective cg signing, the good war king. Rash with edges, brandished his sword, his old relic. The latter gives a more rhetorical Anglo-Saxon, poetical, sentence. 30. Wiglaf the trusty Beowulf is deserted by friends and by sword. Wiglaf remains true the ideal Teutonic legiman. The son of Weohstan was Wiglaf entitled Shield warrior precious, prince of the Sylfings. Ylfheira's kinsman, he saw his dear liege lord enduring the heat neath helmet and visor. 5. Then he minded the holding that erst he had given him. Wiglaf recalls Beowulf's generosity. The Wegmunding warrior's wealth-blessed homestead. Each of the folk rights his father had wielded. He was hot for the battle, his hand seized the target. The yellow bark shield, he unsheathed his old weapon. 10. Which was known among earthmen as the relic of Ian Mund. Othir's offspring, whom, exiled and friendless, Weohstan did slay with sword edge in battle. And carried his kinsman the clear shining helmet. The ring made Birnie, the old giant weapon. 15. That Wonala gave him, his boon fellow's armor. Ready war trappings, he the feud did not mention. Though he'd fatally smitten the son of his brother. Many a half year held he the treasures. The bill and the Birnie, till his bairn became able. 20. Like his father before him, fame deeds to compelish. Then he gave him Mong Geatman a goodly array of weeds for his warfare, he went from life then. Old on his journey. 'Twas the earliest time then. This is Wiglaf's first battle as legiman of Beowulf. That the youthful champion might charge in the battle. 25. Aiding his liege lord, his spirit was dauntless. Nor did kinsman's bequest quail at the battle. This the dragon discovered on their coming together. Wiglaf uttered many a right saying. Said to his fellows, sad was his spirit. Wiglaf appeals to the pride of the cowards. 30. I remember the time when, tasting the mead cup, we promised in the hall the Lord of us all, who gave us these ring treasures, that this battle equipment, swords and helmets, we'd certainly quite him. Should need of such aid ever befall him. How we have forfeited our liege lord's confidence. 35. In the warband he chose us for this journey spontaneously. Stirred us to glory and gave me these jewels. Since he held and esteemed us trustworthy spearmen, hardy helm bearers, though this hero achievement our Lord intended alone to accomplish. 40. Ward of his people, foremost of achievements. Doings audacious, he did among earth folk. Our Lord is in sore need of us. The day is now come when the ruler of earthmen needeth the vigor of valiant heroes. Let us wend us towards him, the war prince to succor. 45. While the heat yet rageth, horrible firefight, I would rather die than go home with out my suzerain. God what in me, 'tis mickle the liefer. The blaze should embrace my body and eat it. With my treasure bestower. Me seemeth not proper to bear our battle shields back to our country. 50. Lest first we are able to fell and destroy the long-hating foeman, to defend the life of. Surely he does not deserve to die alone. The prince of the Weders? Well do I notice he earned by his exploits, he only of Geatman Sorrow should suffer, sink in the battle. 55. Brand and helmet to us both shall be common. One shield cover, burning. Through the bale smoke he stalked then. Went under helmet to the help of his chieftain. Wiglaf reminds Beowulf of his youthful boasts. Briefly discoursing, Beowulf dear, perform thou all fully, as thou formerly saidst. 60. In thy youthful years, that while yet thou livedst, thou wouldst let thine honor not ever be lessened. Thy life thou shalt save, mighty in actions. Atheling undaunted, with all of thy vigor. The monster advances. On them I'll give thee assistance. The dragon came raging. 65. Wild mood stranger, when these words had been uttered. 'Twas the second occasion, seeking his enemies. Men that were hated, with hot gleaming fire waves. With blaze billows burned the board to its edges. The fight armor failed then to furnish assistance. 70. To the youthful spear hero, but the young-aged stripling quickly advanced neath his kinsman's war target. Since his own had been ground in the grip of the fire, Beowulf strikes at the dragon. Then the warrior king was careful of glory. He soundly smote with sword for the battle. 75. That it stood in the head by hatred driven. Naegling was shivered, the old and iron maid. His sword fails him. Brand of Beowulf in battle deceived him. 'Twas denied him that edges of irons were able to help in the battle, the hand was too mighty. 80. To which every weapon, as I heard on inquiry, outstruck in its stroke, when to struggle he carried. The wonderful war sword, it waxed him no better. The dragon advances on Beowulf. Again. Then the people despoiler third of his onsets. Fierce raging fire drake, of feud hate was mindful. 85. Charged on the strong one, when chance was afforded. Heated and war grim, seized on his neck. With teeth that were bitter, he bloody did wax with soul gore seething, sword blood in waves boiled. Won the passage brand, Byrne, is much disputed. In the first place, some eminent critics assume a gap of at least 2.5 verses Urim, 2660. Being a peculiar form, has been much discussed. Berduskrut is also a crux. B suggests Biduskrut equals splendid vestments. Nor is BAM accepted by all. B and being suggested. Whatever the individual words, the passage must mean, I intend to share with him my equipments of defense. 2b would render, which, as I heard, excelled in stroke every sword that he carried to the strife, even the strongest sword. For on he reads 1. Rel. Pr. XXXVII. The fatal struggle Beowulf's last moments. Wiglaf defends Beowulf. Then I heard that at need of the king of the people, the upstanding earlman exhibited prowess, vigor and courage, as suited his nature. One he his head did not guard, but the high-minded liegeman's. 5. Hand was consumed, when he succored his kinsman. So he struck the strife bringing strange comer lower. Earl Thane in armor, that in went the weapon. Gleaming and plated, that gan then the fire too. Beowulf draws his knife. Later to lessen. The liege lord himself then. 10. Retained his consciousness, brandished his war knife. Battle sharp, bitter, that he bare on his armor. And cuts the dragon. The Wedderlord cut the worm in the middle. They had felled the enemy, life drove out then 3. Pus sant prowess, the pair had destroyed him. 15. Land chiefs related, so a leagueman should prove him. A then eman when needed. To the prince 'twas the last of his era of conquest by his own great achievements. Beowulf's wound swells and burns. The latest of world deeds. The wound then began, which the earth-dwelling dragon erstwhile had wrought him. 20. To burn and to swell. He soon then discovered that bitterest bale woe in his bosom was raging. Poison within. The atheling advanced then. He sits down exhausted. That along by the wall, he prudent of spirit might sit on a settle, he saw the giant work. 25. How arches of stone strengthened with pillars. The earth hall eternal inward supported. Then the long-worthy legiman laved with his hand the Wiglaf bathes his lord's head. Far famous chieftain, gory from sword edge, refreshing the face of his friend lord and ruler. 30. Sated with battle, unbinding his helmet, Beowulf answered, of his injury spake he. His wound that was fatal, he was fully aware. He had lived his allotted life days enjoying the pleasures of earth, then past was entirely. 35. His measure of days, death very near. Beowulf regrets that he has no son. My son I would give now my battle equipments. Had any of heirs been after me granted, along of my body, this people I governed. 50 of winters, no king mong my neighbors. 40. Dared to encounter me with comrades in battle. Try me with terror. The time to me ordered. I bided at home, mine own kept fitly. Sought me no snares, swore me not many. I can rejoice in a well-spent life. Oaths in injustice. Joy over all this. 45. I'm able to have, though ill with my death wounds. Hence the ruler of earthmen need not charge me with the killing of kinsmen, when cometh my life out forth from my body. Fare thou with haste now. Bring me the hoard, Wiglaf, that my dying eyes may be refreshed by a sight of it. To behold the hoard neath the hoar greyish stone. 50. Well-loved Wiglaf, now the worm is a-lying. Sore wounded sleepeth, deceased of his treasure. Go thou in haste that treasures of old I gold wealth may gaze on, together see lying. The ether bright jewels, be easier able. 55. Having the heap of hoard gems, to yield my life and the land folk whom long I have governed. 1 B renders, he, W, did not regard his, the dragon's, head, since Beowulf had struck it without effect, but struck the dragon a little lower down. 1 crux is to find out whose head is meant, another is to bring out the antithesis between head and hand. 2 TTFYR, 2702, S immense to A with a QTFYR equals when the fire began to grow less intense afterward. This emendation relieves the passage of a plethora of conjunctive ts. 3 for Gefilden, 2707, S proposes Gefilda. The passage would read: he felled the foe, life drove out strength, and they then both had destroyed him. Chieftains related. This gives Beowulf the credit of having felled the dragon. Then they combine to annihilate him. For Ellen, 2707, KL suggests Lnet. The reading life drove out strength is very unsatisfactory and very peculiar. I would suggest as follows: adopt SS emendation, remove HS parenthesis, read for Helen Reek, and translate, he felled the foe. Drove out his life strength, that is, made him hors de combat, and then they both, etc. 38. Wiglaf plunders the dragon's den. Beowulf's death. Wiglaf fulfills his lord's behest. Then heard I that Wiston's son very quickly. These words being uttered, heeded his liege lord. Wounded and war sick, went in his armor. His well-woven ring mail, neath the roof of the barrow. 5. Then the trusty retainer treasure gems many. The dragon's den. Victorious saw, when the seat he came near to. Gold treasure sparkling spread on the bottom. Wonder on the wall, and the worm creature's cavern. The ancient Dunflyers, vessels a standing. 10. Cups of the ancients of cleansers bereaved. Robbed of their ornaments, there were helmets in numbers. Old and rust-eaten, arm bracelets many. Artfully woven. Wealth can easily. Gold on the sea bottom, turn into vanity one. 15. Each one of earthmen, arm him who pleaseth. And he saw there lying an all-golden banner. High o'er the hoard, of hand wonders greatest. Linked with lancets, a light from it sparkled. That the floor of the cavern he was able to look on. The dragon is not there. 20. To examine the jewels. Sight of the dragon. Not any was offered, but edge off carried him. Wiglaf bears the hoard away. Then I heard that the hero the hoard treasure plundered. The giant work ancient reaved in the cavern. Bear on his bosom the beakers and platters. 25. As himself would fain have it, and took off the standard. The brightest of beacons, to the bill had erst injured. Its edge was of iron, the old ruler's weapon. Him who long had watched as ward of the jewels. Who fire terror carried hot for the treasure. 30. Rolling in battle, in middlemost darkness. Till murdered he perished. The messenger hastened. Not loath to return, hurried by jewels. Curiosity urged him if, excellent mood. Alive he should find the lord of the Weders. 35. Mortally wounded, at the place where he left him. Mid the jewels he found then the famous old chieftain. His liege lord beloved, at his life's end gory. He thereupon gan to lave him with water. Till the point of his word pierced his breast hoard. 40. Beowulf spake, the gold gems he noticed. Beowulf is rejoiced to see the jewels. The old one in sorrow, for the jewels I look on. Thanks do I utter for all to the ruler. Wielder of worship, with words of devotion. The Lord everlasting, that he let me such treasures. 45. Gain for my people ere death overtook me. Since I bartered the aged life to me granted. For treasure of jewels, attend ye henceforward. He desires to be held in memory by his people. The wants of the war thanes, I can wait here no longer. The battle famed bid yet to build them a grave hill. 50. Bright when I'm burned, at the brim current's limit. As a memory mark to the men I have governed. Aloft it shall tower on Whale's Ness uprising. That earls of the ocean hereafter may call it Beowulf Sparrow, those who barks ever dashing. 55. From a distance shall drive o'er the darkness of waters. The hero's last gift. The bold mood troop lord took from his neck then. The ring that was golden, gave to his legiman. The youthful war hero, his gold flashing helmet. His collar and war mail, bade him well to enjoy them. And last words. 60. Thou art latest left of the line of our kindred. Of Wegmunding people, Weird hath off-carried all of my kinsmen to the Creator's glory. Earls in their vigor, I shall after them fare. 'Twas the aged liege lord's last spoken word in 65. His musings of spirit, ere he mounted the fire. The battle waves burning, from his bosom departed. His soul to seek the sainted one's glory. 1. The word of Phrygian, 2767, being vague and little understood. 2. Quite distinct translations of this passage have arisen. One takes a Phrygian as meaning to exceed, and, inserting hoard after Gewon, renders, the treasure may easily, the gold in the ground, exceed in value every hoard of man, hide it who will. The other takes a Phrygian as meaning to render arrogant, and, giving the sentence a moralizing tone, renders substantially as in the body of this work. Cf 2813 ETSEQ. 2. The passage beginning here is very much disputed. The bill of the old Lord is by some regarded as Beowulf's sword, by others, as that of the ancient possessor of the hoard. Ergiskad, 2778, translated in this work as verb and adverb, is by some regarded as a compound participial adjective equals sheathed in brass. 6. The dead foe's Wiglaf's bitter taunts. Wiglaf is sorely grieved to see his lord look so unwarlike. It had woefully chanced then the youthful retainer to behold on earth the most ardent beloved at his life day's limit, lying there helpless. The slayer too lay there, of life all bereaved. 5. Horrible earth drake, harassed with sorrow. The dragon has plundered his last hoard. The round-twisted monster was permitted no longer to govern the ring hordes, but edges of war swords mightily seized him, battle sharp, sturdy. Leavings of hammers, that still from his wounds. 10. The flyer from Farland fell to the earth. Hard by his hoard house, hopped he at midnight. Not through the air, nor exulting in jewels. Suffered them to see him, but he sank then to earthward. Through the hero chief's handwork. I heard sure it throve then. Few warriors dared to face the monster. 15. But few in the land of liegemen of valor. Though of every achievement bold he had proved him to run gainst the breath of the venomous scather, or the hall of the treasure to trouble with hand blows. If he watching had found the ward of the hoard hall. 20. On the barrow abiding. Beowulf's part of the treasure of jewels was paid for with death. Each of the twain had attained to the end of life so unlasting. Not long was the time till the cowardly thanes come out of the thicket. The tardy at battle returned from the thicket. 25. The timid truce breakers 10 altogether, who durst not before play with the lances in the prince of the people's pressing emergency. They are ashamed of their desertion, but blushing with shame, with shields they betook them, with arms and armor where the old one was lying. 30. They gazed upon Wiglaf. He was sitting exhausted, foot-going fighter, not far from the shoulders of the lord of the people, would rouse him with water. No whit did it help him, though he hoped for it keenly. He was able on earth not at all in the leader. 35. Life to retain, and no wise to alter. The will of the wielder, the world ruler's power one, would govern the actions of each one of heroes. Wiglaf is ready to excoriate them. As yet he is doing. From the young one forthwith then could grim-worded greeting be got for him quickly. 40. Whose courage had failed him. Wiglaf discoursed then. Weohstan his son, sad-mooded hero. He begins to taunt them. Looked on the hated, he who soothness will utter. Can say that the liege lord who gave you the jewels, the ornament armor wherein ye are standing. 45. When on ale bench often he offered to haul men, helmet and byrnie, the prince to his liegemen. As best upon earth he was able to find him. Surely our lord wasted his armor on poltroons. That he wildly wasted his war gear undoubtedly. When battle o'ertook him point to the troop king no need had. 50. To glory in comrades, yet God permitted him. He, however, God, along without you, victory wielder, with weapon unaided, himself to avenge, when vigor was needed. I life protection but little was able to give him in battle, and again, notwithstanding, with some aid, I could have saved our liege lord. 55. Helping my kinsman, my strength overtaxing. He waxed the weaker when with weapon I smote on my mortal opponent, the fire less strongly. flamed from his bosom. Too few of protectors came round the king at the critical moment. Gift-giving is over. With your people. The ringlord is dead. 60. Now must ornament taking and weapon bestowing. Home joyance all, cease for your kindred. Food for the people, each of your warriors. Must needs be bereaved of rights that he holdeth. In landed possessions, when far away nobles. 65. Shall learn of your leaving your lord so basely. What is life without honor? The dastardly deed. Death is more pleasant to every earlman than infamous life is. 1 For de Edam Redden, 2859, B suggests de Redden, and renders, the might, or judgment, of God would determine death for every man, as he still does. To some critics, H himself in earlier editions, put the clause, when him, as a with acute, beget, with the following sentence, that is, they make it dependent upon Orft, 2875, instead of upon Forwerp, 2873. XL. The messenger of death. Wiglaf sends the news of Beowulf's death to liegemen nearby. Then he charged that the battle be announced at the hedge up o'er the cliff edge, where the earl troopers bided. The whole of the morning, mood wretched sat them, bearers of battle shields, both things expecting. 5. The end of his lifetime and the coming again of the liege lord beloved. Little reserved he of news that was known, who the Ness cliff did travel. But he truly discoursed to all that could hear him. The messenger speaks. Now the free-giving friend lord of the folk of the Weders. 10. The folk prince of Geatman, is fast in his death-bed. By the deeds of the dragon in death-bed abideth. Along with him lieth his life-taking foeman. Slain with knife wounds, he was wholly unable to injure at all the ill-planning monster. Wiglaf sits by our dead lord. 15. With bite of his sword edge. Wiglaf is sitting. Offspring of Wiston, up over Beowulf. Earl o'er another whose end day hath reached him. Head watch holdeth o'er heroes unliving one. Our Lord's death will lead to attacks from our old foes. For friend and for foeman. The folk now expecteth. 20. A season of strife when the death of the folk king to Frankmen and Frisians in far lands is published. The war hatred waxed warm gainst the Hugmen. Hygelac's death recalled. When Hygelac came with an army of vessels faring to Friesland, where the Frankmen in battle 25. Humbled him and bravely with overmight compellished that the mail-clad warrior must sink in the battle. Fell mid his folk troop, no fret gems presented. The atheling to earlman, I was denied us. Mere wings mercy. The men of the Swedilands. 30. For truce or for truth trust one but little. But widely 'twas known that near Ravenswood Ongenthea Haethcyn's fall referred to. Sundered Haethcyn the Hrethling from life joys. When for pride overweening the Warsulfings first did seek the Geatmen with savage intentions. 35. Early did Othier's age-laden father, old and terrible, give blow in requital. Killing the sea king, the queen mother rescued. The old one his consort deprived of her gold. Wunela's mother and Othier's also. 40. And then followed the feud nursing foemen till hardly reaved of their ruler, they Ravenswood entered. Then with vast numbered forces he assaulted the remnant. Weary with wounds, woe often promised the livelong night to the sad-hearted war troop. 45. Said he at morning would kill them with edges of weapons. Some on the gallows for glee to the fowls. 8 Came after to the anxious in spirit. At dawn of the day, after Hygelac's bugle And trumpet sound heard they, when the good one proceeded. 50. And faring followed the flower of the troopers. 1 Hijmum, 2910, is glossed by H as dat plu. Equals for the dead. S. Proposes Hijmi, Nam. Sing. Limiting Wiglof, IEW, mood weary, holds. Head watch o'er friend and foe B suggests taking the word as dat inst. Plu. Of an abstract noun in -u dot. The translation would be substantially the same as ss. xli. The messenger's retrospect. The messenger continues, and refers to the feuds of Swedes and Geats. The blood-stained trace of Swedes and Geatmen. The death rush of warmen, widely was noticed. How the folks with each other feud did awaken. The worthy one went then one with well-beloved comrades. 5. Old and dejected to go to the fastness. Ongentheow Earl upward then turned him. Of Hygelac's battle he'd heard on inquiry. The exultant one's prowess, despaired of resistance. With earls of the ocean to be able to struggle. 10. Gainst sea-going sailors to save the hoard treasure. His wife and his children, he fled after thenceward. Old neath the earth wall. Then was offered pursuance. To the braves of the Swede men, the banner too to Hygelac. They fared then forth o'er the field of protection. 15. When the Hrethling heroes hedgeward had thronged them. Then with edges of irons was Ongentheow driven. The grey-haired Tutari, that the troop ruler had to suffer the power solely of Eofor. Wulf wounds Ongentheow. Wulf then wildly with weapon assaulted him. 20. Wonred his son, that for swinge of the edges. The blood from his body burst out in currents. Forth neath his hair. He feared not however. Grey-headed Sulfing, but speedily quite. Ongentheow gives a stout blow in return. The wasting wound stroke with worse exchange. 25. When the king of the Thane troop thither did turn him. The wise-mood son of Wonred was powerless to give a return blow to the age-hoary man. But his head-shielding helmet first hewed he to pieces. That flecked with gore perforce he did totter. 30. Fell to the earth, not fey was he yet then. But up did he spring though an edge wound had reached him. Eofor smites Ongentheow fiercely. Then Hygelac's vassal, valiant and dauntless, when his brother lay dead, made his broad-bladed weapon. Giant sword ancient, defense of the giants. 35. Bound o'er the shield wall, the folk prince succumbed then. Ongentheow is slain. Shepherd of people, was pierced to the vitals. There were many attendants who bound up his kinsman. Carried him quickly when occasion was granted. That the place of the slain they were suffered to manage. 40. This pending, one hero plundered the other. His armor of iron from Ongentheow ravished. His hard sword hilt and helmet together. Eofor takes the old king's war gear to Hygelac. The old one's equipments he carried to Hygelac. He the jewels received, and rewards mid the troopers. 45. Graciously promised, and so did accomplish. The king of the Weders requited the war rush. Hrethel's descendant, when home he repaired him. Hygelac rewards the brothers. To Eofor and Wulf with wide lavished treasures. To each of them granted 100,000. 50. In land and rings wrought out of wire. His gifts were beyond cavil. None upon mid-earth needed to twit him. 3. With the gifts he gave them, when glory they conquered. To Eofor he also gives his only daughter in marriage. And to Eofor then gave he his one only daughter. The honor of home, as an earnest of favor. 55. That's the feud and hatred as we nigh 'twill happen. The anger of earthmen, that earls of the Swede men will visit on us, when they hear that our leader lifeless is lying, he who long time protected his horde and kingdom gainst hating assailers. 60. Who on the fall of the heroes defended of yore the deed mighty Soldings did for the troopers. What best did avail them, and further moreover. It is time for us to pay the last marks of respect to our Lord. Hero deeds compellished. Now is haste most fitting, that the Lord of liegemen we look upon yonder. 65. And that one carry on journey to death pyre, who ring presents gave us, not aught of it all, shall melt with the brave one. There's a mass of bright jewels, gold beyond measure, gruesomely purchased, and ending it all ornament rings too. 70. Bought with his life, these fire shall devour, flame shall cover, no earl man shall wear a jewel memento, nor beautiful virgin have on her neck rings to adorn her, but wretched in spirit bereaved of gold gems. 75. She shall oft with others be exiled and banished, since the leader of liegemen hath laughter forsaken, mirth and merriment. Hence many a war spear, cold from the morning, shall be clutched in the fingers, heaved in the hand, no harp music's sound shall 80. Waken the warriors, but the wan-coated raven fain over fey ones freely shall gabble, shall say to the eagle how he sped in the eating, when, the wolf his companion, he plundered the slain. So the high-minded hero was rehearsing these stories. 85. Loathsome to hear, he lied as to few of the warriors go sadly to look at Beowulf's lifeless body. Weirds and of words. All the war troop arose then, neath the eagle's cape sadly betook them, weeping and woeful, the wonder to look at. They saw on the sand then soulless a lying. 90. His slaughter bed holding, him who rings had given them. In days that were done, then the death-bringing moment was come to the good one, that the king very warlike, wielder of wedders, with wonder death perished. First they beheld there a creature more wondrous. They also see the dragon. 95. The worm on the field, in front of them lying. The foeman before them, the fire-spewing dragon. Ghostly and grisly guessed in his terrors. Was scorched in the fire, as he lay there he measured 50 of feet, came forth in the night time 100. To rejoice in the air, thereafter departing to visit his den, he in death was then fastened. He would joy in no other earth-hollowed caverns. There stood round about him beakers and vessels. Dishes were lying and dear-valued weapons. 105. With iron rust eaten, as in earth's mighty bosom. 1,000 of winters there they had rested. The hoard was under a magic spell. That mighty bequest then with magic was guarded. Gold of the ancients, that earl man not any. The ring hall could touch, save ruling God only. 110. Sooth King of Victories gave whom he wished to. God alone could give access to it. 6. He is earth folk's protector, to open the treasure. And to such among mortals as seemed to him proper. 1 for Goda, which seems a surprising epithet for a Gede to apply to the terrible Ongentheow, B suggests Gamla. The passage would then stand, the old one went then, etc. 2 for Sane Higeles, K, Th, and B propose Sane Higelases, meaning Higelac's banner followed the Swedes, in pursuit, S suggests CC Higelases. And renders, Higelac's pursuit the H so. Reading, as translated in our text, means that the banner of the enemy was captured and brought to Higelac as a trophy. 3 The rendering given in this translation represents the king as being generous, beyond the possibility of reproach, but some authorities construe him 2996, as Plu, and understand the passage to mean that no one reproached the two brothers with having received more reward than they were entitled to. For the name Sildingas here, 3006, has caused much discussion, and given rise to several theories, the most important of which are as follows: 1. After the downfall of Hrothgar's family, Beowulf was king of the Danes, or Sildings. 2. For Sildingas read Sulfingas, that is, after killing Eadgils. The Sulfing prince, Beowulf conquered his land, and held it in subjection. 3. M considers 3006 a thoughtless repetition of 2053. Cfh so. 5b takes Nitz and Willem, 3045, as separate adverbial cases, and renders, joy in the air had he of yore by night, etc. He thinks that the idea of vanished time ought to be expressed. 6. The parenthesis is by some amended so as to read, 1. He, i.e. God, is the hope of men, 2. He is the hope of heroes. GRS reading has no parenthesis, but says, could touch, unless God himself, true king of victories, gave to whom he would to open the treasure, the secret place of enchanters, etc. The last is rejected on many grounds. XLII. Wiglaf's sad story the horde carried off. Then 'twas seen that the journey prospered him little. Who wrongly within had the ornaments hidden one down neath the wall. The warden erst slaughtered some few of the folk troop, the few then thereafter 5. Was hotly avenged. 'Tis a wonder whereto, when the strength famous trooper has attained to the end of life days allotted, then no longer the man may remain with his kinsmen where mead cups are flowing. So to Beowulf happened when the ward of the barrow 10 assaults, he sought for, himself had no knowledge how his leaving this life was likely to happen. So to doomsday, famous folk leaders down did call it with curses who compellished it there, that man should be ever of ill deeds convicted. 15. Confined in foul places, fastened in hell bonds, punished with plagues, who this place should ravage. 3. He cared not for gold, rather the wielder's favor preferred he first to get sight of. 4. Wiglaf addresses his comrades. Wiglaf discoursed then, Wiston his son. 20. Oft many an earlman on one man's account must sorrow endure, as to us it hath happened. The liege lord beloved we could little prevail on. Kingdom's keeper, counsel to follow. Not to go to the guardian of the gold hoard, but let him 25. Lie where he long was, live in his dwelling, till the end of the world. Met we a destiny hard to endure, the hoard has been looked at, been gained very grimly, too grievous the fate that 5. The prince of the people pricked to come thither. 30. I was therein and all of it looked at. The building's equipments, since access was given me, not kindly at all entrance permitted. He tells them of Beowulf's last moments within under earth wall. Hastily seized I, and held in my hands a huge weighing burden. 35. Of hoard treasures costly, hither outbear them. To my liege lord beloved, life was yet in him, and consciousness also. The old one discoursed then, much and mournfully, commanded to greet you. Beowulf's dying request bade that remembering the deeds of your friend lord 40. Ye build on the fire hill of corpses a lofty burial barrow, broad and far famous. As mid-world dwelling warriors he was widely most honored, while he revelled in riches. Let us rouse us and hasten again to see and seek for the treasure. 45. The wonder neath wall. The way I will show you, that close ye may look at ring gems sufficient, and gold in abundance. Let the bier with promptness fully be fashioned, when forth we shall come. And lift we our Lord, then, where long he shall tarry. 50. Well-beloved warrior, neath the wielder's protection, Wiglaf charges them to build a funeral pyre. Then the son of Wiston bade orders be given. Mood valiant man, to many of heroes, holders of homesteads, that they hither from far, 6 leaders of liegemen, should look for the good one. 55. With wood for his pyre, the flame shall now swallow. The wan fire shall wax 7, the warrior's leader, who the reign of the iron often abided. When, sturdily hurled, the storm of the arrows leapt o'er linden wall, the lance rendered service. 60. Furnished with feathers followed the arrow. Now the wise mood son of Wiston did summon the best of the braves from the band of the ruler. He takes 7 thanes, and enters the den. 7 together, neath the enemy's roof he went with the 7, one of the heroes. 65. Who fared at the front, a fire-blazing torchlight bare in his hand. No lot then decided who that horde should havoc, when hero earls saw it lying in the cavern uncared for entirely, rusting to ruin, they rued then but little. 70. That they hastily hence hauled out the treasure. They pushed the dragon over the wall. The dear valued jewels, the dragon eke pushed they. The worm o'er the wall, let the wave currents take him. The waters enwind the ward of the treasures. The hoard is laid on a wain. Their wooden gold on a wain was uploaded. 75. A mass unmeasured, the men leader off then. The hero hoary, to Wales' ness was carried. 1 for Gehide, B suggested, the passage would stand as above. Except the change of hidden, v2, to plundered. The reference, however, would be to the thief, not to the dragon. 2 the passage Wunder, Buin, 3063 to 3066, M took to be a question, asking whether it was strange that a man should die when his appointed time had come. B sees a corruption, and makes emendations introducing the idea that a brave man should not die from sickness or from old age, but should find death in the performance of some deed of daring. S sees an indirect question introduced by war and dependent upon Wunder, a secret is it? When the hero is to die, etc. Why may the 2 clauses not be parallel, and the whole passage in Old English cry of how wonderful is death? SS is the best yet offered, if Wunder means mystery. 3 for Strud in H so, S suggests stride. This would require ravage. V16, to be changed to tread. 4 he cared, sight of, 17, 18, S immense so as to read as follows. He, Beowulf, had not before seen the favor of the avaricious possessor. 5b renders, that which drew the king thither, i.e. the treasure, was granted us, but in such a way that it overcomes us. 6 Falkagend, 3114, B takes as dancing with Godam, and refers it to Beowulf, that is, should bring firewood to the place where the good folk ruler lay. 7c proposes to take Weekson equals Elvesser, and translate devour. This gives a parallel to Ferton above. The parenthesis would be discarded and the passage read, now shall the fire consume, the wan flame devour, the prince of warriors, etc. Slien. The burning of Beowulf. Beowulf's pyre. The folk of the Geatmen got him then ready. A pile on the earth strong for the burning. Behung with helmets, hero knights' targets. And bright shining burnies, as he begged they should have them. 5. Then wailing war heroes their world famous chieftain. Their liege lord beloved, laid in the middle. The funeral flame. Soldiers began then to make on the barrow. The largest of dead fires, dark o'er the vapor. The smoke cloud ascended, the sad roaring fire 10. Mingled with weeping, the wind roar subsided. Till the building of bone it had broken to pieces. Hot in the heart, heavy in spirit, they mood sad lamented the men leader's ruin. And mournful measures the much grieving widow. 15. Asterisk. 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 Asterisk asterisk. 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 20. Asterisk. 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 Asterisk asterisk. The Weders carry out their lord's last request. The men of the Weders made accordingly a hill on the height, high and extensive, of sea-going sailors to be seen from a distance. And the brave one's beacon built where the fire was. 25. In 10 days' space, with a wall surrounded it. As wisest of world folk could most worthily plan it. They placed in the barrow rings and jewels. Rings and gems are laid in the barrow. All such ornaments as erst in the treasure war-mood men had one in possession. 30. The earnings of earlmen to earth they entrusted. The gold to the dust, where yet it remaineth. As useless to mortals as in foregoing eras. Round the dead mound rode then the doughty in battle. Bairns of all 12 of the chiefs of the people. They mourn for their lord, and sing his praises. 35. More would they mourn, lament for their ruler. Speak in measure, mention him with pleasure. Weighed his worth, and his warlike achievements. Mightily commended, as 'tis meet one praise his liege lord in words and love him in spirit. 40. When forth from his body he fares to destruction. So lamented mourning the men of the Geats. Fond-loving vassals, the fall of their lord. An ideal king. Said he was kindest of kings under heaven. Gentlest of men, most winning of manner. 45. Friendliest to folk troops and fondest of honor. Addenda. Several discrepancies and other oversights have been noticed in the H.So. Glossary. Of these a good part were avoided by Harrison and Sharp, the American editors of Beowulf, in their last edition, 1888. The rest will, I hope, be noticed in their 4th edition. As, however, this book may fall into the hands of some who have no copy of the American edition, it seems best to notice all the principal oversights of the German editors. From Ham, 194, Notes and glossary conflict, the latter not having been altered to suit the conclusions accepted in the former. Argelifansiel Dritney's Dome, 440, under Domh says the might of the Lord, while under Gelifan he says the judgment of the Lord. Ilbenslu, 486, under Benelu says Nam Plu, while under Il he says Nam Sing. Hethoremas, 519, under Edbran H translates to the Hetherms, while under Hethoremas he says Hethoremas reaches Brecca in the swimming match with Beowulf. Harrison and Sharp, 3D edition, 1888, avoid the discrepancy. Feonska, 554, under Feonska H says a gleaming sea monster. Under Fag he says hostile. Onfanhre in Witancum, 749, under Onphone H says he received the maliciously disposed one, under in Witank he says he grasped, etc. An Wunderson, 1366, under An Wunder H calls this word itself Nam Sing. Underson he translates it as accuse sing, understanding man as subject of sin. H. and S, 3D edition, make the correction. For G. Hildebilly, 1521, H, under the second word, calls it instrument dat, while under Forgiven he makes it the dat of indir object H and S, 3D edition, make the change. Brad and Brun ECG, 1547, under Brad H says Das Breed Huftemesser MIT. Bronzenerklinge, under Brun ECG he says Ihr Breits Huftemesser MIT Blitz Enderklinge. Yels, 1557, under this word H makes it modify as . If this be right, the punctuation of the 5th edition is wrong. CH and S, Appendix. Selrangasat, 1840, under Sel and Gasikan H calls these two words accuse. Plu, but this is clearly an error, as both are nam. Plu, pred. Nam. H and S correct under. Sel. Y Silfna, 1978, under Y and Gasitan H says Y equals near, by, under. Self he says opposite. O, 2225, is omitted from the glossary. For Duguum, 2502, under Dugu H translates this phrase, in Dujtigkeit. Under 4, by Vorder Edlin Krieger Schar. R, 2574, under Wilden H translates R by Wo, under Moten, by De. H and S suggest if in both passages. Wunda, 2726, under Wund H says dative, and under YL bleed he says accuse. It is without doubt accuse, parallel with Benny. Strengumgabated, 3118, under Strengo H says Strengum equals MIT mocked. Under Gabated he translates von Densenen. H and S correct this discrepancy by rejecting the second reading. Bronda Belave, 3162, a recent emendation. The 4th edition had Bronda Betost. In the 5th edition the editor neglects to change the glossary to suit the new emendation. See Bewerken. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook Beowulf, an Anglo-Saxon epic poem. Updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works. So the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the General Terms of Use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark. Concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start, full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work. To protect the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting the free Distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase project. Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark. Electronic Works. 1.a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to, and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property trademark/copyright agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation Orpglof, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e. Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg. 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied, or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark. Trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying, or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark works, unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark works calculated using the method you already used to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f. 1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate, or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund, if you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing, without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no Other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur: a. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark work, b. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark work, and c. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark. Project Gutenberg trademark is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see Sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the State of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Utah 841168015961887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact. Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating Charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks. Beowulf. The Life and Death of Scyld. 2 Scyld's successors, Hrothgar's Great Mead Hall. 3 Grendel the Murderer. 4 Beowulf goes to Hrothgar's assistance. V the Geats reach Heorot. 6 Beowulf introduces himself at the palace. 7 Hrothgar and Beowulf. 8 Hrothgar and Beowulf continued. 9 Unferth taunts Beowulf. X Beowulf silences Unferth, glee is high. 11 All sleep save 1. 12 Grendel and Beowulf. 13 Grendel is vanquished. 14 Rejoicing of the Danes. 15 Hrothgar's gratitude. 16 Hrothgar lavishes gifts upon his deliverer. 17 Banquet, continued, the SCOP Song of Finn and Hnev. 18 The Finn episode, continued, the banquet continues. 19 Beowulf receives further honor. XX The mother of Grendel. XXI Hrothgar's account of the monsters. XXII Beowulf seeks Grendel's mother. XXII Beowulf's fight with Grendel's mother. XXIV Beowulf is double conqueror. XXV Beowulf brings his trophies, Hrothgar's gratitude. XXVI Hrothgar moralizes rest after labor. XXVII sorrow at parting. XXVII the homeward journey, the two queens. XXIX Beowulf and Hygelac. XXX Beowulf narrates his adventures to Hygelac. XXXI gift giving is mutual. XXXII the horde and the dragon. XXXII brave though aged reminiscences. Thursiv Beowulf seeks the dragon, Beowulf's reminiscences. XXXV reminiscences, continued, Beowulf's last battle. 30 Wiglaf the trusty Beowulf is deserted by friends and by sword. XXXVII The fatal struggle Beowulf's last moments. 38th Wiglaf plunders the dragon's den Beowulf's death. 36 The dead foes Wiglaf's bitter taunts. XL The messenger of death. XLI The messenger's retrospect. XLII Wiglaf's sad story the horde carried off. Slien The burning of Beowulf. Addenda. The full Project Gutenberg license. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 109, 110,